would really like to claim the Masquerena one.
Yeah, the Masquerena playmats. Marcello's going to grab that, and you'll see exactly how it all gets collected and bagged up.
And our duelist, having won these 10 points that were needed to collect this 2020 WCQ IP Masquerena playmat, can now collect his well-deserved, hopefully, prize. So, congrats, Alberto.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure. Bye-bye. See you soon.
But if you just want to wish and look at all the amazing prizes that Ed has showed off for you guys, you have a lot of options. You have all the way from card cases, sleeves. Some of my personal favorite, if I can show you, are both the Kaiba Corp sleeves. So these are one of my personal pick, which I play also in the Time Wizard formats. Maybe we'll see some of them later on stream, but these are just one of the easy prizes you can get for just 2 points. So,
Aê!
Alberto, you could have got 5 packs.
Boa tarde, estamos aí. Deixa eu só reduzir mais.
So, thank you.
Deixa bem baixinho. É pra tá ali mesmo, Randa. É porque não tá tendo partida. Eu vou acompanhar o YCS enquanto eu tô fazendo a live. Eu sempre assisti YCS, né, quando tem. Então, tô deixando rodar ali embaixo. A hora que for partida mesmo, aí eu boto main screen, tá ligado? Pra assistir. Porque ali é o povo falando merda, blá blá blá, blá 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 blá. Então, tipo, foda-se, tá ligado?
We obviously have Sebastian and Leo here, our two wonderful German commentators, and this is where the commentary team sit. Also Alberto and Marcello sit up here as well. And this is where you can see in front of us they have screens where they can see exactly what's happening throughout.
Muito bom aprender mecânica escondida no game, mesmo que seja através de vídeo do YouTube. Ah, sim. Yu-Gi-Oh, mano. Campeonato de Yugi. Caralho, por que se eu clicar fora ele fica com, sei lá, tela preta? Deixa eu ver se eu fizer isso. Se não dá treta. Porque tava ficando tela preta a hora que eu clico fora. É um inferno. Não que me atrapalha muito. Ah, agora parece que ficou normal. Ó, e aí, Renan, boa tarde. Todo mundo chegando aí. Mandei lá no grupo não, né? Eu abri do supetão assim, só abri. Mandar lá. Desencargo à noite de RPG, 8 horas. Horário de sempre. Tamo aí. Aí eu pensei, se alguém quiser ficar assistindo, né, pra eu não perder também o que tá acontecendo, deixa ali no cantinho, né? Ah, é o Sphere Caribou esse. É o Caribou Esfera. Esse aí ficou óbvio. Fácil. Olha lá, falei? É o Caribou Esfera. Esfera não, é Rainbow Caribou. Falei 2 vezes a mesma coisa, é o Rainbow Caribou. Mas na minha cabeça tava Rainbow Caribou. Quem é essa madame aí na tela? O Gil já chega perguntando as prioridades. Essa aqui é a base de uma personagem do Boku no Hero. É a doida, irmã do Yu. Aqui é uma necromante no tempo contemporâneo, basicamente. Ela. E esse aí? Esse aí eu não manjei ainda não. Não é nem que ela mexe com morto, mas né, o poder dela mexe com pessoa que já foi de base. Caralho, não manjei não. Isso é uma coxa, o quê? Não, nada a ver. Caralho, eu ainda não manjei. Ah, nossa. Nem fudendo. Que eu ia saber quem era. Não, Canon Ninja. Cagueiro. Tem cara de ser carta Tiarla agora. Só esse negocinho aí fica difícil. Aí, Tiarla. Não é a Kit Kalos, velho. Não, não tem cara de ser a Kit Kalos, não. Ah, não é Moyer? Moyer, porra. Ah, é, a hora que mostrou melhor assim, eu falei, Moyer, caralho. Não tem nada a ver, não. Não é a Moyer, não. É ela mesmo. É aí. É a Moyer, tá certo. No terceiro eu matei que era Moyer. Até o segundo eu achava que era Tiarla ainda. Moyer.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Gather your friends and clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately.
Que é drop? No meu aparece um bang de Hogwarts Legacy, o progresso, não sei o que fazer. Aí já não sei.
From YCS Leon. Now, in between some of these main feature matches that you guys are seeing over on this table, we get to have a little bit of fun here with the coverage team. So normally, we sit and watch and talk about the card games that you see on your screen. However, for a little bit of fun and something to pad out some of the waiting times between some rounds, we're getting to play a couple of tournaments ourselves. So the one we're playing today is the March 2005
Sabe, né?
tournament.
A maioria dos apresentadores de Yu-Gi-Oh! Assim que vai em campeonato já foi cara que já foi campeão em algum campeonato. Que não joga mais. Os dois já jogaram, já eram jogadores.
And battling it out. Like I said, we've got 2 other tournaments that are coming up, which are going to be slightly different formats, and we're going to see who comes out on top of all of these. But to start,
Isso é muito comum em todo jogo competitivo. Normalmente os comentaristas são pessoas que já jogou aquele jogo competitivamente.
teams a little bit.
Uma vez no Marvel vs Capcom, inclusive, o comentarista, né, o cara que tava falando, começou a falar mesmo, nossa, essa jogada aí, pô, essa jogada é ruim. Pô, começou a comentar negativamente do jogador, que o cara não tava jogando bem mesmo, nossa, podia ter feito mais. O jogador olhou assim pra ele e falou, você quer vir aqui jogar nessa jogada? Ele levantou, saiu de lá de onde ele tava comentando, veio, parou o campeonato pra ele jogar uma contra o cara. Ele amassou o cara, falou, pronto. Deu handshake pro cara e voltou a comentarista. Então, onde eu tava comentando. Continuou, tá ligado? Eu tipo, foda-se, tá ligado? Não, não é não, mano. A galera que comenta no Tekken é boa também, tá ligado? É que tem uns que faz muito tempo que não joga, tá ligado? São jogadores, tipo, aposentados, tá ligado? Não, então, por isso que foi da hora, porque, tipo, o comentarista falando as jogadas erradas do cara, e o cara ficou bravo, e falou, ah, você faz melhor, então vem aqui. Ah, o cara levantou e foi fazer melhor mesmo, né? O comentarista tirou o fone, não, pera aí. Foi lá, tá ligado? Deu uma massa nele e voltou, tipo. Foi no Marvel 3 isso aí. Ah, mas você acha que o cara não quitou? Você acha que o cara também nunca mais, provavelmente, o cara jogou campeonato depois dessa, né? Depois de tomar uma dessa, o cara nunca mais foi pra campeonato. Tá ligado? Ih, caralho, os caras voltou a 2005, velho. Isso é bacana. Eu gosto de partida assim. Os caras estão jogando com meta de 2005, mano. Caos Control contra Control. Fudeu. Porque Yu-Gi-Oh! Em 2005 era isso mesmo. A diferença de Yu-Gi-Oh! Antigo, pai, ó. Ah lá! Isso é Yu-Gi-Oh! Em 2005. Teto 2 e passo. Não, vou pôr agora na tela grande. Agora merece tela grande. Vem pra tela grande aqui, amigo. Agora merece tela grande.
Absolutely. And funny enough, you can. It probably won't come up in this matchup, but in this specific format, you can discard it even if you don't have any.
Ó, Thunder Dragon.
For fun, whatever. So.
Nó, Pot of Grid, viado. Você imagina a emoção de dar um Pot of Grid, velho. Deve ser muito bom dar um Pot of Grid, né, velho? Meu amigo, deve ser maravilhoso. Setor 4 passou também. Aí ele vai dar Scapegoat, boa. 4 tokenzinho. Ou o meme do que o Pot of Grid faz, né? Lá vai. Ih, vai dar Scapegoat também? Não, Mystical. No Jar of Grid.
Alberto having two, I think, Jar of Greeds to face down.
I mean, that baits out a heavy storm quite nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if he's gonna flip them.
Ah, Tribo Infecting Vírus. Pesado. Tributou, vai limpar todos os tokens. Maravilha, adeus tokens. Vai bater direto. Ok. É 1.600? 1.600. Tribo Infecting Vírus.
Let's see if he can really wait or just gonna try and go all in at some point.
So, the Graceful Charity, I think when your opponent applies pressure to you like that and you lost your only defensive card, then you could think about activating it at some point. He goes to set a monster. I don't know what it is. I think in hand there is a Magician of Faith.
Jar of Grid. Top draw.
One of them at least. Yeah. Let's see if he will flip the second as well.
Maybe Alberto is trying to find.
Outro Jar of Grid. 2 draw. Eita! Nossa, Graceful Shard é pesado, velho. Draw 3, descarta 2. Graceful Shard é pesado.
He can also discard a Dark Monster, maybe go for the BLS. Let's see. A lot of options possible.
BLS is also a really powerful card, but before you activate Regeki Break, you have to resolve the Graceful Charity.
I would say so.
You have to discard 2 cards as well.
Caralho, veio os 3 Thunder Dragon pra ele. Ó o Gravekeeper ali. Tinha um Gravekeeper na mão.
At the same time, it would be quite the commitment. Could be a torrential face down from Seb.
Noblem é crossout. Bane. Se tiver todas do mesmo tipo, tem que banir. É a Silent, sim, é a Silent. Normal de Sanganzinho do amor. Bateu Sangan, bateu Tribo Infecting. 2.600 tomado, vai a 3.8. Passou. Ah, Delinquente Du é sacanagem. Na aleatória, descarta essa. Aí agora vai descartar mais uma, né? Descarta 2. Isso. Descartou Metamorfose ali. E aleatória. Opa, Graceful Charity também.
Heavy Storm plus BLS would be a really good answer to this.
Yeah, for sure.
Maga da Fé. Normal do Breaker, contador. Vai dar hijack break, muito provavelmente. Ah, não, deixou eu fazer contador. É, ele pode dar em resposta também, né? Tirou o contador, vai estourar aquela ali. Deu jar na sequência. Pior que ele nem tirou a hijack break ainda assim. Foi os dois. Ah, ele não tem mão pra dar hijack break, né?
He's thinking about using it in the end phase on the last set, and I think Seb is on top deck, or does he have a card? I don't know. Maybe top deck, I think.
Bateu 1000. Só outro scapegoat. Nice. Ganhou uns turnos aí. Tirou um token, hein?
You always have to keep in mind the ring of destruction is a card in this format.
O pot off grid.
Okay, let's not count Seb off. Great top deck. By the way, for everyone watching, yesterday it was Seb's birthday.
Oh,
and
yes.
Today it is Ed's birthday, so a lot of birthday.
Metamorfose. Token vai embora, vai cagar uma fusão marota aí.
And it's a good pickup, to be fair.
That is true. Metamorphosis, it really slows the game down if Alberto does not find Itsukiyomi.
Os caras estão jogando no meta do GX? Não, esse aqui é o meta de 2005, cara. Foi basicamente o primeiro meta de Yu-Gi-Oh! Isso aqui. Tipo, pesado mesmo.
Now we'll get to
Eles estão basicamente reprisando o primeiro meta de Yu-Gi-Oh! Aí.
If he knows that this works.
yeah,
Oh, and there is a Raigeki break set as well, so that could be
really good. I think you use
Hijack Break, obviamente. Tirou o
resolve.
Thousand Eyes ali.
Goes to the graveyard.
not Wing Blast.
Yeah, he's
Não manda, não chega nem a mandar. Ele nem fez.
Nice.
Still,
Ele não chegou nem a fazer.
are back. 'Cause now it's 3 cards against 3 cards, and it's still a playable game.
Setou.
Face down.
Passou.
Here we could see an heavy storm from Alberto, which would hurt a lot.
Flipou a Silent traz um GK do deck.
Really good the choice.
Trouxe outra Silent. Esse que é o bom, né? A Silent traz a Silent. Não. Literalmente os caras estão jogando exatamente com a mesma build. Eles estão literalmente revivendo o formato. Não tem carta nova. É carta que tinha só na época. Banlist da época. Literal. Eles estão literalmente revivendo o formato.
And we go to the battle phase mirror force. Nope. For now it's
Tirou e tomou a Silent.
12
Beleza.
Let's go down to 36.
And we don't know what Basti has in hand, you know? Maybe there is
Setou uma, setou mais uma atrás, passou.
No, absolutely.
and face
Deu dash tornado na de trás, era ring, beleza.
really important.
Yeah. This game is still completely winnable from Seb. Maybe complete.
Sim, as paradas tudo limitadas, não tinha nada banido ainda.
He should find a monster at some point.
Okay, and Alberto now goes on more.
Mirror Force bem forte, sim, Mirror Force era potente.
He didn't have enough to win right away.
Eu acho que o amiguinho aí de baixo vai perder, velho.
Keeping a spy made sense. And one last turn from Seb, maybe. Can he find a response?
I think he has one creature swap in hand,
Oof,
and he sets another card, and this might be the creature swap.
this is tough.
Oh,
And I also see a BLS yeah, from Alberto. Just in case.
Caralho, vai dar Blackluster Soldier mesmo?
Still, I think Mirror Force could be there.
Basti is clinging on to his last
Yeah.
1,400 life points. He is laughing.
For sure.
Maybe this is a loser's laugh. Can't wait for our match, to be honest.
Sim.
Absolutely, guys. Just as a reminder, this
É,
is
pode se considerar o ano inteiro de abril. Pega a banlist de 2005. Abril não, desculpa. A banlist de 2005, isso vai ver.
Sakuretsu's armor, not Rüstung, that's German. Oh,
So he takes the first one. This is
Morreu?
news.
Não, Book of Moon. Boa.
Book of Moon on the spot.
Epa, Sakuretsu. É, Sakuretsu era forte aí.
Painful
Sakuretsu era bem forte. Era uma Mirror Force que não mata tudo, só quem tá batendo, né? Não, o foda é que a Maga da Fé não salva mais, já era. A Maga da Fé aí já não salva mais, não. Acabou. Knight é Silent, tirou a Maga da Fé no flip, inclusive, não precisou nem bater, né? GG.
Fist bump is there, good and well played by both, but yeah, Alberto takes it.
Alberto was in the driver's seat from the start. He had the great pot of greed start. He found a graceful charity early on. He had all of the jars of greed.
The duo. So yeah,
Essas cartas de draw antigamente era estúpida demais já, velho.
tried his best. In the end, I don't think it mattered too much. Maybe that scapegoat at the beginning, because he got hit by the tribe.
Got punished immediately, but
Não é
if
só
tribe
quando o
attacks,
deck
I mean, you don't
poderoso
flip the
pra
scapegoat.
draw ou
Tribe attack.
busca determinada coisa, espalha
Unfortunately,
pra
that
tentar
did
isso.
happen
No.
for him, but regardless, I think
Onde ele tá, o que, que eles estão buscando?
I would say well played, and now it's up to us.
Yeah, I can't wait, honestly.
Absolutely, and I think neither can you guys watching from home. So thank you for being with us. We'll be back soon with more action and the match between me and Leo.
Ah, vai ser os dois jogando. Tá, foda-se. Agora vai ser outro meta, provavelmente, que eles vão reviver. É, que porra é essa?
Parece a galinha do Zodíaco.
Tem uma espada. Não sei, não. Tem uma espada ali. Cinturão. Ainda não sei. Não consegui puxar. Ah, X-Saber. Qual deles é esse? Não, agora eu vi que é X-Saber, eu só não sei qual que é. Ah, tá. Tá bom. Putz, não tinha matado que era X-Saber, não. E um Lei. Não lembrava desse. E um Lei. Fudeu. Sei lá, velho. Pode ser um monte de coisa. Mano, só isso é muito vago. Caralho, ainda tô na mesma.
Não, Dustin.
Não. Como é que chama? Caralho, como é que chama, velho? Eu sei que bicho é, eu só esqueci o nome. Rapaz, eu esqueci o nome dessa merda, eu sei quem que é. Gashidron? Não. Acho que não é esse o nome. Ah lá, era esse mesmo, velho. É o Purgatrio, né? Caralho, é porque sumiu da minha mente o nome dele, velho. Dos Invoked. A hora que mostrou a carinha do capetinho ali de baixo, eu falei, caralho, eu sei quem é, tá ligado? Só tava esquecendo o nome do Purgatrio. Ó, a coleção dos potes.
Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm
Eu
of your hand.
compraria ele.
Be
Eu
sure
acho
to get
legal.
yours
Você gosta de colecionar esse tipo de coisa. Normal. Ia pôr um pote pra cada canto da casa. E aí?
É muito vago.
Ah, ainda vago demais. Aquele amarelinho ali não dá pra... Será? Meu Deus, não adianta nada, velho.
Agora,
Ah, é Plunder Patrol, não é? Não é o Blackbird do Plunder? Não, é Caribo. Olha que filha da puta. Curiborn, né? Se eu não me engano. Ô, filha da puta, mas nem fudendo este tá Caribo. Ah, vai tomar no cu. Isso. Essa merdinha aí mesmo. Ah, aí foi meme pra caralho. Clear, Caribo. Curiborn é outro.
o Reborn é
Branquinho. Boa tarde, Bruno. Ah, fudeu. Eu tenho algumas posições. Não, não é Tiarla. Ou é? Agora é Tiarla. Agora é a Kit Kalos. Agora é a Kit Kalos. Agora é a Kit Kalos. É a Kit Kalos. Não, é a Ru Kalos. É a Ru Kalos. É a Ru. Olha lá o escudinho, é a Ru Kalos. A Kit Kalos é a que tem a cauda ainda. Essa aí é a Ru Kalos. Olha lá, ela mesmo. É a Ru Kalos. Não, a Kit Kalos levou ban, essa tá podendo. Essa daí é a Ru Kalos. Olha lá. Ela mesmo. Aí já não sei ainda. Cauda. E agora, irmão? Normalmente eu acerto no terceiro quando eu tenho uma pista. Não adiantou muito. Mano, necrose então. Eu tô pensando. Ah, é. É a Gungnir mesmo. Eu tava pensando, será que é a Gungnir? É a Gungnir. É necrose mesmo, é a Gungnir. Perfeito. Bonita ela.
Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take center stage with new spells and traps so strong that only an Egyptian god can empower them. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2022, Kin of the Pharaoh's Gods. Unleash your past, empower your deck, fulfill your destiny. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately.
Ih! Uma garra. Ah, fudeu, foi pro outro lado ali da garra. Manjo não. Obediência Schooled. Obediência Schooled. É, aí eu peguei. Eu peguei por causa do verde embaixo ali também, tá vendo? Obediência Schooled. Obediência Schooled. Sei porque eu uso no Melf. Ah lá. Isso mesmo. Obediência Schooled. Já voltaram?
And welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Leon. You might notice I'm joined by the two winners of our category quiz round, which means only one thing. That's right. It's time to decide the winner. So, gentlemen, we have one category left with 5 questions. So the way I'm going to do this one is I'm going to ask you both the question, and you're going to both give an answer. And then I'm going to tell you who's right. If you both get it, you get a point. Okay. It may end up in a draw. No, you say it. Don't just copy him. What if he's wrong? So, the name of this category, quite a fun one, and I quite like things like this. Yes, good sportsmanship. Yes, 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 what we'd like to see. So, the category name is dragons or desserts. Now, this is either going to be a category which describes a dragon or a Madolce card.
Tá, dragão ou uma doce.
God, we're clever here. Okay, so the first question. Now it's going to basically describe like levels and attack and stuff. You have to say, is it a dragon or is it a Madolce? So, or dessert. Dragon or dessert. That's what you're going to have to answer with. And if you can, give us what the card is. Tell you what, I will award extra points if you can tell me what the card is, because then that will make it really intense.
Okay.
So, but to answer first, just say dessert or dragon, and if you get it right, I will ask you for the card. Okay. So, Question 1. Earth level 4, 1000 attack, 1000 defense monster. Is it a dragon or is it a dessert?
Pô, 1000? Eu acho que é... Eu acho que é uma Doge.
It's obviously more likely a dessert, but yeah.
It is a dessert. Well done. Now, do you know the card?
Yes, it's the one that special summons itself and then adds a mythology card. It is Pudding Dessert?
It's Angeli.
Nossa, a Angela é 1000?
Okay, I thought there were multiples then.
Okay, so that's 1 point to you.
A Angela é 1000,
You were
não
doing it for
lembrava.
the sake of a balanced quiz, Marcello. We can only give you credit for
Não,
that.
ali.
Next question. Rank 4, 3000 attack, Xyz monster.
Dragão?
It's only easy.
Dragão, dragão.
This really
Peão,
feels like a
Exceed
dragon
de
to me.
3k de ataque. Não é uma Doge, é dragão.
It is indeed a dragon. Now, can anyone tell me what it is?
Fudeu, tem um
That
monte.
gives you both a point.
Exceed dragão de 3k de ataque.
Can you
Heliópolis.
name the card? Yeah.
Hieratic Sun, Dragon, Overlord of
I'm thinking about
Heliópolis.
this mystery cube card that is obviously not a dragon that you
Então.
play with skill drain, but I'm gonna say Queen Dragoon.
Rank 4, right?
Ah, não, é rank 4?
Rebellion, Dragon.
Caralho, dragão rank 4 de 3k.
It was Borrowload X-Charge Dragon.
Ah, é um borreloide
See,
bosta
you
aí.
did know it. So that's 2 points to you, 1 point to you.
É um borreloide aí
So
que eu
far,
deixei
in total,
passar.
total. Yeah, don't panic. Don't panic. You still got a chance. Yeah, no, I'm just going to give you 2 points, even though you got it wrong. No, don't worry. All fine. So now we're going to go on to the next question. Level 3, 1500 attack, 1100 defense monster.
Eu acho que é sobremesa.
Dragon.
Dessert.
It is a dessert.
Viu?
That is now 2 all.
Falei.
Can you tell me the card for an extra point?
Fudeu, fudeu, não sei o que que é.
Cake.
Correct.
Nossa, é o root cake?
0 points.
Caralho, o cara foi certeiro
Still
nessa.
to play for. 2
Não, é
questions
porque ele
remain.
descreve alguns atributos da carta, você tem que acertar se é dragão ou sobremesa, e se você acertar qual que é a
1000 defense
carta.
monster.
Ele acertou que é sobremesa e acertou que era root
It's a
cake.
dessert, that's 1 point each. But can either of you tell me the card?
Wanna say it together? Okay, at three.
Count to 3.
One, two, three. Mess and gelato.
Yeah, okay, you both get 2 points then. So that means
O
you're
gelatão.
ahead, right? And you've got, how many points have you got now? 4? 5?
Ah, Madoshi já foi meta, né, Randa? Quem jogou de Madoshi lembra.
So that means it all comes down to this. If you can get this, if you can get both points, you might be able to win it if he gets none of them. Or we come to a tie and then the whole game's been a farce anyway. But let's find out. The final question in Dragons or Dessert is... Yep. Earth. Link 2.
Link 2.
1700 attack
700
monster.
de ataque. Acho que start não é isso, né?
Dragon.
Tem cara de ser dragão. Dragão, dragão. Dragão. Não,
I
700.
mean, it doesn't make sense if I say the same, I think. It's gonna end up in a draw regardless, so I'll just pick dessert.
Não, dragão.
It was a dragon.
É óbvio.
Now, for a point,
É o Striker Dragon?
can you tell us the card?
É o Striker?
So, okay. I have played Dragon Link before. No. 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 Also no.
Não, deve ser um Guard Dragon, não.
Maybe don't think Dragon Link.
No, I'm shifting away from it. Can you give me a hint?
I play it.
I'm sorry?
I play it.
Eu já joguei com isso.
Oh, then it must be related to dinosaurs.
Ih, é com Dino?
You know it?
E agora, velho?
In the
700 de ataque, cara. Que porra, quem que é?
I'm going for the tie, honestly. It's fine with me. And I have no idea.
Scrap Wyvern.
Ah, o inverno
You
do
did know it.
Scrap.
You
Ah,
knew
vai
it.
tomar
It was
no
a
cu.
hard one. So do you know what? That is now a tie. That means you both did fairly well. Shake hands, gentlemen. Congratulations. Oh, straight in the face.
Ah, é o Scrap Wyvern.
It's
Que
okay.
merda, nem
Maybe you could
pensei
beat
nele.
up over it.
Nem me veio ele na
Okay.
cabeça.
Well, it doesn't matter. We've had a nice
Que merda.
sportsmanly draw there, but don't worry, we've got plenty more coverage coming to you guys very soon. Also, we've just
Tá, alguns eu acertei, não tô tão ruim assim. Alguns eu ainda peguei.
as well as our main events. Don't go anywhere.
É, a maioria lembra do Alpha, mas de novo, já tinha mostrado. Acho que tá repetindo pra ir pro próximo. Sei lá, hein? Não adiantou muito, ó. A diferença do quadro 2 pro quadro 3 foi bosta nenhuma. Ah, Isolda! Nossa, nunca ia acertar. É Isolda. Caralho, como é que chama essa porra aí?
Fala a medusa feia, tá ligado?
Então...
Aquela traca, tá ligado? Esqueci o nome dela. Eu sei que carta que é essa, só esqueci o nome da carta.
Ah, não vou lembrar o nome, infelizmente. Eu sei de que é. Caralho, eu realmente não vou lembrar o nome. Esse polvo aí. Não é não. Snópios, caralho. Não ia lembrar mesmo. Não ia lembrar da existência dessa carta.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Ih! Pera aí, pelas cores dá pra ter umas noção. Só quero ver o próximo quadro. Ah! Heartland Draco. Número 82. É. Heartland Draco, número 82. Já usei muito esse bicho, já.
Vaquinha dele mata.
Já usei pra caralho esse bicho. Falei? É ele mesmo. Eu vi o rosinho, eu falei, pera aí, pra eu não chutar errado. A hora que eu vi o começo do coração, eu falei, não tem como errar. Não tem como errar ele mesmo. Da hora ele. Bonzão, já foi muito útil. Tenho ele no meu RP ainda. Pode ser um tornado, pode ser um monte de coisa.
Tem muita carta de Yu-Gi-Oh! Padrão.
Ah! Será que é a Twin Twister por causa dos desenhos dos tornados? Pode ser, né? É Twin Twister. Porra, é ela mesmo. É ela mesmo. É ela mesmo. Eu olhei e falei, tem card de tornado, mas tem 50 mil cards de tornado em Yu-Gi-Oh! A vaca ali embaixo. É Twin Twister, meu. A vaquinha ali embaixo.
Tem dois tornados. Tem Twister.
Ah, não! Tornado Dragon.
Dragon, não.
Eu achei que era Twin Twister. É o Tornado Dragon. É o Tornado mesmo.
Vai ver uma coisa que uma Twister.
É, Twin Twister versão monstro, né? Ó os meta nojentos aí. Caralho, tá reprisando os meta, é, Konami? E esse reprise aí? Ó, mas tá voltando no tempo mesmo. Ah, é o duelo lá dos dois, né? Da hora, esse reprise aí. Comecei a olhar tudo os meta ali e falei, caralho. Ah, não tem uma programação definida, não. Ah, é por causa dos 25 anos, verdade. Por causa dos 25 anos, né? True. É 2002 que começou. Não, 98. Mas o TCG mesmo começou. É porque eles contam até o lançamento do OCG, né? Porque o jogo japonês já tinha. Deixa eu botar na tela, galerinha.
But now we come on to our second round with Marcello versus Leo. This is going to be very exciting. Leo, make sure you read your cards this time. We had some issues with Ravine in the last tournament that we had at YCS Dortmund, but let's hope we don't see a repeat of that. Best of luck to both of you, gentlemen. Let's do a high roll, see which one of us is going to be going first. Marcello, you will do the roll. And that is a 10. So let's see what happens here. And that is an 8. So who's going to be going first? Marcello is going to be going first. Okay, I'm going to hand you guys over to the team that you've just seen do a duel in the last round and are now going to be commentating. Isn't it wild? Hand over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. After getting defeated in cruel fashion by Alberto, I am now here with him, casting this round. And hopefully I can get some insights on how to really play this format, because apparently I'm pretty bad at it and you are pretty well at it.
My hand was better.
Yeah, your hand was definitely better, but also I'm like not playing that format that often. But I mean, it's great to have this format now at every YCS and people are playing it a lot. So definitely great to showcase it. And I'm hoping for some showcase of class in this match as well. I mean, we have Leonard Koenig versus the good old Marcello Barberi. So they definitely have played back in the day. So I'm hoping we see some very, very skillful stuff. And I would say there's not much more to be said, right? Let's just get into the action. Let's see what the other match has. Let's go over to the table again.
Oh, esse
There we
nível
have
desse
them.
cara.
Oh, the beautiful
Caos Turbo contra Panda Burn,
They
velho.
have been legal back in the day already. Well, that's what Leonard is using here. Oh, and we already see Marcello, I think, is he on the same deck that you are? Because he's on Chaos Turbo. You also played Chaos, that's for sure.
Yeah, but he has been playing lately a different list than mine.
Oh, okay.
Just I was playing with Solemn Judgments while he's on Royal Decrees and
Ooh, so he's
kind
more
of a
yeah, he's more aggressive, right?
Yeah, more aggressive.
It's more of a turbo deck and yours is more control-y.
Exactly.
But speaking of control-y, Leonard Koenig sitting there with good old Panda Burn, and I'm honestly excited for that, because in our caster tournament here, we are doing best of one.
Yeah.
And those burn decks can be really annoying when there's only one game and no side deck to be used to prepare against them, and I can definitely see that being an issue here.
Você já vê que tá errado quando o cara não usa extra deck, né, velho? O cara já tá sem extra, você fala fudeu, irmão.
Having burn usually gives you a lot of advantage, and losing 2 cards basically could be a problem.
Tirou o Secret Barrel. Aí o cara, ah não, vai tomar no cu. Secret Barrel é sacanagem. Ele descartou um Trunade. Sangão, o rei do bagulho.
Maybe, and if he gets to set up Royal Decree versus Panda Burn, that could really be a problematic scenario. And he's normal summoning a Sangan. Something normally you would think isn't setting Sangan better, but of course Marcello, being a veteran of the game, knows there is the Nobleman of Crossout being very popular in this format, and therefore you probably don't want to set your monsters that often if you want to keep them.
Yeah, it's one of those choices that has always been, you know, discussed among players, no? Should they just normal summon Sangan or just set it, no?
So
But,
you immediately give away
Nossa,
the information that you
Tom me
have Sangan
passou.
on the field by normal summoning it face up, but on the other end, it cannot be hit by Nobleman of Crossout, and Leonard König is just setting one card to his back row. And I mean, he's playing a card that usually relies on back row a lot, so it's very surprising there.
And this is something that you don't see often, like Burn playing multiple trap cards and just setting one is very strange.
Tributou, vai buscar.
Dragon over Sangan here, so we get the Sangan surge off, and that is resolving indeed. And I mean, we already resolved Duo, so do we just go for Magician of Fate here to recover the good old Duo again? Yes, that's exactly what we are doing.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially because like Marcello drew into the Sinister Serpent.
Bateu. Gravity Bind.
Ooh, but look at that. Maybe Marcello should have attacked before. Because now
Opa!
but there is the Mystical Spices Typhoon. He doesn't even care. He does not even care.
Yeah, Mystical Space Typhoon was there to shut down Lido's trap card, and now back to him. Is really hoping for
Espada da mãe dele pelada.
This is a lit something, you know, that might give Lido some time.
Gravity being gone now, but we have the Swords of Revealing Light.
Cassinão, boa tarde, mano. Hoje é Sabadaço.
And also Marcello nice setting the Magician of Fate. And yeah, Leo, of course, really needs something out of his deck to help him out.
Yeah, he needed time, and it's good for him that he got some time now with the Swords of Revealing Light. One thing is, Magician of Fate, of course, can only add back normal spell cards, and therefore that
Caralho, setor 3.
looking lovely in the graveyard cannot be recovered, but there's 3 cards being set by Leonard now. So this is a potential scenario for Heavy Storm, of course.
Crossout no Panda. Ah, não, não é o Panda. É o Gardner. Inteligente.
Wait, why doesn't it go? Let's read on Big Shield Gardener again.
Something we are missing. Let's see.
I'm reading on the Big Shield Gardener, and here it is for you as well. When a spell card is activated that targets this face-down card and no other cards, change this card to face-up defense position, and if you do, negate the activation. That is the perfect counter to Nobleman of Crossout, and that's why Leonard König was smiling. He's sitting there with a 2.6k defense monster now and doesn't care about the Nobleman.
Yeah. I mean, I will smile as well if I were Leo, honestly, and
O efeitão do Gardner contornava a Crossout.
Honestly, like, I think 99.9% Nobleman of Crossout results.
Of course.
Opa, outra Mystical. Ah, não, ele recuperou a Mystical, né?
For the Swords of Revealing Light. But do we have a way to deal with Big Shield Gardener?
Because I think if he gets attack, it goes into...
Tomou um dano pro Gardner ir pra ataque, aí ele vai matar com a Maga da Fé se passar, passou. Passou.
That's what happening. We outed it. But Marcello really having double Mystical Space Typhoon here is pretty good, let's be honest.
Yeah, here with the Magician of Fate.
Ixi, level limite área B. Outra carta chata do caralho.
Marcello is just, why do I have to work through all of this? We already had to get rid of 2 Mystical Space Typhoons. There's probably not that much back row removal anymore. And you talked about it earlier, maybe there's Royal Decree in his deck, but Royal Decree does not even help versus the level.
Exactly.
Limit Area B, what's there in the back row?
Book of Moon, na própria Maga da Fé.
So, in terms of card advantage, Marcello is getting far ahead here.
Aí ele flipa, pega de novo a Mystical, queima a porra da carta com a Mystical. Ele ainda tá lidando bem, hein? Dá um draw.
I mean, he just added back the Mystical Space Typhoon for the second time, so I should check on my Magician of Fate and I'm getting it up on screen.
Vai vir pra cima agora. Bateu. Bateu e bateu.
So he has resolved the Mystical Space Typhoon from his opening hand now 3 times already. That is really powerful and strong.
Very good.
Setor 2.
He was also setting 2, which reminds me to think that he might be holding a Royal Decree.
Oh boy, that would be painful.
Vai lá.
Another back row from Leonard, and that could be level limit area B.
Opa! Hijack break. Oh, já matriu.
But it was a bluff. Drama Tree would have not done anything here.
Acho que acabou, hein?
The Serpent comes back in the standby phase, and let's see if Marcello can seal this game.
He would have the attack points
Leo
on board.
is shaking his head.
Yeah, he's not happy with how this was going.
Defesa, bateu.
Sinister Serpent.
Medo de Mirror
It's an attack on the
Force.
Koichi, and we gotta respond if we don't want to lose on the spot. This attack is going through, but now the attack of Thunder Dragon could be the decider here.
Ah, ele vai dar uma queimazinha antes de morrer.
Anything.
Já era. Acabou.
Oh boy, that's two cards that are not doing anything either. So actually it looks like
Não, eles estão jogando com meta antigo mesmo ali, Abyss. É, revivendo formatos antigos. Caralho, essa luz na cara deles. Eles estão revivendo formatos antigos de Yu-Gi-Oh! Aí aquele caos ali, né, o caos turbo, foi basicamente o primeiro meta de Yu-Gi-Oh! Bem forte, assim, né? Ele, a versão controle, né, que descartava a mão do cara, segurava o jogo. E a versão turbo, que é aqui é pra cima pra matar.
Absolutely. So that means the next duel we're going to see is going to be Alberto versus Marcello in the finals of our 2005 Time Wizard Format tournament. So definitely stay tuned for that. We're going to see you for that next.
Né? Bom, agora vai ser os carinha lá. Não tenho a mínima ideia. Ah, não, é Tri-Brigade. É a Kit, não é? É carta velha, carta jurássica ali. O primeiro método de Yu-Gi-Oh! Basicamente. Ah, não, não é não. Achei que pudesse ser. Do jeito que tava ali, parecia ser. Ah, caralho! E esse trem aí? Tilting Entrainment. Caralho, nunca tinha visto esse síncro, velho. Que doideira. É um trem, mano. 2 trem. Doideira. Nunca tinha visto esse síncro. Não. Vamos ver. Mão. É mão de Dino. E agora? Que Dino é esse? Não ajudou muito, não. Não sei, velho. Ah, Dino é o caralho. É o Caribou branquinho lá. Filha da puta. Ah lá. Dino. Eu achando que era um Dino, velho. Curibu.
Welcome back to round 6 here, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
Agora é a partida do campeonato mesmo.
So we've got to get straight into this round. We've got our players here ready. We've got Flavio Palumbo and Fuad Kayaji, who are both ready to get started. Gentlemen, let's do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Go first there, Fuad. That's a 12.
Caralho, 12.
And that is a 4. So Fuad, are you going to go first? Okay, Fuad's going to be going first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo and Basti, who are ready to take you guys through this feature match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed. And what a feature match we got ourselves there. I can promise you this is going to be insane because nobody saw those cards hitting the feature match area at this weekend. And the deck we are going to see in action, which also won the die roll just now, is going to be Ninjas. Who would have seen that coming? There was support in Darkwing Blast, and there also was another.
Como que o cara chegou aí de ninja, filho?
And good old Fuad from France brought those cards together and figured out a deck, which still is X1.
Não, o cara tá no round 6 de ninja, filho.
What it's all about. So
quero ver essa porra aí.
So let's see what Fuad and his ninja deck can do here versus Flavio Palumbo in round number 6.
Ninja, velho, que doideira do caralho. Game 1. É, Ah, Ninja contra Kashira. O Ninja tá com 4-1, velho. Tá bom. O cara tá 4-1 no campeonato de Ninja.
I didn't want to talk about it any further. I would love to talk about Ninja cards.
Parece meme, mas né? Não, lá, ó o Hanzo ali. Já deu normal do Hanzo. Ah, é, mano. Que porra é essa, velho? Eu ficaria surpreso também. Jogando contra o Ninja.
You rather want to special summon this card out because on normal summon you can add one ninjutsu art card, and on special summon you could potentially add a ninja monster from your deck to your hand.
O cara ressuscitou o deck lá do caralho, velho.
Maybe right now he's just looking for ninjutsu art cards. So for real, this guy is not only playing the ninja cards, he's really also relying on the ninjutsu art cards. So this is really a complete
Mano, o cara fez 4-1, velho. Eu tô muito curioso com esse deck. Olha lá, o cara tá até pedindo tradução de efeito, porque nem deve conhecer ninja, tá ligado? Ele não deve nem conhecer esses caras. Eu conheço, mas o carinha ali nem deve conhecer. Então, ninja basicamente funciona assim, ó, Bruno. Existem os monstros ninja e existem os ninjutsus, que são os spell straps. Os ninjutsus transformam o ninja num monstro mais potente, tipo como se fosse um summon, ou numa versão mais forte do próprio ninja, tá ligado? No caso, ele buscou essa Dancing Leaves aí, ó.
Monster on the field, distributed it, and if you do special summon one ninja monster from your deck, the cool interaction that Fuad is trying to set up is tributing an opponent's face down monster to actually then special summon one monster out yourself. So
a base do gameplay do ninja é isso. Eles e os ninjutsu. Tanto que é por isso que o ninja ficou forte uma época por causa do Apex. Tinha um ninjutsu que cagava Apex de graça. Aí entrava um ninjinha, vinha o Apex que negava e o cara ficava fazendo loop. A hora que o cara deu normal do Hanzo, eu falei, abriu bem. Abriu bem. Mano, como que esse deck se sustenta pra atualidade? Agora eu tô curioso mesmo. Ok, campo dos Kashira.
And we haven't even talked about what Flavio is on. Flavio is on the Kashtira deck.
Foda o Kashira. Caguei, quero saber do ninja.
And we've seen it before this weekend in round number 3 specifically. And like this deck tries to banish cards face down from our opponent, but the ninja deck is like, oh yeah, I can also do that somehow. It's actually quite interesting to see both decks facing against each other because all the strong cards of the Kashtira deck, like the Dimension Shifter, and also,
pois o fodão lá, que todo mundo usa.
Exactly, so we are seeing Kashtira Fenrir, which is
é o Fenrir, isso. Eu não lembro o nome dos Kashtira. Esse é o Fenrir.
Then you actually get replay to attack again.
Yep, if you are banishing that monster, that is indeed the case.
Campo e o cara lá que todo mundo usa dos Kashtira. Fenrir. O Fenrir. É, o 500 peças de graça. Olha lá. Esse.
Not wanting to make a mistake here, and he goes for Scareclaw Kashtira.
That is interesting because you would have to banish a Kashtira card or a Scareclaw card from your hand right now because it's either hand or GY.
Oh, magia.
There's one coming quite easily.
Okay, let's go. Let's summon the Kashtira Unicorn most likely and get a birth.
But there is Fuad considering whether he wants to respond to that with one of his back row cards. What could that be? What is he planning here? Is there a ninjutsu art coming right there, or is he waiting with it?
Ah, é aquela trap que ele buscou. Trocou. Não é possível que ele vai meter um Apex ali. Você ainda vai jogar com a build do Apex?
Oh, yep, I saw that one coming. I definitely saw that one coming. So Flavio now forced to resolve the theosis that he just activated.
Gravity Ninja.
Geo, the Gravity Ninja just hit the field. And yeah, what is he about to do?
What's going to happen is that a monster is going to be special summoned off of Kashtira Theosis, and then the effect of Geo activates upon special summoning, and it's going to flip 2 monsters on the opponent's side face down.
Yeah, so
that's tough.
I would assume that
Ah,
Flavio want to
que
go for
filho de
Kashtira Unicorn
puta.
here, but that's not going to be able to activate its
Nossa,
effect.
entendi
Also,
como é que ele
maybe
ganhou.
Unicorn
Ele
no
fez o
longer
Book
will be
of
able to
Eclipse
trigger, because they are not
versão
just
monstro,
activating
velho.
after the monster effect, they will activate
O
on a new
Ninja é
play.
basicamente
They want
um
to
Book
banish
of
stuff, for
Eclipse
example, as
versão
Henry does,
monge.
and that is not going to happen when they are booked immediately.
Interessante.
So that is quite an interruption, because we know that, for example, Tilleman's meta noise is being played against Kashtira, because if you book those monsters, they cannot really go from there. So if Fuad can now just book those two Kashtira monsters, I absolutely can see that being enough.
That is true. There is still the option to special summon the Kashtira Scareclaw. So if there is a Rise Heart as well, you can actually extend it. Then it comes down to what the last two set cards are, because you can immediately go into a
O problema de você jogar com deck underground é que o cara vai pedir efeito de todas as suas cartas, porque ele não sabe nada do deck. E aí, Ghost, tranquilo? Ninja eu lembro por cima também, não lembro 100% dos efeitos das cartas não, mas a base eu lembro. Ó a Reaper ali no deck do cara.
What is he running?
So yeah, let me check. In terms of set cards, honestly, Book of Moon, for example, is another possibility to book opponents' monsters. And as you just said, if he just tries to come up with
Setou
monsters,
tudo.
just booking them can be really, really good, because that obviously prevents XYZ summoning entirely.
Sim.
So we are having a tough spot for Flavio now.
Quer ver, ó, vou bater essa carta aí pra...
booked by now, and we are going to see a normal summon of the Rise Heart, the little Rise Heart, and now we will have to read the Rise
Dio Gravity Ninja. Se essa carta é normal special ou flipada pra cima, você dá alvo em 2 monstros face-ups no campo, muda eles setados pra modo de defesa. Então, qualquer monstro que seu oponente tem flipado por esse efeito, não pode mudar suas posições de batalha. Se um monstro no campo é flipado para cima, enquanto esse monstro está face-up, você dá alvo na carta que seu oponente controla e destrói. Ah lá. Ele fica controlando. Legal, legal, legal. Interessante esse Gio. Legal.
Or just go for some Exceeds plays, detach a card, and then play after that. So you actually have plays after you go into a Zeus play, for example.
The thing is, Kashtira Birth allows you to normal summon level 7 or higher monsters. The problem is, it's not an additional normal summon. I think he just committed into his normal summon with the...
that is true. Sorry to
with the Rise Out. Yeah, go ahead, no problem.
But he can summon the Scareclaw, go into a rank 7.
Yes.
Of course, first of all, banish the Birth, then add the Birth back with the Theosis.
Then so at least he has a special summon, yeah,
yeah,
sure.
And goes for Birth and have the special summon for the second monster that he just said that couldn't be able to activate the effect.
True, but I mean, if you have Book of Moon, for example, which we assume he has, because that is like his main point of interaction that I see in terms of back row here, besides his in-engine cards, don't you just wait for the XYZ to be summoned and then just book that, and then afterwards he can still not play? I think that would be definitely the correct timing to do that. Because I agree on booking the Fenrir and the Unicorn, because you have a book 2 with your big ninja that is.
So you book 2.
Exactly. So you want to book 2, but now when you only have a book 1, that Book of Moon would probably be very well timed on just that. Oh look, I think he's considering to book right now. He's reading the card again.
It would also be really powerful, because you don't get to banish.
Ele vai dar Book of Moon nele, né?
He's considering
O deck dele consiste em setar toda hora as coisas do oponente, então. Entendi.
Maybe there is a rank 7 Exceeds monster that cannot be targeted. So if you let your opponent summon the Kashtira Scareclaw as well, let him go into rank 7, then your Book of Moon doesn't help anymore.
The problem is, I think I know
Banho
every single
here.
rank 7 extra rank monster he plays, and they are pretty popular. It's just a Rysard, Shangri-Ira.
Bane 3 do topo, né?
Rank 7, but Shangri-Ira, Big Eye, and Diablos is
Bane 3 do topo do cara.
He's playing multiple of some of them, but there's nothing too crazy.
Ah, mas quem que vai jogar de Subterror nesse formato, tá ligado? E o problema do Subterror, sinceramente, é se você faz isso e deixa os caras flipar. Nesse caso aqui, o bicho não pode mudar a posição de batalha, mano.
Which we have a level 4 monster now on the board for Flavio, but he's okay. He has the hard drawn Kashtira Birth, so it made sense.
Ih! Morreu a live do nada, velho. Caralho. Ah, a live dos caras morreu do nada. Deve ter dado algum erro lá de servidor. É lá. Morreu mesmo, ó. Porra, era o melhor duelo, pô. Live vai me morrer justo agora. Caralho. No melhor duelo a live morre. Abriu de novo. Não abriu de novo, não. Olha lá só. Olha o tanto de round que teve a porra do Charla, velho. Todos os rounds que teve Charla, o Charla ganhou. Que bizarro, velho. Olha lá, fechou a mesma live, ó. Ah, não. Ali tá ao vivo ainda, mas... Esquisito. Ah, voltou. Amém. Voltou. Mano, voltou. O cara já tá com mal um bicho ali. Ah, ele deu o Book of Moon mesmo. Ele gastou o Moon em outro bicho.
And does Fuad have another Book of Moon? That would be very, very, very important here.
So we are going to see. I think that Flavio is going for the play that I just talked about for
é o Shangri-La.
Defensive play. It makes sense to
É o Shangri-La, né? O Exceed base aí do Kashira.
But that does not deal with good old Geo sitting there on the field.
Shangri-La.
Indeed, Shangri-Era pass in the standby phase. We are going to special summon out another monster, or maybe Fuad is thinking in draw phase. Imagine he just drew into Book of Moon for turn or something and then just books the Shangri-Era, but no.
Defeito do Shangri-Era.
And is also resolving.
Trouxe o terceiro Fenrir.
We were just talking about. And Geo still standing very strong and
tirou a trap.
The trap. He instantly wants to get rid
of fallen leaves.
Of fallen leaves, yeah. Dancing leaves, I'm sorry. Dancing leaves. So, is he... I mean, wait. We can just chain the effect because you can actually tribute opponents' face-down monsters. I think we're just going to chain that here. It's a trap. It can be activated whenever, and we're just tributing our opponent's monsters. That's what I was talking about earlier. You can just use your opponent's monster now to special summon out Hanzo, which then gives you more ninja monsters. I think we might be able to actually do stuff here.
That is true, and also it is his turn, so he can actually use those monsters. He doesn't even have to special summon out another interaction. He can just use Hanzo for the body and for the resources.
Ooh, but he's deciding to tribute his own Geo, apparently.
Okay.
I mean, why are both of his monsters gone now? He's also not looking for
the reason
a sec.
why Geo is not on the field anymore is because when the Art of Dancing leaves the field, the monster that was special summoned by it is also getting destroyed.
I see, but why didn't we chain the effect of Dancing Leaves then? Is that some...
Acho que ele comeu barriga. Não sei se na Dancing Leaves ele podia ter ativado. Os caras estão falando que ele podia ter ativado. Vamos ver. Bom de saber inglês é isso. Tu já vai atrás, já vai atrás. Tu ouve os caras falando, já vai atrás.
A little bit confused. Oh, but there is the equip spell coming. Ninjutsu Artual Iron Digger.
Ah, ele meteu o spell.
The equipped monster gains 5 in the attack, which is not the relevant part though. But you can banish one ninja monster from your graveyard to actually just destroy a
Dancing Leaves, ó. Ative dano alvo no ninja ou num monstro face down em defesa no campo. No campo. Tribute. Então, faça espécie de um ninja do seu deck. Quando essa carta deixar o campo, mande esse monstro pro cemitério. Beleza. Você pode dar alvo em uma ninjutsu art Spell Trap contínua na sua zona de Spell Trap Zone, voltar lá pra mão. Ah, caralho, ela é autossuficiente, velho. E ela é feito rápido. Ela pode se salvar. O cara vai destruir. Ah, tô voltando ela pra mão aqui. Caralho, filho da puta. Filho da puta. Tem que dar 2 bait nela pra destruir ela.
Flavio.
Seriously,
Interessante,
ninjas
interessante.
are looking pretty decent here because the
Mano, o cara
Kushtira
fez
is,
a
as we said
braba,
earlier,
vi.
not really a super
O
heavy
deck tá
combo
da
deck,
hora
it's more of a
mesmo.
control deck, and right now Fuad is getting into the control game here versus that deck, so he might have a shot here for sure.
We are seeing a lot of equip spells this tournament.
Yeah, true.
They are making a comeback.
Oh, but he actually is trying to pop the Shangri-Ira, which is protecting, but he must have more stuff to do. There must be more.
And now he reads the Shangri-Ira again. Apparently he missed that. It is a lot of text on the card, so you can't really blame him for missing one sentence.
Yeah, he didn't look too happy
Fez
now after
errado.
reading it again.
That didn't work well for him. I think I'm even surprised that he shows the Shangri-Ira, because the Fenrir is a much bigger threat. Shangri-Ira with no follow-up on the field does not do that much.
But there
and
is
we
another
have
trap
another
coming.
ninjutsu card for you guys.
This is ninjutsu art of mirage transformation. And you can tribute one ninja monster, and there is no ninja monster, sadly. And then you could target one monster in your opponent's graveyard and special summon it to your field, and it would become a ninja. The problematic thing, though, is, wait, it did go back to the hand there. Where did the mirage transformation go? I clearly saw it.
Dancing Leaves has another effect. When this card leaves the field, send that monster to... You can target one ninjutsu or continue a spell trap in your spell trap zone, return it to the hand, but that is not a graveyard effect.
Okay. But I mean, the card clearly was face up there for a second.
Are we getting this card translated right now? That is a possibility.
I think so, yeah, absolutely think so. The judges are right now on it, getting the card text ready. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the judge had it in his hands, and that's why it wasn't on the field
Virou
anymore.
bagunça
But now we
aí.
got the translation out, we're all figuring it out, and Mirage Transformation for now shouldn't be that big of a threat, because it can only be used when you have a ninja on the field, and so far, for now...
Vou abrir até o
there's no-
Ergo Pro aqui, quando
But
for
honestly,
fade alguma carta
imagine
assim,
Fuad
eu
went
tenho como
after the
conferir.
Fenrir there. There's no more interruption on Flavio's side, and he actually gets to special summon out Hanzo, so in theory he could just combo off from there.
Is there a possibility that Iron Digger makes the monster be a ninja monster, so he can actually tribute the Shangri-Ira instead?
But the Mirage Transformation says tribute one ninja monster.
Yeah,
it doesn't
makes
say... Yeah,
Iron Digger makes the other monster a ninja monster.
yeah, but you can't just tribute monsters from your opponent.
That is...
Because it doesn't say you can tribute opponent's monsters, so I don't think that's going to work. I mean,
But
the other card specifically stated that you could use your opponent's monsters.
Because
That
you
was the
can
cool thing
use
about
cards
Dancing
on the
Leaves.
field, right?
Yeah. Oh, but look, we are now special summoning out the Scarecrow Kashtira from the graveyard, so we do now have a ninja monster on the field, because this is considered to be a ninja. And we're also going to special summon back out our Hanzo that we banished. Or are we adding it back?
We are adding it back from Iron Digger, I think.
If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can target one of your banished ninja monsters, add it to your hand,
Ah.
or special summon it face down. So he has both options, and he didn't want to set it to the field or special summon it face down to the field, and rather decided to
Normal summon.
summon it here. And Hanzo is going to get him another ninjutsu art card. And I mean, those ninjutsu art cards are putting in work here for Fuad, so I do understand why he's doing it. I do get that.
So we are having the quick spell that we were talking about earlier.
Entendi.
It is a
Esse Shangri-Ira é bom mesmo, hein?
not a scroll, it is a notebook.
Bacaninha
and
pra
it's
se
art
defender.
Notebook of mystery.
Oh, and this card is so powerful.
Super good when your opponent has monsters on board.
And I mean, there are a couple of monsters, as you can see.
A
Three
few.
of them being booked, actually, at the moment by his Ninja and Book of Moon cards. And if your opponent controls a card, you can not only set a Ninja monster, but also a ninjutsu art spell and trap. So this is actually really, really good, because it's just an instant +1. And of course, we saw that a lot of those cards generate extra advantage. So I didn't think I would say that this weekend, but it looks like Ninja is on its way to win a game here in our featured match, honestly.
I would love to see ninjas top this event, but it will have to do some more to achieve that, because the monster it's going to special summon is going to be face down, and we know that there are, I think there's only one monster that can activate its effect when it's face down, and that is Big Shield Gardener
True.
that we have seen before.
Absolutely, yeah. I think right now, Ninjas could be on its way to become like the Umi control of YCS Lyon. Like back in Utrecht days, Umi Control really was the rogue deck that everyone was hyped about all of a sudden, and now this might be Ninjas for this event.
I really want to see a level 4 vanilla ninja on the field just attacking all the time.
That would be beautiful.
That was a nice throwback. Yeah,
absolutely, yeah. So, a lot of stuff happening. The judges and the players clarifying that the game state is correct here. But
okay, so the monster could not be.
Ooh, okay, we're apparently repairing the game state right there.
Okay. If I knew a little more about ninja rulings, I am sure that I could explain what happened there.
Yeah, but apparently we were not able to special summon. Oh, maybe we were just not even able to activate the set card.
I mean, it's a continuous trap, right?
Yeah.
É porque ele não tinha ninja pra tributar, né? Tem que ter um ninja pra tributar.
Oh.
Instead, we just go for another normal summon, and it is the Baku, the Beast Ninja. But Baku Beast Ninja is not the normal summon you want to see, because by nature, this guy can be special summoned out when it gets added to the hand. Therefore, it's not the normal summon of choice normally. But now he has to go for a normal summon with it. Ooh, and okay, I think we're just going to the translating part again. That's why the card is not longer on the field. There it is again. Also, it's kind of unfortunate because there are also really strong ninjutsu art cards in the deck, and so far we haven't seen Fuad resolving Armor ninjutsu art of alchemy, because we have seen some 2005 duels over the weekend because we played that as a caster tournament, and we saw people resolving Pot of Greed, and this card basically is Pot of Greed. As it says, if you control a ninjutsu art card, destroy as many other ninjutsu art cards you control as possible, then draw 2 cards.
And this is really good if you have used one of your continuous trap cards and the Iron Digger that really wants to be destroyed.
Yes, indeed. So that would be a pretty cool card to have right now. But now, okay, so we got to the point where we had to normal summon Baku to actually activate the effect of our continuous trap card. So now the Mirage Transformation was able to special summon out the Scareclaw Kashtira from our opponent, and we did resolve the trap card. The thing is, we really need to get that Iron Digger into the graveyard, because that is where it shines. So getting to Alchemy here would be absolutely amazing. So Flavio just checking his extra deck real quick. Checking whether there actually is any option versus Ninja. And I can tell you, as I have your list here as well, Flavio, there isn't really. There is nothing specifically versus that deck. So we are currently translating and reading Scareclaw Kashtira. I think we figured that out now. It's also fun when you are when you're reborning a card from your opponent and afterwards be like, what does that card actually do?
What did I just summon? Yeah. Imagine doing that with Ibli.
True. That would be pretty hilarious.
So I cannot special summon anymore. Or Ceruli.
That's quite unfortunate. But
so
yeah.
I think there might have been a defense position attack with Scareclaw Kashtira, but you can't beat over the Fenrir if it's in defense position because of the Raidsoft planet that Fuad also has to read now, and yes, it boosts up the Fenrir to the point where Scareclaw cannot destroy it by battle.
Okay, so we are just setting another back row, and we are giving play back over to Flavio, who now will be
Ele quer falar, ó o deck chato da desgraça.
Face down on his side of the field, and that's a huge fat. He has 3 monsters immediately, and we know those Kashtira monsters have high attack points, even higher ones when Pressure Planet Raceoff is also on the field. Therefore, this could be problematic here for Fuad if he didn't find another very good ninjutsu art card there, maybe. It looks like that is just another one of the trap card we already saw resolving.
I mean, there is a
I think this is another Dancing Leaves,
which is a really strong card.
In theory, yes, because you can summon out Geo. The problem is Geo is only a one-off in the deck, and therefore you don't have a Geo to summon out anymore.
That is indeed true. So the Kashtira Fenrir is now summoned. I think this is before the standby phase, because I'm pretty sure that Flavio would use the Shangri-Ira in the standby phase on his own turn. And Okay, so I think the Geo prevents both monsters from changing their battle position as well. So those two monsters, they are basically blocked zones at this point.
Is it going to be forever though? Let me check. Any opponent's monster... Yeah, I think that is actually something that applies to the monsters and is not related to Geo. So you might actually be right that those two monsters cannot ever be flipped face up again.
You would basically have to Zeus the field to...
Foi o que eu falei, é tipo tomar uma Quaking.
Or get your zones cleared.
Você toma uma Quaking, só que versão
Everything
bicho.
I said like 2 minutes ago when I was talking about, hey, you can just flip summon all of those guys, wasn't really true because Geo still is applying even though he's not on the field anymore. So that's pretty bad though.
You
Look,
can
look,
still
that
flip summon the monster that is in the zone under Shangri-La.
That's true, because that was only a Book of Moon effect. But yeah, look, Flavio, I think, is just asking that to the judges. Am I allowed to flip summon those guys back up again?
Nay.
And yeah, Fuad is pointing towards Geo. No, you will never ever be able to flip summon those guys back up again. Even in game 2, there's no chance of getting those guys back.
That is true, you have to Zeus. In this situation, by the way, I think you have 100% Zeus. You know that your opponent is not going to do anything if
Mano,
you turn
ninjinha é fia da puta,
Shangri-La
cara.
into the attack position.
Deu pra entender por que o cara ganhou.
Or if you don't want to take the damage, you can just activate Shangri-La in standby phase and then put an Arise Heart over it and then attack over it and then go into Zeus.
Yeah, so we now tributed the opponent's Fenrir for the effect of our Dancing Leaves. And I mean, the Fenrir was a ninja monster now due to the effect of Iron Digger. Therefore, we could tribute it. And we are special summoning out Tobari, the Sky Ninja, with it. So, where does that bring us? Is Tobari somehow another interruption on our opponent's turn?
It cannot be destroyed by battle or card effect the turn it was special summoned.
I mean, that's decent.
Yeah.
The problem, though, if he gets to summon out Fenrir, it can just be banished face down, though.
Yeah, but who plays Fenrir?
True, actually, he would have to have Fenrir in his Kashtira deck.
I mean, there's one in the grave, and you can just summon it out by using Birth. So
that would
okay.
work. That would work.
Okay, there is a strategy to out the Tobari the Sky Ninja.
It's quite ironic, though, because Fuad somehow has basically locked 2 of the main deck monster zones, main monster zones from Flavio by just setting 2 monsters there that cannot ever be flipped face up
Ninjinha é
again,
chato, ele é
which
novo.
is usually what the
Faz
Kashtira
sentido.
deck is doing. Usually Kashtira is going to lock your main monster zones, but Fuad and his ninja deck, in this case, locked more of his opponent's zones than the player that has Shangri-La face up on the field.
By the way, Tobari has an effect in the opponent's main or battle phase.
Ooh, let me know about it.
It can fusion summon.
Oh, we have another... Oh, of course, Tobari was the one that can quick effect fusion summon on our opponent's
Now
turn.
things are heating up. I mean, they are heated as well all the time. Look at this board. But
yeah, we are learning more and more about it. Myson, the Battle Ninja, I think is what you most likely are going to go for, but it's not even the only option we have. I think Mason is the more popular option, but there also is Yagura Maru in there as well. And Yagura Maru, the Armor Ninja, also is kind of cool because if this card is special summoned or flip face up, you can banish one other ninjutsu or ninja card from your hand, field or graveyard. And then
É porque assim, explicando de uma maneira melhor, os ninjutsu vão trocando bicho e vão zoando os bichos do cara. E esse Gil aí que ele invocou e já trocou, toda vez que ele entra, ele seta 2 do cara. Esses bichos que é setado por esse efeito não pode ser flipado. Ou seja, além de ser um bicho inútil, a zona fica inútil, porque o cara não pode mexer. Então qual que é o segredo? Espera o cara fazer um bicho na zona de extra, seta a zona de extra, tá ligado? Porque se ele jogar de link, ele já não joga mais. Pesado, cara. A estratégia é boa. Ele dá lock por zona. Ele dá lock por zona, tá ligado? Chatinho, chatinho. Por isso que o cara tá 4-1 agora, faz sentido. Link não pode ser setado, né? Não, mas se você... Se o cara faz alguma coisa, por exemplo, que nem o Kashira, Ele, pra ficar bom, ele tem que fazer o Exceed na zona de cima. O cara vai lá e seta, fudeu. Tá ligado?
I was hoping for a ninja comeback here, but I don't know, because even if we are using the quick fusion effect now, there is still the effect of Unicorn to be used later on. And now we are packing together our cards, and Flavio Palumbo and his Kashtira card battles through this long game number 1 and beats Fuad and his ninja deck.
Ok, 1-0 pro Kashtira, ainda não deu pra segurar. Vamos ver a segunda.
I'm in love with ninjas now.
Yeah, ninjas seem to be really consistent. I mean, okay, so saying consistent, we used Hanzo, search the card, and then set 3. But those trap cards are incredibly powerful.
Yes, they are.
Still make you play the entire time. Just summoning out a Geo that flips 2 monsters face down immediately is massive.
It's actually
in
insane.
This format, crazy.
And now,
não, só de você setar 2 e o cara não poder flipar já é um pé no saco. Só de você setar 2 do cara. E caso um outro flip pra cima, sem ser esses que tá setado, ele ainda triga e destrói o monstro do cara. É monstro ou é card? Deixa eu ler aqui. Ele destrói um card. Ó pra você ver que filha da puta. Forte. Forte.
It's okay versus Iron to get, yeah.
Esse suporte que o Ninja ganhou nessa coleção é bom mesmo. É, monstro setado é só uma parede, tá ligado? Serve pra mais nada. É literalmente uma parede. Oh, mas da hora essa match, não imaginaria ver um Ninja clicando não, maneiro. Legal, legal, legal.
You can pick one card that you want to talk about. And you can go first. Which card do you like there?
Of course, I want to talk about the card Ninjutsu Art of Super Transformation. I have no idea what this card does.
So perfect that you picked it.
I will look it up for you as soon as we get into the match again. So, what's your card?
The card I was thinking about is Chaos Hunter. Yeah. Because Chaos Hunter, actually, when it gets to the field, is not allowing your opponent to banish cards. And we are playing versus Kashtira here. And the main purpose of the deck basically is to banish cards face down. And therefore that's quite interesting of a side deck choice. And I think this could come in here for sure.
Okay, so obviously you thought I was talking about another card because there is also Eater of Millions in the side deck. It is a card that I loved to play.
Same.
I have no idea.
Ah, mas é que o Ghost Trick joga em cima disso, né? Que o Ghost Trick é diferente, o Ghost Trick joga em cima de tudo que tá setado.
Maybe we are about to see this going second versus Kashtira, rather. I don't think that this is a card that you want to have on your first turn board.
Yeah.
But I think that we can just go into game 2 and see
more ninja gameplay.
What decided to side against Flavio Palumbo's Kashtira.
Game 2. Só vai.
There we have them again. Set up for game number 2. Fuad versus Flavio, probably going to be the same start than in game number 1, with Fuad starting off the action, but maybe this time it's going to be more than Normal Summon Hanzo.
Okay, so I'm showing you the Ninjutsu art.
Normal Hanzo.
This card.
De novo, Normal Hanzo.
Or sends one to the GY.
Yeah.
And takes one monster from your opponent and does the same to it, and then you special summon out a dragon, dinosaur, or sea serpent monster.
Dancing Leaves de novo.
Than or equal to the combined original levels of the sent monsters.
Okay, cool. But the question I'm asking myself right now is it just going to be the same opening that we had in game number 1, as Fuad just normal summoned the Hanzo and is now searching out the Dancing Leaves again? Is it just going to be 3 cards to the back row one more time? Please, no. Oh, it's only 2 cards this time even?
Do we get the 3? Can we get a 3? Can we get the 3rd card set?
And it's a pass from Fuad.
Sim, eu tô ligado.
See this when I play against decks like these.
É desse jeito que funciona mesmo.
Of what they are doing. I love to see them just not opening with big combos.
Yeah, that's true.
Mas o problema é que só tem uma Ghost Trick que seta. É a... Como é que chama a Ghost Trick que seta, cara?
Oh, but there's Book of Eclipse as well in Flavio's hand, which is definitely
that would be a good answer to a Chaos Hunter as well as the Planet Raidsoth, because then your monsters can just...
É a Witch, é a bruxinha, né?
I don't know
A
why
Doll
Book of
seta
Eclipse
todo mundo
won
quando
popular
vira.
for
A
such a long
bruxinha,
time,
uma vez
because
por turno, pode
in this
setar um.
tournament, it looks like, first of all, it looks like everybody
Mas
is
a
on it,
Doll seta
and
todo
second
mundo
of all,
quando ela
I
vira.
really do understand and like it, because this card is just basically outing every end board. It's just getting, like, even versus tier elements, it's actually...
Só que ela só faz isso no fim do turno, a Doll, né? Esse que é o problema. Ela vira trigger, mas ela vai setar só na end phase. Ela não seta a hora que ela vira. Entendeu? Isso que deixa ela mais fraquinha. Tem que esperar o fim do turno pra setar tudo, é foda. Às vezes você morre antes.
Is actually what makes it a bit better, so that is an upside to Dark Ruler no more.
Absolutely. So, we used Raidsoth.
Chaos
Oh,
Hunter.
and indeed, Chaos Hunter is coming down, discarding Monster Reborn for it. And that is going to be very...
Caralho,
good.
Chaos
Yeah,
Hunter
Chaos
descartou
on
Monster
the special
Reborn.
summon of the Unicorn. But as
Tudo vai
this
ser
time
banido agora.
it's still in the card highlight.
Chaos
Book of
Hunter é
Eclipse is
forte
in
na
the hand of
matchup.
Flavio.
And he can still always use the effect of Kashtira Unicorn. So, if you're not using Chaos Hunter in your opponent's first turn, there is actually...
Ah não, o oponente não pode banir carta, desculpa, falei errado. Bom também.
Ooh, but look at that. We are
Vai
now
lá, Bruno,
instantly
bom
activating
descanso.
the effect of Ninjutsu Art of Dancing Leaves, but I think Fuad
Sim.
is trying to do the same
Ah, é o
thing
que
as
ele
he
mais
did
faz,
earlier
né?
on.
Ele ativa efeito, bane carta do teu topo. O
But
Kashan não te mata só no
this
dano, ele vai
time, there's
banindo
only
no teu
one monster
deck.
on the side of
Ele
Flavio,
trabalha
so
igual o
he
Runic.
summons out the Geo.
Só que o Runic é focado nisso. O Kashan não, é um efeito adicional.
I think you are more than happy to wait for the Kashtira Theosis to activate. We are going to see what is going to happen next. He can maybe just activate the Ninjutsu Art of Dancing Leaf,
That might be the
opening
case.
himself up to a Ghost Ogre.
Okay, I don't think this card is too popular this weekend, so he does not have to be afraid of it. So, Flavio thinking...
It's good against Birth.
I mean, yes, it is. For sure, for sure. So, Fuad again, just having that one Hanzo. And honestly, I was super surprised by how far that one Hanzo actually got him in the last game. Because I was like, okay, that is really not what the deck is supposed to do. But still, it took him for quite a long ride in game number one. And maybe it's going to be the same thing here. And he's going to be able to stand up against the Kashtira cards of Flavio for quite a long time.
Yes, Kashtira piloted by such a good and accomplished player. Flavio Palumbo has been a constant guest on these feature benches.
He is indeed. Powerhouse from Italy. Definitely not a stranger here to our competition.
Okay, Book of Eclipse is activated and this also
Eclipsezinho é
shuts down
foda,
Ninjutsu
hein?
Art of Dancing Leaves.
That is
And
indeed true.
If you chain it to Eclipse now, then the monster will immediately be booked on summon, so it cannot activate the summon effect.
Ah, the thing though is, do you know what I like? The good old Dancing Leaves can also tribute opponent's face down monster, and Book of Eclipse is actually setting your own monster's face down as well. So Flavio is robbing him off of the Hanzo, but he can actually tribute the opponent's monster instead.
That is true, and this one...
Yeah, and look, Fuad is showcasing it. Yeah, you gotta set this monster as well. Oh, but we also tributed already. I see, we're already resolving that.
Ele vai pôr o Gio já, eu acho.
Geo here. But that probably means we're going into Tobari and we have a fusion summon ready, right? I think that could be
I think
the
you need
case.
another... Oh, we have the monster that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, we haven't seen this one yet. It is the one-off in the deck, the Yellow Dragon Ninja, which...
The ninja monster with the highest attack stat in the game.
Yes, we just found that out in our quiz. Nobody knew, but
Yellow
now
Dragon
we are
Ninja.
aware, and we actually are seeing it here in our featured match area, crazily enough. The card from Shadows of Valhalla. And I don't know why, but it's a dinosaur.
Oh, ele é pra
For
tirar
some
spell
reason, the Yellow
trap.
Dragon Ninja is a dinosaur.
Oh, this is where you can
Ouch.
special summon it out of the super transformation.
Yeah,
Ouch.
for sure. So Book of Eclipse did resolve. So that's actually, it's interesting, right? He activated the effect of Dancing Leaves, and then Book of Eclipse was chained to that.
I thought that the monster summoned off of Dancing Leaves would be flipped face down as well.
I mean, if it was Chain Link 1, then no. So, like, Book of Eclipse must
Não,
have
ele
been Chain
trocou o
Link to
ninja.
Right, right.
So now we are using Kashtira Birth to bring out our Fenrir. And of course, Fenrir now
a lot more of a threat because it will be able to resolve its banish face down effect when that Chaos Hunter is no longer face up on the field.
And now you can search for so many good cards. Kashtira Birth, of course, amazing here to just normal summon this one. You can special summon the Riser Heart now, and now we have loads of plays.
Yep, a couple of options available to Flavio.
No reason to banish Big Bang, no reason to banish Theosis. You can just go for the Unicorn banish, special summon it out with Birth, and then get your Theosis off of them. Because the first one obviously didn't use the
Veio, lançou na coleção nova.
The third ninjutsu art card. He plays
Esse suportes ninja é da última coleção.
Art of duplication. And you can activate this card by tributing one ninja monster, special summon any number of ninja monsters from your deck in face-up attack position and or face-down defense position.
Isso aí é quase a trap dos samurais que voltava geral, só que pro ninja.
Because it has a lot of levels, and therefore you can now special summon out a bunch of monsters from your deck, but he just goes for Geo instead. We are just booking one more time here.
É que ele vai setar os dois, né?
Oh, chain to the effect of Rice Heart.
Ele vai setar os dois.
It is. But there's still plays. There's still the same play as before. Banish the Unicorn. Add, summon it with Birth. Add Theosis. Go for a rank 7 play.
Probably,
oh,
yeah.
No, he can't.
Falei?
Oh no, the
Setou.
banishing is not the effect of the special summon. I keep forgetting that. You activate the effect when Rice Heart is on the
Flavio
field.
sets a card and passes it over. Fuad is back in this
Ele
game.
stunou o
He
cara.
Chaos Hunter back face up and end face draws a card for it.
Oh, he draws another one because Unicorn has to be flipped up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Unicorn has to be flipped face up there too.
Oh, he forgot to draw, right?
He needs to draw two there. So we gotta, for sure. We also are flipping our monsters face up as well. So definitely, I mean, the Unicorn is still not even face up on the field. Shall I just real quick inform them?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so keep attention.
Okay, so Basti is just going to run over, drop his microphone in the meantime, and inform the judges. So we can handle this pretty easily because this could be a crucial mistake in the game if someone does not draw cards when he should be. So we are going to solve this issue. The judges are informed, and we are going to see if the Unicorn is flipped face up or if we have been talking nonsense. But I think that every monster on the field.
Let's double check.
Change as many of
Oh, your opponent controls. No, no, no. It's only the opponent controls. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so, false alert.
Tirou.
Let's just not talk about this anymore. So, okay, nothing happened.
Yeah, but I mean, something is happening, and it is Fuad actually getting back into this game. He's moving that good old Geo into attack position, and Geo even is a beatstick with 2,003 attack points. And this is going really well all of a sudden for Fuad. I did once more not see that coming, but ninjas are getting back into this. I love it.
Geo is a powerful card on the field, booking two monsters again. What a powerhouse. So we are going to see Iron Digger on the field as well, a really strong card. We're going to see what it does. So far, it only gives one monster 500 extra attack points.
Which is not the worst, to be honest.
Also not the best.
Oh, what's happening now? We are linking away our Chaos Hunter.
Okay.
I thought Chaos Hunter is like our main win con from now on, because this is just denying the Kashtira player from actually resolving effects. But we are fusion summoning into Maizen, and Maizen, of course, needs two ninja monsters with different types. The thing is, when you equip the Iron Digger to your own Chaos Hunter, of course it's a ninja monster as well, so we can go into Maizen. And now let me tell you something, Maizen can attack directly.
That is, of course, the most important part. But I think what's also helpful is that Iron Digger is going to leave the field while it was equipped to a monster. So it's gonna be destroyed, sent to the graveyard, and it is going
Mais
to
than
be
the
able to
Battle
special summon
Ninja.
out the Geo or the Yellow Dragon again.
No, still I believe we can only special summon back from the banished part.
Seus ninjas podem bater direto. Quando você controlar o monstro face down, seu oponente não pode atacar essa carta. Quando seu oponente ativar um card de um efeito, você faz special summon de um ninja do seu deck, face up ou face down. Filha da puta.
We had a normal summon it one more time. Like, we were totally wrong. We thought Fuad wants to special summon it,
but he's just totally fine with normal summoning Hanzo.
Caralho, chatinho, hein?
And he is searching for the notebook, a card that is really powerful, immediately going for a +1, setting a ninjutsu art spell or trap card and a monster from the deck.
That's how we do it here. So we are once again reading the notebook, translating it, but we told you earlier that is like one of the best cards of the deck, because if your opponent controls a card, you can not only set a ninja, but you can also set a ninjutsu art card from your deck.
Also, ninjutsu art notebook of mystery can work as a flip face down effect. When it gets destroyed while being set on the field, however, I think that you much rather want to activate the effect and not flip one of your monsters right now face down.
So we're checking on the graveyard. But it's so crazy to see that really this ninja deck is capable of completely booking the entire field of his opponent, and therefore making Flavio being left with 0 plays. He couldn't do anything anymore.
I mean, this is great. This is what the deck needs to do in this format. People are playing Book of Eclipse and Book of Lunar Eclipse just to target Kashtira, and because it's also good versus tier elements.
And Ninja is just doing it in engine, and look, he just summoned back the Geo there. Geo is back on the field, even though for now he is set face down, and now we are also getting the field spell. It looks like Fuad is just showing off because he's showing us all the cards, and this is Tenchi Kai Mai. And you might be wondering, how can he search or set Tenchi Kai Mai? Of course, the first sentence of the card explains it. This card is always treated as a ninjutsu art card.
This is absolutely crazy. I love this ninja deck. Tenchi Kai Mai is activated. Not going to search for a ninja monster. One of the few field spell cards that does not do that.
And the crazy thing is, now he can attack directly with Maizen. Maizen inflicts battle damage, and he can just pop a card with Tenchi Kai Mai. The combo is going off. Fuad, what are you doing to us here with your ninja deck? I love it.
So we are...
Boa! Negou o efeito dele.
The effect of the
não pode bater direto.
So he cannot even attack directly anymore.
No. But I mean, he got rid of a card.
But
it basically is like he would have destroyed the barrier.
True, just without the damage, sadly. But we are still going to...
I also like the summon mechanic of Maizen, because there was a dimensional barrier set the entire time. He never flipped it, and all of a sudden, Maizen.
True, because it is one of those decks that can contact fuse. Yeah, so Flavio didn't really see that coming, to be honest. But on the other hand, he must have somehow saw it coming, because he put in those dimensional barriers from his side deck. And now there comes Mitsu. Mitsu is coming to the field as well. Let's maybe also quickly highlight the Mitsu there.
Sorry, that is not
yeah,
possible
it's not in our
moment.
database, sadly. But Mitsu also coming there.
Let me tell you guys what Mitsu does. If you control a ninja card or a face-down defense position monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect. You can target one face-down defense position monster you control, change it to face-up defense position, and if you do, change this card to face-down position. Then if the targeted monster was a ninja monster, except Mitsu, the insect ninja, negate that opponent's activated effect. You can only use each of Mitsu, the insect ninja's effect once per turn.
Fair enough. So we are starting things off by just using the art ninjutsu of Dancing Leaves there again. And before we even are getting to the main phase, Fuad says, yeah, I want to tribute your set, Rysart, to use the effect to special summon out Tobari from the deck to have another fusion, a quick fusion effect on our opponent's turn. So not only Maizen right now, also the possibility to get out another fusion monster. And we talked about it earlier, that is probably most likely going to be the Yagu Ramaru. And those two monsters are set for forever. We talked about that earlier. Those monsters were, weren't they booked? Weren't they booked by a good old friend, Gio?
It is interesting if they can be flipped up again. I think Flavio is just telling his opponent, you cannot flip this one up. I thought it was locked by Gio. Also, it is really interesting that Maizen activated its effect in response to Dimensional Barrier, because every time your opponent activates a card, you can special summon out a ninja monster.
Yeah, true. That's actually funny.
Caralho, virou
But it
bagunça
looks
aí.
like we are indeed responding immediately with the quick fusion effect of Tobari to bring out the Yaguramaru I was just talking about. And Yaguramaru, of course, on special summon, as we talked about it earlier, is going to be able to banish one card on the field.
Exactly, also banishing a ninja card from the graveyard. Oh, and Flavio Palumbo scoops to Fuad's ninjas.
Ah, ele já falou, foda-se! Cansei. 1-1. Foda é que agora é no tempo, velho. Não vai dar tempo de acabar a última. Primeira partida demorou muito. Essa até que demorou menos, mas a primeira demorou demais.
Nobody is stopping you, Sebastian. Nobody is stopping you.
O ninja tá
I will remind you the next time you will enter a tournament.
I will ask Fuad to be my grandmaster and he shall teach me all the ninja combos because this guy
ninja tá foda.
knows how the ninja stuff
Os
is
Naruto tá
But
bom.
now, we are changing the setup a little
Didn't
bit.
even have combo, by the way. He just opened with Hanzo and 2-set, and
It
he
didn't look
beat
that crazy.
Kashtira, the new deck that is the hottest talk in town.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have to change the setup a little bit now because both games, 1 and 2, have been started by our ninja player Fuad. And both times he actually had viable traps in his back row, which were able to do stuff on his opponent's turn.
Yeah.
And now he's going second. So
it's an issue.
yeah, it's probably going to be an issue. It's for sure going to be a lot harder, that's for sure.
However, he has one more card. He has a draw phase now that fetches him one more card.
Okay, simple
and maybe this time he will have access to Tobari in hand that can special summon out Hanzo and then play the standard 2-card combo of the deck.
Also, there's evenly matched in his side deck.
Yes.
There's still going to be Chaos Hunter now in the main deck, but the guys are ready. We are ready as well. So let's get game number 3 here of our round 6 featured match started. Let's see what ninjas are about to do.
I love this. I love everything about this. This is, I feel like a child at Christmas.
Same. I mean, this is what makes this commentator job so entertaining and fun, right? Just being able to somehow see that Ninja is a viable deck that is really in top competition right now.
You said it earlier, best seats in the house.
Oh, and there is a Chaos Hunter immediately.
Discarding the Tenchi.
This is what Fuad needed. He immediately has an answer. With only 5 minutes left on the clock, he potentially denies the entire turn of Flavio right there.
So there is a play where he goes for Theosis or a Birth if he already has one. No, adds the Theosis to hand.
Yeah.
Can special summon out Fenrir, but Fenrir with Chaos Hunter on the field is also not an interaction.
Oh, but we are normal summoning the Fenrir with the Kashtira Birth.
So we also have Theosis.
Yeah, but the thing is, of course, Theosis already has a really good effect on field, being able to special summon out a Kashtira monster. But you're not going to get off the graveyard effect, or like the effect when it is banished, so therefore it's only half as good.
Scareclaw Kashtira was searched, can't even be summoned.
Yeah, true. There comes Rysart now.
This one can be summoned, however, I think you cannot use the effect, so it's just a level 4 monster. And I don't think that's too good.
Yeah, it's only another body. Maybe Flavio really is trying to defend himself here.
Oh, I see what he's going to do.
Maybe
he's
we
going
go for
to
Big Eye?
I think he's going for either Big Eye or Shangri-Ira. No,
It is actually Big Eye.
This makes sense. Going for the Big Eye because Chaos Hunter just prevents your opponent from going into plays. Birth is on the field, can just at any point of the game get back the Kashtira Fenrir, and now even the Rysart can be activated soon. Banish the Kashtira Big Bang and then special summon a monster that is attached to the Big Eye. Because I think that Big Bang is not limited to Kashtira Exceeds monsters.
I mean, he can also just banish the Theosis that was just activated. So let's see which route he's going.
That one would be banished by Kashtira Scareclaw.
Oh yeah, you're right. Absolutely. So...
No, that target one Kashtira Exceeds monster. Okay, I take that.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't work, but that Big Eye... We saw that earlier also in the Kashtira mirror match being really crucial, but this situation right here also showing that Big Eye definitely is a staple now in the Kashtira extra deck.
So Big Bang still banished. It's a card you don't want to draw, and you can use it as a resource if you are going to summon an Arise Heart this turn. Also, I need to see Chaos Hunter.
Yeah, is
What
it level 7, right? That's the same thing that I just saw. Is it actually level 7?
It is.
It really is level 7? That can't be real. That can actually not be real. The thing is, maybe he even wants to keep it, because on the other hand, that denies your own Arise Heart, right? Because now with Chaos Hunter and Arise Heart on the field...
You are banishing
okay.
Arise Heart with Arise Heart's effect, with the Detach effect.
Yeah.
But the other one, I think,
yeah.
it gets blocked, yes.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Arise Heart says all cards are being banished, but Chaos Hunter says no cards are being banished, and therefore, I think the Chaos Hunter in that case is the stronger part. And with only a little more than 2 minutes left on the clock, the turn is going to go over to Fuad. And I mean, we know that Fuad has a couple of shenanigans in his deck. For example, the fusion monster Maizen. And if Maizen somehow gets to attack directly, that could also be a factor here in this match.
So I have just read that cards are normally banished by Arise Heart effect.
Ooh, interesting.
So it seems to not count as being banished by the opponent.
All right. Fair enough. So what is Fuad now able to do? He
that's a good start.
Starts it off with one of the most powerful spells he has in his deck. That is the Notebook once more. He's playing it as a free of course, why wouldn't you? The Notebook of Mystery.
Notebook of Mystery Shotgun. There are 2 cards in the back row for Flavio, and I don't really see a way for Flavio to deal damage here. So maybe we can see a big monster being summoned this turn just to attack over the Chaos Hunter.
Yeah, or maybe just Maizen to attack directly. That was what I was thinking about, because
but there will be Dimensional Barrier. I'm pretty sure about that.
That could very well be Dimensional Barrier for sure.
Oh, we are seeing Kagero being set. Kagero, the Cannon Ninja, which is a card that is usually part of the standard combo.
Yeah, indeed. So, but he's searching it out, right? Yeah, he is searching it out indeed. We are, of course, banishing...
Sim, agora é partida do meta atual. Apesar que o carinha ali de baixo tá jogando de Ninja. Ninja foi um deck que recebeu suporte, mas total off-meta. O cara tá jogando bem. Interessante o ninjinha do cara. A estratégia dele é boa. Principalmente pra esse formato. A estratégia dele é boazinha.
I want to say flaws of the deck, because you are opening yourself up to triple tactic cards.
Absolutely, because this is not an option. Flavio always has to use that effect. It's a non-optional effect. So, we are of course activating Tenchi Kamai again.
Yeah, it was a ninja card in the grave, and now Tobaru is
Tobari is coming back out.
So are we going to see a dimensional bat? Okay, we are seeing
a sim, é. Magic, né?
Cards that are immediately banished. And one of those is Kashtira Theosis, being able to add back the Scareclaw, Kashtira, and Arise Heart.
So, but the main part here is there was just the announcement of timeout. Wow. And therefore, we are currently on 8,000 life points on both sides.
Ih, vai dar draw.
Is there a way for Fuad to somehow do some damage here and maybe even take it down with the ninja strategy?
But be careful. If you attack into a monster that has a higher defense stat, then your monster has attack points.
Vai dar empate.
I'm pretty certain we're not going to have a battle.
O cara do ninja não vai conseguir dar dano. Ele vai passar e vai acabar.
Yeah, that probably just means we're ending our main phase.
And this seems to be a draw. Flavio versus Fuad seems to end in a
Por isso que eu odeio tempo. Partida decidida no tempo é uma bosta.
There was the announcement of timeout, which is something you cannot really be mistaking about, because here in our featured match we even have a specific judge putting down that timeout thingy. So there cannot even be a discussion on when it was or something. It definitely was right there. So I'm pretty sure we are just in timeout. We are in the main phase of Fuad, and therefore this should just end up in a draw.
É, vai ser draw. Vai empatar.
Here right now. It is okay. We are just clearing up the things and
pô, ninja empatando, tá bom pra caralho. É horrível empatar, mas é melhor que perder.
Absolutely.
Basti, what do you think about ninjas right now?
As I told you, I will now, from now on, be the... I will take Fuad as my grandmaster and teacher, and I will probably go into some dojo and learn all the ninja stuff, right? That's going to be my main passion for the rest of my life, I think.
So, it's Ninja Grandmaster Fuad.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
I mean, how could you not call him the Ninja Grandmaster?
I did never say that he wasn't.
Like, I mean,
Never.
did you specifically wake up today and thought about ninjas being part of our coverage today? Be honest.
I always think about ninjas, Basti. No, of course I did not. This is a
Mano,
major
só de ter um
upset.
ninja aí e ele tá 4-1 já é do
I want to tell
caralho.
you guys a little bit more about the standard combo that we did not get to see.
True.
Let me try.
Exactly, yeah. Now the ninja expert Leo is going to show off his knowledge about ninja combos. So be aware.
You have the Tobari. It is a 2-card combo. You have the Tobari,
Which you call Tobaru for most of the
Tobaro.
time. No, it's Tobari.
Tobaro.
Yeah,
It's
but you
Tobari.
called it.
It's Tobari.
It's Tobari.
We
for
have
sure.
Tobari, and we have the Hanzo. So you discard the Tobari to special summon out Hanzo from your hand, and then Hanzo gets to add a ninja card.
Yeah.
So Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo adds the Kagero. This is the one that ends with O. Kagero from your deck, and then you can normal summon out this one. This one will then special summon the Tobari,
Yes, yes, yes.
and then I...
Okay, so yeah,
We are going
we
into
hey,
the link monster.
we made 3 cards out of 2, so that's
No,
already a pretty good
yes.
start.
Yes, that is a good start. I agree. So, not trying to read anything here right now. Basti, why don't you just take over for a second?
No, I think the main combo that it's trying to pull off definitely is not something comparable to a big combo deck, for example, such as the Mikanko Libromancer deck we saw earlier on. But it's more of a control combo. You summon out like 2 to 3 monsters which are some kind of interaction, but you still are underlining it with 2 to 3 back rows which are also interactions. And that's what I love about decks. That's, for example, something I always loved about Virtual World as a deck. You have monsters as interruptions, you have spells and traps as interruptions as well, and therefore it's just a good mixture which just cannot be outed that easily. Because
Pelo jeito
Jack from the
agora
World
já
is not going to
era.
solve it.
Vai
Fabadaço
empatar
Lightning Storm
mesmo,
alone
porque
are
os
also
caras
not
até
going to
tirou da
solve it.
tela pra
Therefore, you're
resolver.
in somewhat of
Enquanto
a struggle.
resolve.
Shenshin, Ultimaya, Zolkin with Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon and
Tava
Chuche
com
was a good time.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro
was,
aberto ali
but now
vendo
it's
as
ninja time.
cartas.
I'm sorry.
It is ninja time
From
right
now
now.
on, every single time there's going to be quick questions or casters interviews and somebody asks me about my favorite deck, it has to be ninjas from now on.
Okay,
I'm
I will,
forced into this.
again, I will remind you, it is going to happen. So if you say anything else like Sky Strikers or something...
Ah, mas faz sentido ter tempo. Tem que ter tempo
I'm furious
pra os caras não ficar jogando pra sempre, né?
ninjas.
Bonito essa mulher. É, todo mundo fala isso. O Dio foi o primeiro a elogiar.
If we are going to cast that one, then I will remind you how often Basti will have played.
Yeah, I will
deck.
play ninja.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to play ninja. I
So-
mean, now with Photon Hypernova just being out, I can just get my ninja cards because they are freshly released, so I can get them packed fresh, maybe even this weekend. I might just get them later on. I'm just going to open Photon Hypernova's boosters.
Medo de quem
until I
seja.
have
Do
all my
RPG de
ninja
Boku
cards
no
ready
Hero.
for the deck.
So, quick quiz.
Oh, okay, I'm up for a quiz. I'm
No-
usually
no
bad
looking,
at quiz.
no
Okay.
looking, no looking.
Yeah.
What does the ninjutsu art of dancing leaves do?
Well, that's a good question, but I know it. You can tribute
yeah.
a ninja monster. It's a continuous trap. You can tribute a ninja monster or a face-down monster your opponent controls and just special summon out a ninja monster. And you usually are going to... Yeah, I mean, and when it leaves the field... when the trap leaves the field, the monster also has to leave.
And
No, I'm not saying anymore. That's enough for me.
this card also bounces back a ninjutsu art card that you control to your hand.
But only...
I don't see the application just yet.
But only when it goes to the graveyard or also
No,
on the field?
also on the field.
Oh,
If
interesting.
I am not mistaken. Okay, now you ask me something. Don't pick a hard one.
What is your favorite ninja card then?
Okay, so obviously it has to be Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo. It is
Because
the
it's the
easiest
original
one.
one, right? Yeah.
It is the OG one. I think it even had a tin.
Yeah. Oh, true.
That
Back in
was
the day, the
really
Hanzo
cool.
tin was really nice.
Yeah.
And also, it's the only card in this deck that has an ultimate rare printing. And of course, we love some ultimate rares.
That is true. Ultimate rares are neat.
Beautiful, absolutely
Also,
beautiful.
you can search basically any card in the deck with it. You just have to find the right way to special summon it. Or normal
Absolutely.
summon it if you want the spell or trap card.
Yeah, but the problem is, I'm just anticipating on how Ninja is going to be the next meta deck now that everyone knows about it.
Yeah, sure.
Like, what are people going
Yeah.
to side deck against Ninja now specifically? Because this is just the next big thing, very obviously. What is there to stop it?
First card that comes to my mind, because you can obviously not always shotgun the dimensional barrier. Non-fusion area. Just right from the get-go, you cannot fusion summon. Never again.
Okay, but I think did we even fusion summon in game 1?
But he lost game 1.
I will take that point. I think I have to take that point for sure.
Okay, so what can you side against Ninja? One card that is absolutely massive is Evenly Matched.
Esses campeonatos de
I was
jogo, o
thinking
quê?
about board breakers. Probably board breakers are going to be a problem for me in future.
Esses são os de categoria grande, tipo, são os maiores competitivos que tem, assim, em categoria, que é os YCS, né, que fala.
Also really
Not that
good.
good for us either.
Lava Golem. Because you want to end up on your Link monster and your Fusion monster, and I promise you guys we are going to figure out how to do it.
Apesar que esse formato que vai entrar após o Charla tomar a porrada aí, acho que vai ser um formato mais bacana de jogar.
So Kaijus.
Kaijus are
É um formatinho mais ok.
It's tricky.
I think it's fine.
So
Tell you something because you guys are probably wondering why you guys still don't.
Quanto tá a premiação do campeonato? Então, mano, não... Campeonato de carta, em geral, não pode ter premiação de grana, porque senão é considerado jogo de azar. Mas a premiação dos campeonatos, elas geralmente... Calma aí que eu vou mostrar aqui. Eu vou ler aqui, na verdade. Elas são... em produtos, tá? Pra não... Pra justamente não dar problema de ser considerado jogo de azar, tá ligado? Mas, ó... Esse YCS, inclusive, tá sendo na França, tá?
most of the time our judges are correct. Let me tell you, we have both judged. That weirdly sounded like a brag.
I mean, it's kind of a brag.
Mas vamos lá pra parte da premiação. Deixa eu ir no FAQ dele.
We were judges, that part. But yeah, I think I was mostly correct with my decisions as well. I mean, I have not judged as many tournaments as you have.
True, but I mean, it doesn't, like, of course, at the end of the day, it matters whether you make correct decisions.
Que é considerado jogo de azar se valer dinheiro, sendo que é um campeonato. Mas é diferente, Gus. Tá ligado? É por lei isso daí, mano. Isso aí é coisa de lei, cara. Não pode mesmo, tá ligado?
They are putting a lot of energy in here, so be nice to
É,
your judges.
entendeu? Não pode.
They are doing great work here, and we just basically love them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a very, very important part of the tournament, and you could run the tournament without us, to be honest, because we are just talking about what's happening here. But without the judges, it would almost be impossible.
You couldn't run the stream without us.
That's true, yeah. You guys wouldn't know about what's happening here at
Aqui, ó. Vamos lá.
We are having a
Ó.
decision.
Oh, that's good.
Quais são os prêmios do YCS?
I don't know.
Okay, it's
So,
just the
but
fact
the
that we have
players have
decision.
packed up, so we
É,
have been informed.
até o 16º lugar,
It was a second. It was not
é,
We have a draw.
o 16º lugar, até ele ganha premiação, tá? Eu vou de baixo pra cima, tá? É,
And no draw.
seguinte, o 16º lugar, os 16, né? O top 16 ganha o convite pro Mundial, tá? Ganha o convite pra jogar classificatórias pra Mundial, beleza? E ganha o playmatch de quem chegou no top. Isso aí é normal, todo campeonato tem. Do...
A very, very good Ninja player from now on. I hope you guys enjoyed the Ninja feature match we had here in round number 6. See you very soon again for more live coverage of YCS League.
É, então. Até o top 16 ganha uma caixa de Buster também da coleção atual, tá? Então eles ganham uma caixa de Buster. Do 5º ao 8º lugar, tem alguma diferença ali? Acho que não. Então por que colocaram diferente? Que doideira, o quarto pro quinto ou oitavo não tem diferença. Não tem diferença, tá ligado? Enfim, do quarto até o oitavo ganha um Switch, ganha case do Switch bonitinha também, né? Óbvio, com um tema de Yu-Gi-Oh! Uma cópia física, um jogo do Legacy of Duelist Link Evolution, que é o último jogo que teve do Yu-Gi-Oh! Mídia física pago, né? E um código de download do Rush Duel, que também é um jogo de Switch. Então você ganha basicamente 2 jogos e um Switch, tá? O terceiro lugar ganha isso também. O terceiro... o terceiro e o segundo? Não, só o terceiro. O terceiro ganha isso e ganha uma carta promocional. Essas cartas promocionais não podem ser usadas em duelos e vale uma nota pra colecionador. Tá ligado? Segundo lugar ganha a mesma coisa e ganha também uma mochila, né, do YCS de temática Branded. E o primeiro lugar ganha o troféu e tudo que o segundo lugar ganha. Além de ter as acomodações e a viagem paga pro próximo Continental. Primeiro lugar ganha literalmente a viagem e acomodações para o próximo Continental pagas pela Konami. E é isso. A line ali. Ó.
Say your prayers. Win. Round 2. Fight.
Caralho. Morri.
I am right now. Final round fight.
Caralho. Caralho, filho da mãe. Nossa, dificuldade no 8 é muito counterado. Olha isso. Fiz nada.
I am right now. Round 1. Fight.
Toma. Ai. Nada a ver. Aê, agora passou o que eu queria. Odeio. Morre.
Special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand.
Say your prayers. Win.
Round 2, fight.
Morri. Nossa, consegui passar dentro. Boa. Morri. Não, ainda não. Boa. Passou.
I am right down.
Big Zóio? Dá uma olhada de canto ali, já vi. Ó, o Big Eye. Boa. Foda-se. There.
Round 1, fight.
Oxi! Caralho. Tomei tudo. Meu Deus. Rola pra caralho, hein, Ter. Meu Deus. Ok.
Round 2, fight.
Ué? Meu Deus, esse spam. Caralho. Tá. Foda-se. CPU no 8 aqui quebra bem a parada, velho. Foda de pular nessa porra aqui é que você toma golpe, hein. Nossa, olha. Não era isso. Errei. Ah! Vou morrer ainda. Nice. Caralho, o Gaio é muito ruim aqui, velho. O Gaio é muito ruim. Ih, já voltaram já com o bagulho lá de deck antigo? Pera aí, então.
So we've seen the last couple of rounds. We now have Alberto versus Marcello here for the final. So it's going to be an Italian commentator off right here. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get straight into this final round. Gentlemen, let's do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Marcello's going to roll first. Okay, that's Snake Eyes, a 2. Okay, right, and let's see what Alberto gets here. You need more than a 2. That is more than a 2. Wait. Okay, that's way more than 2. Are you going to go first? You're going to go first. Alberto's going to go first. I'm going to hand you over to the German commentator team who are going to be tackling all of the commentary for this match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. So we both lost in our top 4 match versus the Italians, but now we're here to commentate on this final. So you could ask,
much cooler.
who are the real winners here, right?
I think that we are, even though
I
we
would
are
agree with
absolutely
you.
not.
Yeah, but now we can give our expertise. After being defeated by those, we can give our expertise on their place now. So that will
I
be
have
really
learned
funny.
a lot.
Absolutely.
I have learned a lot.
Alberto has also taught me quite a bit, so I want to see my master now in action once again for this final. So let's go over to the table and watch that final here. And there we go, Alberto winning the die roll as we saw.
And Alberto again opening with the Pot of Greed in hand and the Upstart and Thunder Dragon. So going for this immediate +1 already.
That's a good start. Maybe our Pot of Greed also draws us into Graceful Charity. That would be
Gote
quite nice. I think you would like that.
That is indeed true. Even though you have multiple other purposes for these Thunder Dragons, you can also discard them with
Oh, Pot of Greed.
Marcello is absolutely losing it already.
He's molding already. He's applauding his colleague. And Alberto is having a straight face. He wants to win this now. After losing all those quizzes at those last YCSs, he now finally wants to win one here. And he's resolving Upstart Goblin as well. I think Upstart Goblin back in the day actually wasn't even that popular as a card. But people later on realized that, yeah, that card actually makes you only play 39 cards in your main deck. So it's actually quite good.
Yeah, also players have started to pick up the Jar of Greed.
Yeah, true. That's also kind of a new thing. Both of them are actually playing it, if I saw it correctly.
I mean, the thing is that in Goat format, in Time Wizard 05 format...
Upstart também. Ih?
Hey guys, welcome back
Foda-se,
to the
né?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Leon. So, we're now into round 7, and in front of me, I have Connor Kelly and Sonny Candeloro, who are ready to kick straight into this match. You guys have waited long enough. Let's get straight into it. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. So, Sonny, why don't you give those a roll? And we will see. That's a 12. That's going to be hard to beat there for Connor. Okay, that's an 8. So, Sonny, would you like to go first? Sonny's going to go first. Okay, well, I'm going to hand you over to our very capable hands of Marcello and Alberto over in our commentators' table. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone, welcome to round 7 of YCS Lyon 2023. What a blast it has been already, and as Ed mentioned, this one will be a great duel nonetheless. Both, I have to
Os caras em voto são meio chato, não? Muita gente vendo meu jogo. É, juiz, né, velho? Cada jogador tem um juiz ali, né? Pra campeonato grande. Principalmente porque geralmente vem estrangeiro jogar. Tem que ter um juiz ali da sua linguagem, né? Que saiba, tá ligado? Sua língua.
Future match, but it's not a surprise because both of these guys are undefeated on a 6-0 record, which is quite impressive, I gotta say.
Yeah, after this long day, honestly.
Yeah, they are half the way there, we can say. So 12 rounds of Swiss, they are undefeated, and we are reaching the second half of the Swiss portion. So they still need a few more wins to guarantee that top 64 spot. But to do it here, as mentioned, more and moreover, Sonny is playing a deck we have not seen too much of yet, but it's the one and main attraction coming from Photon Hypernova, which is pure Kashtira.
My pick.
Your pick?
It's going well.
Poor Sonny.
Poor Sonny. No, but I think Sonny is playing a very good list. I really like that he's main decking Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries.
Yeah, that's a very
Caralho, o cara veio preparado pro ódio.
Players, I think we have seen with that card in the main
Yeah,
deck.
I'm a huge fan of the card, and honestly, we will be seeing in action, hopefully, because he's up against Connor, who is playing Tier Elements.
Tier Element, yeah.
So,
Então vai ser Tierla versus Kashtira. Ah, maravilha, top meta. Agora voltamos às partidas normal. Cadê os ninjas?
Which will be devastating for Sonny, because that's one of the main cards that you side against Kashtira. He decided to main deck it, most likely to catch people off guard. It is working out for him. Let's see if Sonny falls under this trap, as he is the one that won the die roll with 2 6s. You can't get much better than that. So our players are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of game 1.
Bora lá. Round 7. Caralho, os dois tá 6-0. Pesado.
And here they are, of course, they don't necessarily know their opponent decks, but as we have seen plenty of times already, going first to Kashtira has so many
Mano,
options.
toda vez
Here
esse
it
filho da
starts
puta abre
things
de
off with
Fenrir, né?
Barrier, which isn't necessarily the best, but you'll take it. And let's see if there is a response. What you can do, of course, is get the level 4 Rice Art from the deck. Here we get to the Unicorn, actually. So he might already have access to one of his copies, and he does. So great start here with the birth from Sonny. By doing this, he can normal summon without tributing, and now he will be able to access his combo, as we have seen plenty of times. And we will see even more of it, I'm sure, once we get to the latest rounds. So,
And this is a very good start indeed, because basically if you get to see both Appease and the Birth as well, you got to see the Shangri-La coming soon, and here it is.
yeah, here it is, even the Rice Art on top of it. His opponent is might asking for translations, I feel like. But as you can see here, it has been special summoned. Great addition, and what can you say about Shangri-La? Such a great card. It is one of the reasons why Pendulum has been falling off in popularity. Pendulum has been falling off in popularity because it locks zones, and as you can see on our beautiful playmat, there are Pendulum zones.
Yeah.
So if you lock one of them, the Pendulum deck has an impossible time.
Já posso
almost
odiar Ninja,
with,
já
playing
valeu.
out
Não, esse
the
aqui é o
game.
Castira,
So
o
this is
Ninja
a
já
very
jogou.
unique card. We haven't seen much of this kind of mechanics, I think, ever since Ojamas, I want to say, or something along those lines. And it is definitely cool to see something like this see an application in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I think the interaction that the deck has is very particular, honestly, and I really like the fact that you get to see a lot of different explosive monsters in this deck that are really powerful, especially the number 89 Diablosis.
Yeah, and now we get to see the typical opening with the Big Bang being banished. But the Avnis has been activated by Connor. Let's see if these mills will be good. The instant fusion, definitely not what you want to see, but
Harvest.
there is another Avnis, I believe. So, and here, similarly to how Tearlament interacts with their opponent decks, Kashtira is really good at disrupting it, and of course it's always better to banish cards rather than milling them. And as you can see here,
Shangri-La.
the zones has been blocked by Sonny. And yeah, this is Connor with finally able to access a play.
Yeah.
Let's see what his choice will be.
Fez a
This
Kit Kalos.
is definitely an issue we have seen, as Fenrir was the most popular card, we could say, in the past for the Kashtira before the other cards were released. That is still very annoying to deal with it, as he can banish face down. It's gonna activate in a new chain, so at least for now he is safe. But
Jogou
I'm pretty
Reino
sure
Heart.
Sonny, will think about his options here.
Especially because I'm checking Connor's X deck and he's only playing one Kid Kalos. So in case Fenrir will be used and then we'll go rid of the Kid Kalos, Connor won't have any other copy left in his deck.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there are a few cards in the deck which allows you to take a look at your opponents and then banish a card. But in this case, duelists are trying to find a solution by playing multiple copies. Instead, it is his opponent who only runs one copy, so this is the last time we are seeing Kid Kalos for this duel at least.
Yeah.
So, as you can see here, Connor still had quite a few resources. He was able to discard a Saliak to special summon the Rhino, and this way he's able to add one of the other addition to the deck, which is the Kashtira Tearlament, and then send the Shirin. So, definitely still in this game. He's probably gonna try and go for a Kaleido Art, I want to say.
I think so.
Yeah, that's the goal right here.
Shirin.
And indeed, now he goes for the Shireen in the graveyard, and Okay, just goes for Chu, I guess.
Yeah, he quickly decides to go for Chu instead, and
No
will
Dragon.
go for a Mad Dragon right away. Probably his goal is to set up
Cadê o
in a way where you
burn?
can access the Zeus
Yeah.
next turn, which can be really annoying for Sonny's deck. But this seems like the Italian can find a way to continue his combo.
Yeah, because usually the Mad Dragon is the one you really want to banish with the Diablosis when you look up at your opponent extra deck in order just to prevent him for the Zeus play.
And yeah, here we see one of the best cards, the emergency teleport pretty much of this deck, which allows you to just summon another Kashtira from the deck. So you can see why this deck is a thing.
Yeah.
It is definitely very consistent, and it's still able to play as going first and going second. Also, it can push, especially against unknown matchups. And now we see a free material XYZ summon, definitely something that doesn't come up too often, but
Arise
it will be
Heart.
the Arise Heart, which, by the way, it's collectible in our playoff area, because it's a giant card for the weekend, so make sure to just grind your points at the public events playoff and try to win it, because it's honestly amazing.
And this is a very good start from Sonny, because basically here now in the standby phase of his opponent he will activate the Shangri-La, so he will be summoning another piece from his deck. Here comes the Fenrir. And this is one of the main reasons why Kashtira that has just been released is very, very powerful, honestly, because not only locks your zones, but the Arise acts as a pseudo Macrocosmos, let's say, while Biff is up on the field.
Macrocosmos is so strong, and of course even more against Tier Element. But now his opponent will try his best to stay in this game. He starts things by just normal summoning, and the Mad Dragon is obviously decent at keeping his field, but he goes right away. Interesting.
Okay.
He decides not to hold, and he goes for the pop, banishing face down the nearly summoned card.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably asking if it's banished face down or face up, and it is face down. And doing so, he can trigger the other effects by banishing even more cards and attaching back a material, which is usually the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Here they're showing a translation. And yeah, just to make sure that everything is clear. So as you mentioned, now both will activate and Shangri-La will lock another of the zones, getting back that Big Bang. Do you think it was that needed to use it right away, though?
Yeah, I think you could have waited, honestly, to just let your opponent XYZ summon. Because now here you can just go, exactly, for this one, and you're just gonna risk it, right?
But maybe he has a face-down card. Connor is debating just going for a Baguska, even in attack position to go into the Zeus as mentioned, but maybe there is an impermanence face down from Sonny.
Yeah.
I think I did see it if he is meaning them.
He might be holding a copy of the Infinite Impermanence still. I don't know. I think he might have waited to use
he's
the
just
riser.
trying to push here, but let's see.
Bagusquinha útil até hoje.
Yeah.
Does he have Book of Eclipse? Maybe?
I mean, it depends who the target of the attack is. Did you catch if it was the Fenrir?
Ah, no, ele deu Eclipse.
Interesting. So, Book of Eclipse being activated defensively. Here, obviously, he gets the zones back. You see this card being used more offensively later on, but it's still a pretty decent defensive option. Of course, you give your opponent a draw, and even the Baguska is especially annoying. But this works out in the end. And as you can see here, Connor is not just playing pure tier elements, but he's playing Kashtira cards of his own, as that is the planet Fuel Spell, and not just the planet Perle Rhino, it is the pressured planet. So here it is on the screen for you guys.
Yeah, Connor's deck list is pretty peculiar, I would say, because basically he's playing only one copy of Planet alongside with the set rotation. So, and then he plays the Bestial package as well. And now he's going to activate from his end the Tillemans Kashtira. Let's see what he mills. Oh, Sonny has infinite impermanence, as you said. He might be holding that. And I think you will go for the impermanence because your opponent has already normal summon, so it will make sense, honestly, to activate the impermanence here, I think. Yeah,
He's considering it,
Pra
and he
ter
does.
Kashtira
So he
que é uma
negates
tier
the
limit
impermanent
ainda, né?
Kashtira with his impermanence.
É que o vagabundo que apanhou e voltou.
Hoje as aventuras de caçar uma bunda e de segurar a vela. Bela maneira de resumir.
Yeah, just gonna check some attack points, it seems like. But let's see if Connor has something else that he can do. He has been playing at quite a reasonable speed, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Ooh, and he does have
There's
the
also the talent. And he's going to draw through 2 fresh cards. Let's see if he can pick up anything that could help him out, but looks like
yeah, he ended his turn.
he ended his turn.
So he ends his turn, and we get even an additional card by the Baguska here. Let's see if Sonny will find the correct solution for it. As you can see here, he starts things by just flipping some of his monsters. And there is an interesting out in his deck. There are a few, we can say, as we are gonna see them coming up now.
Yeah. And here comes the Dagger for Hire.
Yep. I mean, you know that Baguska is an issue for the deck, of course. And here, as you can see, the Furrier comes down. It's essentially a direwolf if you want, but it has to be different types. Their opponent are just checking whether that's legal, I guess.
Ah, é types
Yeah, 'cause they're
diferentes.
both psychic, so
É
they have to
types
use a
diferentes.
different type to make
Faz
it.
sentido, não pode mesmo não. Se fudeu. Não, ele tentou invocar um link novo do Surhide, mas tem que ser tipo diferente. Ele só tá com Kashtira no campo, é tudo psíquico. Não dá. Não dá pra invocar. Ele deu misplay ali.
Could otherwise just flip the Arisar.
Absolutely. Yep.
Ele deu misplay.
So they're quick to notice, and now I think we can go on. As you mentioned, he can flip the Rise Art if he feels like it. Obviously, it would be a little bit of a misstep, just because whatever you flip...
Tem que ser do mesmo elemento? Não, é tipo mesmo. O do Furhide é tipagem. Elemento não tem problema.
Interesting, wow. Going the tough way just to play around.
Mano, ele tributou pra fazer shifter, aí o shifter é diferente, aí ele consegue pôr. Faz sentido. Tá? É, o shifter ia ficar inútil na mão dele, né? Ele tributou e botou o shifter e aí foi, porque o shifter é spellcaster. Makes sense at all. Ele ainda chegou no bicho. Tá. Ah, não posso? Foda-se, Tribute Summon Shifter, agora eu chego. Foi tipo isso. Foda-se, Tribute Summon Shifter.
Still quite good for the Italian.
Yeah, especially because like there's the birth face up on the field, and then Sonny will be able to use burst effect to just special summon one of his Kashtira monsters.
And yeah, it does.
Ele trocou com o Bagutka, né? Sim. Ele trocou com o Bagutka.
Right moment, use the spell to get back a Kashtira, and he's definitely in the driving seat.
Yeah.
So. Because honestly, even the first effect of birth is good enough, allowing you to normal summon another monster, but
apesar do Charla tá claramente mais forte nesse formato, esse Kashtira tá jogando.
Let's see if he gets the unicorn here or the Fenrir.
Ah, mas ele fez isso pra tirar o Bagusca. O Bagusca tava atrapalhando o jogo. Sem Bagusca, com o Bagusca em campo, Caixão não joga.
Yeah, this is really strong for Sonny, who will get, as you mentioned, the Castira Theosis, allowing him to just special summon back either the Fenrir or another of his monsters. He's also playing one copy of the Scarecrow, which would have been another way to out the Bagusca, but didn't need it right here and now. So yeah, he does get the Fenrir, so a lot of advantage from the Italian. And as you can see here, as soon as that card gets banished, he gets to equip it right back with the Rise Art, as it's whenever a card is activated.
Yeah,
so
this is even better because when the Theosis gets banished, he gets back also the Rise Art.
It's so much advantage.
Yeah. Here gets also, as you mentioned previously, the Scarecrow Kashtira, which might help him out sealing this game if he finds this way.
At the worst case scenario, it's an extender. You can use it to XYZ, so it's really strong.
Vai ficar procurando deck inteiro? Ué, normal, Gus.
Gonna go for it? Yep. Yeah. So
Não, o maior rolê pra jogar Yu-Gi-Oh! Físico, tem que ficar olhando o deck inteiro, ué. É assim que joga, pô.
And this could be enough to even push for game.
Yeah.
Because now we can detach free materials and even...
Isso aí se chama mau costume de simulador. Quem joga... Pior que é muito comum, quem joga só no simulador, quando pega pra jogar físico, fica mó perdido, tá ligado?
And also potentially closing this game in this turn.
Ah, tô vendo. Nossa, o cérebro dele deve ser igual ao seu.
Here comes another material for a high sword.
And this is well played by Sonny, who can go for an XYZ, and unless there is a very slow rolled Nibiru in the end from Connor, I think this is definitely gonna be over in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, also the Diablos is being summoned here from Sonny, but now with the I Rise Heart effect, he gets rid of...
Yeah, we mentioned how it's really cool to see one of the YCS prize cards being played at this level of success, and this is number 89, Diablosis, which can do so much in this deck, getting rid of basically 16 cards very, very easily with one of the most basic combos of the deck going first. And yeah, Connor has seen enough. He picks up his cards, and it is Sonny who wins game 1.
Castira levou o primeiro. Nice.
What a show of dominance by the Italian player. There was just a little moment of worrying.
Eu vi mesmo que o Castira tinha feito muita vantagem ali. Difícil do Charla voltar.
And with that being the case, there was not much that could have gone wrong.
No, exactly. Especially because like he immediately fixed, let's say, that small, you know, misstep. But I think he played it really well throughout the Bagusca, and then also, you know, he found his way to seal the game in just the turn, not giving his opponent another chance, you know, to advance into the turn. And yeah, I mean, I think he showcased us how powerful the Kashtira deck is. Well, on the other side, Connors now looking at the side deck. He has a lot of different options, honestly, and I like the variety, honestly, of his side deck in general.
Absolutely, it's very unique. As mentioned in the main deck, he already has 3 copies of Nibiru. Those are gonna stay there, I can tell you that much. But for the rest, he has a lot of one-offs.
Yeah, he has a lot of one-offs. He has the Turtleman's Crime. Also, he plays 3 triple tactic thrust, which might go in if you really feels
which is the main reason why he has that many one-offs of trap cards, such as Metaverse and Dimensional Barrier, because essentially those are, unless something weird happens, you know, kind of like playing 4-offs because of the trust.
Yeah.
Outside of that, though, I don't think he's siding that much in. While on the other end, the Sonny, as we mentioned, has a very unique deck in the main deck, because he's playing Cherry, Shifter, and Ash Blossom alongside Impermanent, so he's basically maining 12 cards already, plus, as we have seen, the Book of Eclipse.
Yeah.
So the main deck is already quite stable, I would say. But the side deck is also really solid.
Yeah, the side deck is as well super solid because he's playing, I think, your favorite card ever.
Guess what? I mentioned it previously, but Sonny has listened to me and is giving one last ride to the Sanctum Artifact site combo. So I definitely want to see that. I doubt we'll see it in game 2 if we go to a game 3, but we'll see it surely coming in. Our players though are ready, so let's just
esse
go back to the
YCS
table
ainda
and
tá
find
na
out the
banlist
winner of
antiga.
game 2.
Porque, como anunciou no começo da semana, já tinha um YCS por vir. Aí esse ainda na antiga. O próximo já vai ser valendo a lista.
Here they are, and again, this time it will be Connor who goes first, tries to go through one of his combos. As we mentioned, he also has quite a unique list with set rotation and a few cash tira cards. But we see the cherry, I think.
Here comes the
Instant
instant
fusion já.
and Sonny,
Ooh, but what a punish.
Does he have cherry?
Because I'm pretty sure he has cherry and he cannot use it. So it's the biggest punish, the instant fusion, because it needs your opponent to have a monster.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, it can be a really good card, but the one instant fusion is the huge punish for this card. Very unfortunate here by Sonny, who will quickly need to find out another card, and it's not easy.
Não, mas tem gente que é desorganizada as fuck mesmo.
Yeah, because now here you really have to think
Tem
about
gente que é
where
realmente desorganizada
to
pra
activate
caralho.
cherry on, because also looking at Sonny extra deck.
Instant Fusion, Kit Kalos, buscou a trap lá.
Doing on either Sprite Elf
Campo.
or the Zeus. That's the only two cards he can actually banish from Connor's extra deck.
O
Very unfortunate,
Planet,
as
né?
mentioned, it would have been
Primeiro ao Planet,
devastating,
busca
any
de
other,
novo.
situation. But now it's more of a negative than a positive in his end. But now let's see these mills.
Oh, Shifter!
Shifter, never mind.
Wow. Okay.
He has
Ai.
both. So Shifter coming
Ai,
down
dói.
from Sonny. What a shock. This is huge.
Yeah, this is very powerful, honestly, here. Because,
Shifterzinho
now your opponent is
doloroso.
basically forced either into go and
Não, mas no outro jogo ele não deu Shifter. No outro jogo ele não deu
with the
Shifter,
fast he
não.
might be taking the dimensional barrier, honestly. I think he took the barrier. We missed it.
Kit Kalos banida porque foi Instant Fusion, né? Segue o baile.
Yeah, but as expected, it just sets.
Não foi um turno muito forte do Charla, não, mas é porque ele levou Shifter, né? Foi um turno muito potente do Charla, não. Mas ele levou Shifter, então dá pra entender.
Did he just set one?
I think he sets.
Yeah,
I think he said one.
Shifter
maybe.
meio que desligou o Charla ali.
Sonny, yeah.
Wow.
Only a couple
Ih,
of
setou
face
só
down
12 e
cards,
passou?
No cash tiras for Sonny. And this Shifter, which looked like it could have been the
Ah,
easy
Kaleido.
path to a 2-0,
Aí fudeu.
has actually just been the best card in his hand. He doesn't have anything else going on.
Ah, é, ele deu Tribute Summon, mas ele não usou o Shifter. Ele não chegou a usar, verdade, ele deu Tribute. Bem lembrado. Mas quando eu digo é porque ele brincou com o Shifter, ele não usou, né? Ele teve que tributar. Ajudou ele a desbrincar no Game State, mas...
Couple of back rows which most likely are not gonna do much. You take it.
And now he sends to the graveyard the Shayrin, and yeah, it looks like maybe Son might be holding an Infinite Impermanence. Let's see.
Cheirinho, descartou, tomou Sherrys. Aí dói, hein? Tomar um item Sherrys aí. Maravilha, perdeu 3 do extra.
Yeah, going through his options, he's gonna probably have to get rid of a Zeus or no?
Pior que não adiantou muito, não.
Maybe he was hoping that he had another Kid Carlos.
Não tinha outra Kit Kalos, ele já tinha usado a Kit
You can
Kalos.
see Sonny smiling, he got bluffed, I guess, or just as you mentioned, there are quite a few people playing Chu, so he had to take the risk and he banished, declared at least the Kid Kalos, but his opponent is only playing the one copy and will now attack, but we see an enemy controller.
Okay.
Why though? Do you think it's necessary to use it here?
No, I think I will just you know, kept it.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like it's
it's not over
at all.
Yeah.
Like you would keep it all the time, especially because it's amazing with Zeus. If now your opponent commits to a Baguska, for example, you take it.
Não lembro que fusão é aquela que ele botou ali, não.
Here from the Italian, and let's see, we could see the dark.
Esse é o Dark.
That is the case. With this can then turn into a sprint, and Beatrice is the way we have seen this already previously on today.
Beatriz.
Yeah.
Great recognition by Connor, and as mentioned, this is looking rough for the Italian player.
Ashe na
who has an
Beatriz.
Ashe, but this is just such a minus.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing that Sonny can do at this point.
One last draw to save the day. Does he pick up anything? He's gonna
Agora
get
vai jogar,
a
hein?
draw phase activation of the Beatrice. Only entraps in the graveyard from Sonny. And yeah, we get to see the Sherin. Shuffling back a couple of cards. Let's see. Yeah. We see the Kaleido just getting rid of the last card from Sonny, which is... Let's see.
It was
Another enemy controller, yeah. What a end.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And only 2 cards left. And yeah, he picks up his cards. Unfortunately, the shifter was not enough. We are going to
Eu
game
falei,
3.
agora fodeu. Ele tem que abrir bem agora, senão ele perde.
Sometimes that's just how life goes. I am pretty sure Connor Hart stopped for a moment when he saw that shifter. He was probably just thinking, oh well, this is over and I'm going at least to the next round with my first defeat. But never say never. He kept his composure, and in the end he was able to, thanks to the very, very low power and from the Italian, he had nothing to do. He pretty much had all of these main deck or side deck cards for the matchup.
Não, se ele der draw de shifter já é bom demais. Se ele começar, fizer a play dele e der shifter, tá bom demais.
That we are gonna see a game free for one main reason, that is Artifact Sanctum, one of my favorite cards of all time, and now we'll see it in action from the Italian, because he's siding 3 copies of the alongside Dimensional Barrier, so he's going really aggressive going first in this matchup. We'll see if that pays off, but I gotta say I like it.
Yeah, no, I really like the idea, honestly, because I think your deck is very set up for this kind of matchup, and also in general, if you
Pena que a Reaper dele errou, né? Ele tentou dar Reaper numa Kit Kalos, o cara só tinha uma. Adiantou nada, gastou uma Reaper à toa.
Also, if you go first, you have the Grave Creeper Inscription, which...
Yeah, it's even more. Basically going first, he has 3 Sanctum, 3 Inscription, and 2 Barriers, which is so much alongside the shifters that can really understand why he's doing so well. And we have mentioned it, how in these huge events with, as mentioned, basically 2,400 players, you really need to win those early rounds to guarantee to play against tier. So, our players are basically ready, so let's go to the table to find out who will be the winner of round 7.
Vamos ver quem vai ganhar.
Okay. Let's see the start, and it is the inscription, which we have not seen too much of yet, but it's such a great card from the Italian. It can do so much. It will be used to.
Caralho, o cara tá usando carta nova de Gravekeeper, velho.
From yeah, Connor asking for a translation, but great card because it prevents them.
Meu Deus, o cara usou a carta nova de
Will
Gravekeeper.
not only negate any possible Avnis in the end, but the next turn
só pra fuder o coleguinha. Aí ele vai dar um Prosperity.
Now even the Prosperity to search for some of his combo cards. This is looking like a very strong opening by Sonny.
Yeah, because now he's going to banish 6 cards, and let's see what he picks up.
É que ela é nova, né? Não imaginei que ele usaria ela, não. Olha, falar não, hein? Os draw dele foi bom ali, hein? É óbvio. Unicórnio. Castira. Só vejo Shifter. Castira. Deck dos Alien. Praticamente uns alienzão. Entrou Unicorn.
Yeah. So basically just starting with Unicorn you can set up on the field the Shangri-La. Plus
ele vai adicionar mais spell e trap do deck.
And, just the Unicorn alone. So
meteu a nova. Predador? Não bem essa vibe. Não exatamente essa vibe. Pegou o brabo ali que é o Fenrir. Já vai ter Shangri-La garantido. Pegou o de level 4. Level 4 é o Rise Heart, né? Botou Rise Heart no campo. Rise Heart também faz busca. Na verdade, ele bane um Castira pra banir 3 do topo do oponente. Aí ele bane top 3. Beleza. Aí tendo ali ele fica também level 7, né? 3-7. Vai fazer 89? Não, ele fez o grandão dos Castira. O novo. Arise Heart. E passou. Só o Arise Heart sozinho eu acho meio merda, mas como ele deu a magia dos Gravekeeper, ele ferrou um pouco o amiguinho ali.
He drew it and Sonny decided to play around it by stopping at 4 summons when, as you mentioned, he could have gone a step further.
And I think this is in general well played. Just you don't really want to risk anything, honestly.
Yeah, so with the inscription, really you can.
Ih, set rotation, viado.
Now we see a set rotation come down. The only interesting thing is that in this matchup, he cannot really use it to the full power.
Deu o campinho deles pra ele. Qual que ele deu pra ele? Não vi ali. Ah, tá. É o dos Castira. Tá bom. Ah, mas o banimento sempre foi assim, virado de lado em cima do cemitério, Ghost. Geralmente.
Because now he gets the Fenrir, I believe. It's one of the few cards he has in the deck, right?
Yeah.
And he will use it probably to try and attack to activate his effect. Let's see.
Would you have activated though the Arise Art on the planet?
I guess he's considering it, but then he probably wants to wait.
Fenrir entra. O foda desses Castira é que eles entram muito fácil.
At the same time, it's not that big of a punish. You can play around
Fenrir.
But let's see. In case it doesn't chain directly to it, so you can get rid of the Fenrir. But I agree with you that he could have thought about it, but maybe, you know, it could be a bluff if he has the Ferry in the end. But I think he didn't wait for it. He's gonna allow it. And this is definitely an interesting decision by Sonny. Because now this does not allow you to do much. You have to wait for the start of battle phase, I think.
Yeah. Now he goes for the Shireen.
Cheirinho.
Interesting.
Cheirinho. Entrou.
Okay. Yeah.
Botou a matéria mais no Arise, com a defeito. Bateu de cabeça.
Yeah.
I think I would have used the Ariser.
No, yeah, I think Sonny didn't catch this. Unfortunately, might be the nerves of playing on future that gets to him, but this is definitely a misstep in the way he has been playing until now.
Tirou.
Unfortunate.
Nossa, comeu a barriga.
Honestly, he had every tool he needed to win this game smoothly. I don't think anything could have gone wrong, and unfortunately, he didn't catch his opponent intention, which was, as mentioned, using Shireen for this exact reason. Because even then, he could have actually chained to the Shireen the Arise Art on the Ferry.
É verdade.
Exactly. I think that
comeu barriga feia, hein?
And we see the instant fusion. Okay.
Instant fusion, vai vir Kit Kalos.
You basically prevent your opponent selfing.
Ah não, ele pôs o Modragon. Faz sentido, ele quer ir pra Bagusca, né?
But it's, again, it doesn't really matter. I think as long
Ah não, ele fez Time Tiff. Ah, ele vai pro outro combo.
It's too risky.
Fez o redor. Dá pra fazer redor no Charlaments.
There are also 10 minutes left, which means that his opponent is getting ahead on life. And Sonny has 3 cards in his hand, so now he goes up to 4.
Vai roubar o topo, roubou em perma.
It's a trap, which is huge.
Roubou em
Getting a trap
perma.
is huge because it turns the Redoer into an effective removal. Spinning one back. Let's
Triste,
see
hein?
if Sonny has enough.
Qual que é essa magiazinha aí? Ah, ele deu a Birth.
Yeah, Birth is definitely a good way to start things off.
Ele deu a Birth.
But yeah, as we mentioned, the Redoer is really, really good. Yeah. Trap was by far the best he could have revealed.
Dá até pra tirar esse redor daí, mas o problema é que ele roubou justo uma trap, cara. E é em perma ainda. É em perma na mão do cara, tirava o redor fácil. Sozinho. Porque aí o cara ia obrigar a banir, aí ia ficar de campo aberto. Aí ele ia, né? Agora já não dá mais pra fazer isso. Vai ter que gastar o redor pra poder jogar.
And it's surprising that he didn't use it, right?
Yeah. Okay, goes for the Unicorn instead.
Because he could have used it to just bounce back the Birth.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, I guess the Theosis with the Unicorn.
Yeah, he can flip it. Sonny checking if adding a tier element was mandatory, but it's not. It's not like Oracle of Zephyra, which is the key spiral combo that used to be played. But
é por isso que ele deu a carta, né?
We get to see this, and Connor is not really interacting.
He could have done the Redoer here, and Sonny would have not have summoned it.
Now we get to see the Farrier in action.
É que ele quer dar o redor num possível Exceed que entrar, ele não quer dar antes. Ele poderia dar antes, mas ele quer dar no Exceed que entrar. Ele não liga do cara tá buscando.
Because I'm thinking on What do you think Connor wants to use the Redoer then?
Tá esperando o Exceed entrar.
It's definitely tough to figure
A hora
out.
que vier o Exceed aí vai dar o redor, certeza.
I would have even used it as soon as the birth came.
Então, eu faria parecido, velho. Eu nessa situação aí, eu faria quase a mesma coisa que ele tá fazendo. Que é a única opção agora do cara do caixa de tirar o redor no Exceed. Ele não consegue tirar padrão. Ah lá, falei? Ele foi pro Exceed, olha lá. Agora ele toma. Falei? Ah lá, Big Zóio, tá vendo? É óbvio que ele ia fazer um Big Zóio. Agora ele tira.
It's not seen since the Dragon Rulers, I feel like. Such a long time ago. What a throwback.
Agora vai dar no Big Zóio, né? Burro. Pode ser um bait, mas vai ter que dar no Big Zóio. Dois 7, né? É difícil o meta que tem rank 7. Então, quando tem, ele tá jogando. Geralmente.
I think they're just giving his opponent a translation. I mean, can't blame him if you have not played. This card was probably played the last time in 2013, which is 10 years ago, by the way. I feel old now.
Depende, mano.
Yeah, I feel
Depende.
really old.
Tem alguns decks que usavam sim, mas não no competitivo, né?
He decides to go for the Redoer.
Redor sai banido.
Why he has been waiting for so long. Honestly, on both sides, I feel like they risked it way too much that I would have been comfortable with.
Ixi, trigou?
Yep.
Ah, é, trigou cemitério, né? Esse que é o foda do Charla, velho. Tudo triga, mano. Cagou uma cheirinha ainda. Cheirinho não, Kit Kalos. Kit Kalos tomou Ash. Levou uma Ash na cara aí, a Kit Kalos.
It's not that easy, but I think it starts things off. Is it the Scareclaw?
Ah, Scareclaw. Do Kashira, tem a versão de lá, né? Baniu. Ele bate em defesa, inclusive, esse bicho aí.
He does. So in normal summons, gets it back, as mentioned, by banishing the Theosis. So this was great by the Italian.
Nossa!
Ooh, but there is the we gotta act as if we're Sonny now.
Aí muda tudo.
This hurts so much also because of the Kit Kalos.
Yeah.
Nibiru.
They're just counting the summons, of course.
Não, é 5 summons. Deu 5. Se deu. É os dois, o Exceed, a Kit Kalos e esse bicho aí. 5. Deu 5, sim. Aí ele trigou o Nibiru no Scareclaw, já era. Vai limpar tudo. Manda tudo embora. A Kit Kalos triga no Grave. Fodeu. Charla vai ganhar. Difícil agora voltar. Agora ela lava agora.
Nibiru comes down here, unfortunately for Sonny. Now 5 cards being milled.
Kind of a whiff, but it depends
Que
if he
bom
has,
que ele milou 5 merda pro cara do caixa, senão ia ser pior.
On the mills, giving the little bit of hope left by Sonny.
Lembrando que o redor vai voltar, hein? Lembrando que o redor vai voltar. O Bastide.
I think you can go for Dark.
Yeah, even just Dark, if there is a target, would be enough. Let's see. Is there anything in the grave from Sonny that he can take? He's gonna go for
Foi
Dark.
pro Dark.
To just destroy the token. And yeah, check the graveyard. And I think Connor is doing a great job. Let's see.
Bateu de redor.
So he just enters battle phase, so giving his opponent another turn.
There was no target.
Yeah, there were no darks. So now he has probably been forced to either go for a sprint. Yeah.
Ele vai fazer um Link 3.
He's gonna go for a sprint.
Sprinder do Splice.
Sending them early, and one last turn remaining. Then after this,
Dois no
for
caso,
Sonny
né?
to try and fight
Jogou a
back with
Merli.
1,000 life points and 3 minutes on the clock.
Jogou Merli. Fez. Reino Heart.
Kaleido Heart, it's the
Kaleido
field.
Heart.
Face down is back, and yeah, Sonny with his shoulders against the wall, trying to stay in this game with just 3 minutes remaining. Does so by using Birth as the first card. Definitely a great option to start things off, but he needs to play as quickly as possible. He really is in a tough spot.
Nossa.
Yeah, even the Saliek, wow.
Tomou a trap ainda do Charla.
This hurts a lot. Yeah. This seems like it will be too much now.
A Suliek.
As Kaleido is summoned back, and he even gets to go into another fusion. Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
Now gets rid of the Birth. And could go into a Stapelia if he feels like that's safe enough to guarantee the game.
Ah, fez o bichão lá. Novo. O Garuda. Não, o deck ele vira muito rápido, tá ligado? Ele tem muito potencial.
Needing a miracle to stay in this with 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
2-7 de novo. Outro Big Zóio? Cara, quer Big Zóio mesmo, hein?
It's gonna enter battle phase to attack over sprint. Interesting choice there.
Só pra isso? Batendo Sprinder? Vai querer roubar quem? O Kaleido? Que aí eu acho que não dá muito bom, velho. Ele tentar roubar o Kaleido. Ah, ele subiu Zeus! Oh, aí sim. Ah, maneiro, maneiro, maneiro. Subiu o Zeus. Ah, é, o Dragon Estapelia nega, né? Pô, aí é triste.
Unfortunately, just has to set a face down card and pass play back to his opponent.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Sonny.
Yeah.
There was nothing else that he could have done.
It seems like we will see an handshake quite soon. An attack is declared.
Sanctum
flipped, just trying to stay in this game as much as he can. With this site being used defensively, at least I got one used. I can't complain too much about it. But yeah. Only a matter of seconds now before time is called. And
o cara ainda vai dar triple talents, velho. Que filho da puta.
And yeah,
acabou o
time
tempo.
Is called handshake, and it is Connor who wins round 7.
É, tem como não. Charlemagne ainda lavando mesmo. Ali. Mesmo com o Cashra ganhando todo o suporte que ganhou dessa última coleção, não peito Charla não.
Both successful and known players in their own community. Connor in the UK and Sonny in Italy, but they really tried their best to claim and go with a 7-0 record. In the end, unfortunately though, it was more of a one-side show, I think, from both sides, trying their best, but the comeback was accomplished by Connor, who I gotta say, credits to both, but Connor losing game 1. Game 2 he sees a shifter and he's able to come back from a shifter, and then in game 3 once again crushing opening by his opponent, but I gotta say a little bit of a misstep by Sonny with the Ferrir situation. Could have handled it a lot better,
Yeah,
I
he
gotta
would have
say.
used it on the blind. Unfortunately, I think that would have been
Yeah.
quite different.
For sure, but sometimes that's how it is. Nerves can get to you. Hopefully, Sonny will be able to stay in this, and we'll see it again in the top cut. But thank you guys for being with us. This was our last future match, at least talking about the Italian team. Me and Alberto will leave you to the lovely Germans, and we'll see you tomorrow at the beginning for the first round of day 2. Me and Alberto will be back. So thank you for having us, but now our winner Connor is ready with Ed.
Agora o cara vai dar entrevista.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, I am here with Con, who's just won round 7 here of our feature match. Congratulations. So talk to us a little bit about your deck, because it's tier, but with a bit of Bestial, with a bit of Cashtira. Talk to us a bit about the composition of your deck.
Right, so it's very standard. It's took inspiration from like Water Jewel and the list before and the list I played at Dortmund. So I'm only on 1 Miller, like 1 Fenrir, this tiniest little cash package for set rotation. As I just wanted more copies of Planet, and Planet is the card that wins you the games all the time, so just max out on those.
Out of curiosity, why not any of the Ishizu ones in there?
So in the mirrors, the better players, when you invent all this chaos in the game, right? You go like 5 on sleep, 5 on the side, you get like channeling 10, especially for these longer round tournaments, you're going to fatigue. And I just didn't want to fatigue, and then also, well, I'm just going to win anyway when I'm better than them.
Okay, good confidence. Okay.
Não, não, não. Acabou ainda não.
There's quite a lot going on. There's a lot of back and forth with Kashtira. So there was a lot of the Book of Eclipse defensively in game 1 from him. Yeah. What were you thinking at that moment? Because that was an unusual choice, but it worked.
So I was trying.
Os comentaristas que não... Que vão trocar, tá ligado? Porque os comentaristas não ficam o dia todo, né? Eles vão intercalando. Mas ainda vai, eu acho que vai ter mais 2 rodadas hoje ainda. Porque normalmente YCS dura 9 rodadas. Aí eles fazem todas as rodadas num dia e deixam o top pro outro, tá ligado? Acredito eu que vai ser assim.
And then there was a number of different bits with Tribute Summoning Shifter to make Donna Dagger for hire, to out the Baguska, the Rise Heart really laying on the pressure for you. But then with the Diablosis, the Mind Hacker, you ended up just Scooby. So what's going through your mind with all those?
You really need to draw non-engine versus cash. And I just didn't draw any non-engine, so engine versus engine, cash is just way better. It's like, it just destroys you like when it's engine versus engine. And then we saw that like games 2 and 3 when like started drawing more of the non-engine cards, I had a bit more of an edge. So yeah, just keep it up, give more saves.
O Donkey Kong foi? Eu mandei o print lá ainda no grupo. Lá tava 60. Tava no meio do jogo, inclusive. Não tava nem em menu, né? Lá eu tava jogando mesmo. Eu dei o print no meio do gameplay. Tá 60. Tudo rodou certinho. O único jogo que não rodou bem, de fato que é mais pesado, foi o Bafo. O resto rodou tudo. Aí o Pokémon eu deletei porque eu achei pai. O resto tá tudo aqui ainda instalado. Tem 6 jogos de Wii U instalado aqui.
I just want to play conservatively, don't want to give him any like chances to win. You know, I managed to thrust for D-Shifter and I have search meta noise. So like, the moment he even starts playing, it's like it's already over. If you have to set a shift dimensional barrier and you're not flipping it turn 2, it's over. It's curtains.
Because there was also the Ghost Reaper Winter Cherries. Basically, this was a really hard round for him, or a hard game, because it just bad luck after bad luck. But that Ghost Reaper Winter Cherries, declare the Kit Kalos, you only have 1.
Yeah, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. No, there's actually theory to it. So, you know, if you're playing 2 kit, 1 Zeus, and if you're compared to if you're playing 1 kit, 1 Zeus, they're still taking Zeus, because that's the thing that breaks the board. So there's no point playing a second slot and having a 14 card extra deck when, again, I've only played 1 cash this event. So it hasn't come up. And, you know, and it's spot, there's better cards, so no point.
You exude confidence and calmness about this deck. It's interesting to see. So there was a lot of things. The Dark to Summon Shifter from Sunny's Grave, overlaid with the Garura for Beatrice. Then there was the Fusion Collider Heart using Pellerino on enemy controller. So basically, he bricked the 2 set enemy controllers, no follow-up to Shifter, so he scooped. We then get into game 3. The Gravekeeper's Inscription from Sonny, which is
Ah, eu gostei, velho.
you're inhaling through your
Vou pôr ele aqui, peraí.
What's that say to you when that
Eu tava jogando Capcom vs SNK porque eu tava com ideia do que jogar, eu não queria continuar o Kingdom Hearts ainda hoje. Eu abro ele aqui, peraí.
They printed a second shifter, so we've got to deal with it, right? Six copies of shifter, so yeah, I'm thinking like I've got to get lucky. I've got to like draw into my non-engine, and my hand was like no non-engine either. So yeah, managed to pull it out somehow.
But yeah, it was lots of things like the Rise Heart getting 3 level 7s for a Rise Heart, and then you banished a Rise Heart with Fenrir. The big interaction between Big Eye and Time Thief Redoer as well, and then Time Thief Redoer was sort of doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. The Kit Kalos got hit by Ash Blossom. And then he got hit by the Nibiru. So I think everyone on stream might have seen you draw the Nib, and they were waiting for that. So you were really keeping patience there for that.
Yeah, so I set it up so I could like start milling during my turn, but like I drew the Nib, and then I'm thinking to myself, I don't actually have to like try and RNG it with the Kashtira kit to Kashtira tier anymore, because I'm able just to like make kit, search. Obviously it got negated, but that's fine because the body's still on board. And the moment I nib, it's like I'm milling 5, so I'm milling more cards. So again, it just made it better for me drawing the nib. And
Vou comprar alguma coisa na padaria antes. Que com certeza o YCS, primeira fase, vai acabar antes do RPG, então tá tranquilo. Aí o RPG é só às 8 mesmo. Até lá dá pra brincar um pouquinho no Donkey Kong e nas outras coisas. Vem já, só uma padaria rapidinho.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is good, but anything can happen.
But is there anything that you're a bit anxious about going up against with your current deck? You seem pretty confident about all of this, so I think you're probably going against everything with sort of an open mind ability to go forward.
Yeah, there's no real bad matchup. There's obviously the matchups like the other shifter decks. They are what they are. You prepare for them, you play them, and you know if they have it, they have it. So.
I admire your attitude, Connor. I really wish you the best of luck throughout this. Congratulations again on this round. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got one more of these rounds, and then that's it for today. But then we've got loads more Swiss and all of our top cuts coming tomorrow. But there's still one more to go. We'll see you shortly.
So many strong single cards like Snatch Steel, like Heavy Storm, like BLS, Pot of Greed, Graceful. You really want to draw into them. So you play all these turbo cards like Jar of Greed and Upstart Goblin so you can get there faster.
Yeah, definitely. Basically reducing your deck count by a couple of cards just makes you draw your powerful one-offs more often, as you just perfectly explained. And also one thing I really like about Jar of Greed is you can more often just set 2 back rows because your opponent will be like, yeah, that's a free Heavy Storm because I'm making +1, and then you're like, hey, I have Jar of Greed, so it's actually just a trade-off. Yeah. Or Jar of Greed twice would even be better, and there's Magician of Fate for the Pot of Greed, and Marcello can't believe it. Both of them now on 9k life because of Upstart Goblins on both sides, and he just instantly leaves it in the spell trap zone, resolving the Pot of Greed. And there's also the Nobleman of Crossout already in his hand, and I think he's going to go for it.
Usually you would maybe wait for the Nobleman of Crossout until you are absolutely sure that there's a Magician of Faith face down. It was the Magical Merchant, which is not going to get banished any further. There's only one in the deck. But at this hand size that Alberto has, it just makes sense to directly
you want to trade 1 for 1, definitely, because you're so far ahead right now, and you don't want to give Marcello the chance to also draw his powerful cards that are generating card advantage, and therefore you are trying to go for aggressive approach here. You are normal summoning Sanguine, and now both the Magician of Fate and the Sanguine are going to attack, and that brings Marcello down in life points a little bit more. Also, I think Alberto actually checked his back row, and it's interesting because I think I saw Jar of Greed in his back row at least one time, and he's just not even activating it because he wants Marcello to commit something into the card so he can just chain it, and he doesn't need the draws right now. He's in a very, very, very solid position, so he doesn't need to resolve those necessarily.
Sanguine, by the way, a card that has been popular in a few formats ago. I think Nationals 2022.
Yeah. People started using this as a normal summon to then summon out the Arborea after link summoning into
the Arborea,
exactly. Yeah, and then you could summon it away, and you instantly had access to Crystal and Halkifi Brax with the 1 card that Sanguine is. That's pretty cool indeed. And now there's 2 Sanguines staring at each other, 6 eyes looking on the field right now. Quite a stare-up, and there's a tribute summon for Thunderdragon now.
We see that a lot apparently in these matches so far. Sanguine is going to trigger and get the Sinister Serpent, so there is so much good discard fodder for Alberto.
And look, Marcello already banished a light and a dark for Alberto, but Alberto's like, no, no, no. I have to draw into my Black Luster Soldier Envoy of the beginning first with that Jar of Greed. And is it happening now? Okay, no, he revealed the Sinister Serpent once more. And just another Jar of Greed, as he said, you can just set multiples, fool your opponent into believing you don't have, you actually are targetable for Heavy Storm. Well, look, even my Marcello now has set multiple back rows, and there is the Light in the Dark being banished for Chaos Sorcerer.
And he uses the player priority, which still worked back then on the monster effects, to just immediately banish the Sanguine before anything like a bottomless trapple or something like that can
Look
happen.
at the hand of Alberto. He has like 8 cards in his hand there, and one of them was Solemn Judgment, which is a super good card.
Really interesting choice by Alberto to summon the Chaos Sorcerer in attack position, because it cannot attack after activating the effect, and you open yourself up to Mirror Force.
You're right, there would have been a quite nice Mirror Force there for Marcello, but he doesn't have it. He only uses Scapegoat to protect himself there. I think I see a Metamorphosis in his hand, so we might be seeing the tribute of one of those Scapegoat tokens for one of those Thousand Eyes Restrict. I tried to do that on Alberto. He countered it immediately with the Argeki break, which was quite frustrating.
And he has one again.
There is... Yeah, okay, we have the Metamorphosis. Let's see, is there something on the Thousand Eyes Restrict? There indeed is the Raigeki break. Yep.
Discard the Sinister Serpent. Exactly, this card will return in the standby phase if Alberto does not forget about it, which happens quite a lot, to be honest.
I mean, for us, because we're fools and we're losing in the top 4 versus those guys. But
I mean, we made top 4.
At least that, at least that.
This is something to be proud of.
Absolutely. But yeah, those two are really good. So, what are we thinking about now?
Sinister Serpent, by the way, also available in Speed Duel, as you can see.
Yeah, very cool, definitely. So, that Raigeki break certainly will be used on the Thousand Eyes Restrict. Like there's no discussion. What else would you target there? You just immediately want to go after this. And... Oh, we have enemy controller. That's kind of nice, so that makes the Raigeki break miss. And we also are going to get a monster from our opponent's side. And I mean, I'm looking at that Chaos Sorcerer. Of course, we are trying to get that Chaos Sorcerer there.
Yeah, and then you can activate the effect of Chaos Sorcerer to banish itself. To
oh, but there's Solemn Judgment on that!
That is a big investment on Alberto's side.
That's quite costly in terms of life points, 4,500 life points, but that also brings the card advantage game even more into the favor of Alberto, because Marcello doesn't have a whole lot of cards in hand left, and we know Alberto has still like 6 cards or something in his hand. Look, he's shuffling. I think I see Gravekeeper Spy, Breaker.
Yeah, Breaker could be crucial here unless this set card is a Torrential Tribute. If Alberto normal summons the Breaker, then it has to be Torrential, otherwise Marcello is in a horrible spot.
Look, he's not missing the Sinister Serpent, of course, so it's back in the hand. And it's a bunch of monsters for Alberto. That's quite crazy.
Yeah, that's not that good for him, by the way,
really,
because you really want to, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Or standard format, you sometimes have crazy combos if you open 5 monsters, but in 2005, having 5 monsters means you have 1 play at a turn.
Yep. Oh, and there it is. The Breaker uses its priority to get a counter, and then also using the effect. So when it's already using the effect to remove the counter, that means there was no response on the summon, so I don't think it's a Torrential Tribute there.
No, absolutely not. Can it at least be a Jar of Greed for Marcello Barberi? It is Ring of Destruction, and Alberto is getting dangerously low on health.
So maybe... I was considering whether Alberto should have used the Chaos Sorcerer effect first, but the problem is Chaos Sorcerer is not as good as his big brother Black Luster Soldier, so you can't banish face-down monsters, because I think otherwise... Related? Yeah, I would say so. They're definitely at least brothers, maybe cousins. They could be cousins, I will give them that. But yeah, the Black Luster Soldier could banish face-down monsters, but... Ooh, we gotta go after the Thunder Dragon here, interestingly enough.
And I think that maybe in the graveyard of Alberto, there is not a dark monster, but another light monster. So maybe this is the reason why he used Ring of Destruction in it.
Probably,
so
yeah.
Can't be another.
And Magician of Fate. So it looks like Marcello might be getting back into this here. Do we just go after another Metamorphosis? I can see that, honestly. let's just go after another Metamorph and let's try it again. Okay, we go after the enemy controller. Alright, alright. 1 token left for Marcello. So that is still a card you can tribute for the effect of enemy controller.
It is starting to look kind of decent for Marcello, because if Alberto passes on this, and wow, there is a Chaos Sorcerer.
Oh, and
This is
immediately
game. This is game! He can just enemy controller, tribute the token, take over the Chaos Sorcerer and attack over Breaker and attack with his own Chaos Sorcerer. There was so much card advantage on Alberto's side, but he only had monsters to play with.
Holy, that was looking super, super good for Alberto. I was already seeing him with the trophy in his hands. Like, he probably imagined it like himself too, but maybe that Solemn Judgment was a little bit too risky. Was it really necessary to stop that enemy controller there? Because you're just giving up monsters on the board. And let's be honest, you have enough monsters in your hand. You have enough follow-up monsters to just keep on chilling. And the question is, what is your opponent even going to do with that Chaos Sorcerer? Because he's taking the enemy controller. Oh yeah, but that means they can't. Yeah, actually that means he cannot get rid of his own monsters. So probably would have been a lot better to just not do that, not taking the risk of losing a game there. But that means the first alternative format champion of the weekend is Marcello Barberi.
Marcello Barberi again.
Congratulations from the German side. Very, very, very cool final and very in style. And I've heard that Ed actually will interview our 2005 champion. So let's give it over to Marcello and Ed.
Hello guys, yes, I am here with both of our duelists in the final round. Obviously, Marcello, congratulations on your win. Before we come over to you, Alberto, commiserations on not quite taking home this time Wizard Format trophy. How do you feel? How do you felt that you played?
It was good, always, honestly, to play this format. We always enjoy, playing this kind of decks, and brings back old memories, So it was a good one. So
I really like watching it because it's so good to see all the classic cards that we knew back in the day sort of still being played on these feature matches here in 2023. But obviously, Marcello, going to have to come over to you. Congratulations. You've won the March 05 Time Wizard Format tournament. How do you feel?
Really good, really good. Now a two-time tournament champion of the casters. So we're going 3 for 3 or maybe 4 for 4. That's my goal. But no, we need Pot of Grit to win, I guess. So I am really glad. I enjoyed it a lot, as Alberto mentioned. I think it's a great way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Just like we are gonna do tomorrow and whole day. So it's really refreshing and I love it.
Well, great. Congratulations again. And we've still got more commentator tournaments coming your way. But obviously, the main thing for us to focus on here are your feature matches for the main event here at YCS Leon. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coverage coming your way.
Voltei. Peguei chuva no caminho, lá no cu. Eu fiquei, cara, vou só sair pra ir na padaria. Chove. Desgraça. E o bolo ainda que eu achei que tava bom, tá mó seco.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists. Available for pre-order now, the Pot
Calma aí.
Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Tomar no cu. Pior que foi muito meme, velho. O dia inteiro, tá ligado? Que calor do inferno. Ah, vou lá buscar alguma coisa na padaria. Chove. Desgraça. Chocolate mesmo, era o que tinha. Crachá não. Ih, vai crachar. Será que eu não consigo rodar ele sem ser sozinho? Que quando eu fui tentar rodar também, que eu tava assistindo live as paradas, ele crashou por falta de memória RAM, velho. Esse jogo deve puxar mais. Vou ter que fechar stream. Não stream. Fechar coisa de Yu-Gi-Oh! Que eu tô assistindo então. Pra pelo menos jogar ele. Foda que se eu fecho a stream eu não consigo ver, né? Vou fazer o seguinte então. Ter um PC merda é foda mesmo, né, velho? Tem que tentar fazer milagre. Cadê o celular? Eu boto no celular e a hora que for a partida eu volto. Não, eu falei que o problema era a RAM. Eu já tinha visto que era a RAM o problema. Pra mim não tinha dúvida. Porque quando ele crasha desse jeito, eu pesquisei na net e falou: se ele crasha sem dar mensagem de erro nenhuma, provavelmente é RAM. RAM, processador, tá ligado? É ausência de processamento e memória. Não é problema de configuração. E como o meu processador tá de boa, porque aqui na live não tá acusando nada, tá ligado? Em nenhum lugar, é a RAM. Porque o que suga a RAM é a merda do Chrome, tá ligado? Chrome sugador de RAM. Então, quando é um joguinho que puxa mais RAM, aí é foda, tá ligado? Também 4 GB, 4 GB hoje não dá pra nada mesmo, né? 4 GB hoje é brincadeira de criança mesmo. Ah, é, foi um Exosister que foi amassado, verdade. Tava tentando lembrar o resultado do round 5. Tinha esquecido que era um Exosister. Beleza, tá rodando aqui. Quando for a partida, eu volto, abro aqui o navegador de novo e boto na tela. Que agora vai. O que? Quer ver, ó? A diferença que agora ele vai abrir? Que é só de estar rodando a live lá, ele gasta a RAM que era necessária pra rodar o jogo. Olha, abriu até mais rápido agora. Só de não estar executando a live lá, ele já até abriu mais rápido. Falei, ó. Passou, tá vendo? Era RAM. Falei? O jogo começa. Bora lá. Olha lá, lisinho, ó. Do jeito que eu tava jogando em off, lisinho. Fico surpreso, velho, como que o PC aguenta, tá ligado? O emulador realmente de Wii U foi bem otimizado. Isso streamando, né? Então, streamando, inclusive, né? Incrível, né, cara? É bizarro dizer, né? Mas esse é o último jogo do Mamako Kong, né? Tipo, novo. E é de 9 anos atrás, cara. Pra você ver como é que abandonaram o Mamako, tá ligado? É de 2014 isso aqui. Ah, tem o mesmo esquema de rodar e pular mais longe, olha lá. Vai pular longe pra caralho desse jeito. Calma aí. Ah. É isso mesmo. Mas tem outra aqui? Não, mas por ali... Ah, tem ali em cima. Make sense, then. Ué, tem mais uma ali? Não, 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 volta. O que tem mais uma aqui? Ah, banana. Não entendi, mas tudo bem. Checkpoint. Ai! É que eu queria vir por baixo. Aê, mamaquinho. Nossa! Eu achei que ia chegar. Ah, ele tem 2 vidas também, o mamaquinho. O Diddy Kong. Tem 2. Pera aí. Já entendi. Ah, make sense. Ah, você recupera as bagaças. Entendi. Ai, pulei errado. Foi bunda mesmo. Ó, que da hora. Tá, eu atirei um pouquinho antes. Ah, é verdade, ó, o LR aqui, né? Tá, mas aqui eu já tinha pegado. Ei, os pinguim! Toma aí. Ah, caralho, caiu no spin, mas eu fui boa também. Pera aí. Nossa, fui direto. Pera aí. Tora ele. Boa. Ah, não, é o L. Tinha esquecido disso. Opa! Virou vida. Pô, mas vai ficar easy peasy. Vai ficar muito easy. Passamos de fase. Faltou 2 letras. O load. Calma. Ah, beleza. É, quando tá carregando a bagaça ali já dá uma demorada a mais. Mas no load não tem problema. Shipwreck Shore. Let's go. Sim. Ah, o ZL ele gruda. Beleza. Tá. Opa, tinha que ter pulado ali já. Vambora. Aqui é a Dix. Legal que tem um barril de cada, né? Aí você troca quem que você quer ficar com o mamaco. Ela cai mais lerda também? Ah, ela voa mesmo. Olha lá. Ela dá tipo um dash pra cima. Ok. Ah, apanhei. Eu rolei primeiro. Vai pra lá. Nossa, quase eu peguei ele. Deu uma errada ali. Ah, aqui você pode pegar o ar pra ficar estilo um Sonicão que você recupera o ar, né? N. Tá. Que tem cara que você faria a coisa se tivesse outro mamar. Checkpoint. Ah, aqui eu subo mesmo. Ah, mas eu posso bater. Eu tinha que ter batido, na real. Ah, lá. Beleza. Ok. Vira uns coraçãozinhos amarelo. Ah, é vida extra. Ok. Quase peguei. Mas de boa. Pô, gostosinho sim, cara. Não é ruim, não. DKzinho maneiro. Bom, bom, bom. Divertido. Dois caminhos. Ali é a fase mesmo, né? É. Funky Flight. É, a Nintendo raramente peca no quesito diversão nos jogos dela, né? Eu sempre disse isso. Pode ser graficamente abaixo do padrão, mas em quesito diversão os caras acertam demais, tá ligado? Ok? Ah, caralho, joga com o velhinho também aqui, é. Calma. Oh, tomei dano sem querer. Meu Deus, o jogo é muito frenético. Tem hora que o jogo fica frenético pra baralho, velho. Oh, esqueci de agarrar. Morri. Ah, mas eu fui eu que fui burro mesmo. Bora. First death. Nossa, de novo. Calma aí. Dá o vem aqui. Oh, errei ele. Pega o coração. Boa. Nice. Checkpoint. Uma nanana, maravilha. Ô, porra. Não, me dá a letra aí, pô. Tô pegando quase todas. Peguei todas agora, porra. Acho que aqui acaba a fase. Acabou mesmo. Nice. Bora lá. Ih, caralho. Fase do carrinho, lá vamos nós. Tava demorando, né? Vamos lá. Fase do carrinho, fase de reação. Não, não vou por ali não, que se foda. Tá. Checkpoint. Baixa. Ok. Pula. 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 Baixa. Ah, pulei antes! Tá. Pelo menos peguei a moeda. Por enquanto tá tranquilo. Não é tão frenético, né? Dá pra vocês se... Ah, tomei dano. Dá pra vocês se antecipando antes da porra vir, velho. Tinha que ter pulado? Tomou na ponta, velho. É foda, achei que ia dar tempo de pular. Beleza, voltei aqui. Vai. Tá. Ah não, eu ergui antes da hora mesmo. Era pra continuar abaixado mesmo. Eu que fui burro. Beleza, se eu pulo antes, pelo menos bate ali e não dá merda, né? Menos mal. Eita porra! Acabou a fase? Acredito que sim. Acabou é o caralho. Acabou é a minha mãe. Beleza. Da hora, da hora. Não é tão difícil quanto dos clássicos, mas foi divertido de fazer. Not bad, not bad. Primeiro boss. Vamos lá. Não, mas geralmente essa primeira fase de carrinho já é filha da puta. Ah, eu bato e escolho qual que eu quero. Eu quero o Didi mesmo. Bora lá. Ok. Bora lá, irmão. Do your best, do your best, do your best. Será que eu tenho que bater nele ali a hora que ele tá passando? Tenho, imaginei. Tenho. Aí ele joga um peixe pra fuder nós. Ah, tem que esquivar do peixe. Tá. Não, dá pra bater no peixe. Eu que bati na hitbox errada. Tá bom. Voltou. Saiu de novo. Agora já a bola de espinho. Pior que a musiquinha é boa, cara. Musiquinha é maneira. Agora é pular rodando. Agora eu não posso mais bater nele. Agora eu posso. Beleza. E esse gordinho aí? Qual é a desses pinguim? Morreu? Ainda não? Vai lá, vai lá, vai lá, vai lá, vai lá, vai lá. Morreu agora. Não é possível que agora ele não morre. Ô, louco, ainda não. Vai lá, vai lá, vai lá, vai lá. Vem. Ah, ele vem junto. Ah, eu bati na cabeça ali, aí eu fiz merda mesmo. Bora. Olha o tamanho do peixe que ele joga. Ah, eu fui burro, hein? Fiquei no mesmo lugar. Ah, é peixe que tem que tomar 3 dano, velho. Foda-se. Vai lá. Nossa, ele cai em cima de mim. Tá. Ele cai de cima onde eu tava, né? Pera aí. Aí. Desajeitou, desajeitou, desajeitou. Ô, quer morrer não? Tomei dano de burrice, eu imaginei. Aê! Caralho, demorou. Nossa. Podia ter apertado o botão, acho que dá pra bater mais nele. Já é, já é, já é. Começou a próxima luta, gente. Quer dizer, o próximo duelo aqui, gente. Pera aí. Deixa eu parar aqui, que senão vai crachar tudo. Primeiro mundo deu pra passar. GG. Segundo mundo. Já é. Sete por cento. Não, mas eu tô acompanhando Yu-Gi-Oh, né, Gus? É aí que tá. Eu sei que pra você é. Tem autosave. Mas eu tô acompanhando o formato de perto, né? Eu sei que pra você só importa suas waifus e seus bichinhos fofinhos. Quem que tá jogando na live? Não tô vendo direito aqui. Ah, não, esse é Studio Creator. Ué? Caralho, hein, ô navegador. Você também não sabe o que você quer ser, irmão? Decida-se o que você quer ser, filho da puta. Pena não ter mais RAM, senão dava pra deixar tudo rodando simultâneo. Alguém me dá uma memória RAM aí. Que... Já fiz minha parte, hein? Já corri atrás da placa de vídeo. Eita, outro Libromancer Micanco. Ok. Deixa eu botar na tela.
Yeah, true. He doesn't run meta noise, he just goes with the good old crime. And also he goes with the good old milling here, special summoning or summoning out the Merly, and now also hitting a Merly to trigger another fusion effect in the graveyard. And yeah, I love to see that Pierre actually is noting down. Yeah, there's Merly, there's Shire, and there's Hafnet, and I think
Cara do Libromancer já tá combando fullzão ali pra variar, né?
But there's of course still the possibility to go into Sprite Elf right there, reborning a level 2 monster from the graveyard, or even a Link 2, but at the moment there's only level 2s.
Exactly, you would need a monster on the opposing side of the field to reborn.
But I think he drew into that Perlo Rhino there with the Garura draw.
That is actually really strong. I know that he has had a lot of engine this turn already, but you can always add a Harvest for the opposing turn, and having the Perlo Rhino is just an extra interaction.
Indeed, and also imagine that your opponent, like that Jake did not have a monster in his hand yet. Crime, to resolve, actually needs a monster in the hand, so if he didn't have a monster yet in his hand, that was a pretty decent draw there off of the Garura. And yeah, one thing is very interesting. There is already a Lava Golem being milled in the graveyard by Pierre. Therefore, Jake knows that there could be a Lava Golem, and he just goes for the Baguska here turn 1. Actually shutting down his own Rule Colors. That's pretty interesting. Also, a Merly that he could reborn here with the Sprite Elf wouldn't necessarily do too much. That's actually pretty interesting of a move, I gotta say.
Merly would still be a target for his own Salik.
Yes, that's true. And then you can still fusion summon at least, but like all the fusion monsters that you're going to summon out, what are they supposed to do, really?
I mean,
you can trigger
enable your Perlo Rhino, but you also have the Mudora for that. But I mean, of course, it's better to have multiple options. You can summon monsters to the field that have good stats or that float when they get sent to the graveyard. So there are options, but I do agree I would have maybe gone for a Time Thief Redoer. Because you can see that your opponent is running a lot of spells, and adding spells to your Time Thief Redoer, it's just free card draw.
Ooh, and look, we're starting it off with the field spell. There was the Perlo Rhino draw for Jake, but now Pierre is also starting it off with his Libromancer field spell, the first appearance.
And this is also the first appearance of this card on stream, because we have only seen it milled before. Yes, I see that you're smiling, you like that one.
Yeah, I love it. Last round of the day and you're still coming up with those jokes. I don't know how your brain is handling that.
It was really far-fetched. It was a tough one to crack.
Yeah, crazy one. But there are a couple of really interesting options now, because there is that Baguska now in defense position. If we somehow manage to link summon into something, that would always enable us to somehow get into a Zeus line or something. So this could be pretty interesting. Oh, we're actually immediately activating the effect of our Keldo Engrave. We will be trying to pop the Libromancer first appearance here with our Perlo Rhino. I couldn't explain in any other way. So that must mean that the effect of first appearance to search...
it activates on activation of the card.
Yeah, true. So...
But there is a second effect to first appearance, which is that you just get a free ritual summon.
Yeah, so he just wants to deny that. We are still fetching out the Libromancer Fire from our deck. And to be honest, the card we're searching here, the Libromancer Fire, is not...
Você sempre diz isso e sempre volta, Gus.
But I think I already saw a pretty good card here in the hand of Pierre. I do believe I
É só ter uma waifu que te faça voltar. É simples.
Baguska at the moment.
Ah, mas Eldritch Branded é funcional.
That is true. Now we are going to get a
Eldritch Branded funciona.
This is a card that we have talked about before because none of us actually knew.
Yeah, it's a card from Dimension Force, Libromancer Misty Girl, and it's actually kind of an interesting choice to run this card. Because on Ritual Summon, you can just, what was it? You can target one card your opponent controls and negate it and set its attack to 0, actually. There comes Agent. Agent wants to special summon itself out, once again revealing the Misty Girl in hand.
So the good thing is that when Baguska stops you from activating your Fire's effect, you can still just summon out the Libromancer because you drew them all.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So there is Fire Libromancer now on the field. But I don't know, like if I would be Jake here, I wouldn't be too impressed with all of that. Like the only thing I would be afraid of right now is my opponent, Pierre, linking up into like Link 2s, Link 3s potentially. And even if that happens, we still have Tielemans Crime Set, which
And
could
Salik.
just shut that down. And Salik as well, yeah,
And
even that.
Harvest.
Yeah, true, there's a lot. There's honestly a lot.
Also, if your opponent really commits into these link plays, then you can always use Salik and then send your own Baguska. Just so your rule colors works again, just so that your elf can special summon out a Merly and that Merly can potentially mill good cards.
Absolutely. So one scenario I could see coming up here is one card that our previous Mikanko deck was not playing.
E outra coisa, tu não tá nem jogando Yu-Gi-Oh! Né? Tu tá jogando Master Duel, que é literalmente o supra-sumo dos meta cagado, porque tem coisa de 4 anos atrás que não tomou lista. É exatamente por isso que eu dropei Master Duel. Master Duel eu dropei mesmo. Master Duel consegue ser mais bagunça do que o CG.
Specifically Sprite players for the most part to actually out Baguska, but Pierre's also running that option and he pulls it off here to out that Baguska and it's in the graveyard now.
But he has invested a lot.
Só espera sair o Sprite só. Que aí o bicho vai pegar. Inclusive Sprite acho que sai dia 14. Mesmo sem o sapo ele vai ser uma desgraça.
I think he's still fine with the situation, especially because he has crime set still.
Crime and Salik really going to do.
Sprite é o quê? Sprite é arquetipo de Thunder. Só que aí que tá. Sprite tá sem sapo, mas na bosta do Master Duel tem a merda do Thunder Dragon lá, o boss deck que não deixa ninguém buscar nada. Certeza que vão fazer Sprite Thunder Dragon. Certeza.
Taking the Sprite Elf.
And now let's see if this Merly is going to hit
first card is already pretty good.
Agido and the Kelbeck. I cannot believe this. He actually gets the Milton off of one single Merly because Pierre did not use the
but we are chaining the Elf because there is Diviner of the Herald in the graveyard. So I can see that being a problem. Maybe Jake wants to instantly react on that with his Tielemans Salik as he does just now.
I think he does, and there would also be the option to tribute something for Tielemans roll colors, so Salik wasn't even the only answer to that, and now we are going to mill so many different cards.
There it is coming. I mean, there are Mikanko equip spells going to the graveyard, which would be good for
Só 10 milada.
about that, but he needs Kagura for that first of all, and also a ritual monster he can summon with it, most likely being Ohime.
Yeah, and he needs some more cards in hand and other resources, but it was nice to see the entire Mikanko deck on the table for once.
Yeah, true. So there is Dracostapelia now also hitting the field, being another interruption. So we still haven't used our roll colors. We now have the Dracostapelia as well. There still is a Tielemans Crime set, and we are about to fusion summon another monster right there.
And the Garura is just immediately back in the extra deck. One of the reasons why Tielemans is so good, because it is really hard to grind it out of resources.
And look, we are also about to get our own Sprite Elf back into the extra deck as well. Or maybe we're even holding the effect of Kaleido Heart here, because if we... we are just going to use it right away, getting our Sprite Elf into the extra deck, because some people don't know, Kaleido Heart is not only able to shuffle a card back into the deck on summon, but also when an Aqua monster is hitting the graveyard.
1-0.
Pierre decided that this game state, he can't longer sustain his playstyle with this, so he just gave up and we are going to game 2. This was again such a dominant
Ai, que
display.
novidade, Charla ganhando.
Widely considered the best deck in the format.
Por isso essa porra tomou lista, né? Pior que essa porra tomou lista e ainda vai jogar, velho. Não tão forte que nem tá aqui, mas vai jogar, velho. Ainda vai jogar. Só não vai pelo menos ser tão absurdo.
And there are so many different interruptions. It is really, sometimes decks can do a lot of one thing, you know, like set up 4 bounces or something like that. Here you have the shuffle. You have Dragostopili and negate to negate the effects of a face-up monster. You have Crime as a counter trap. You have Sully. You have the Pelerino pop. You have Roll Colors that works like a solemn one.
Já acabou já.
But I'm really interested to see.
Ia durar até um pouco mais na realidade, velho. Só que o cara já acabou. O oponente deu concede, ele falou, ah, não dá pra virar não. E foi pra próxima.
There was one card in the main deck that we expected to be, honestly, in every single one of them, which is Christia, Archot Christia, but Christia isn't even his list, so
one
his
of the
endboard
coolest boss monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh!
But that means his endboard must look a lot different. There must be something else than the Christia, so I'm excited to see what it actually is. But of course, it's going to depend on whether his opponent Jake is having interruptions. Of course, there could be another Hafness coming down, there could be Kelbecks coming from the hand, so...
Or what is he running in his side deck? Because there could also
pretty
be
interesting.
Nibiru.
There is Nibiru, indeed. There is a Nibiru, even 2 of them in the side deck, so that could also be an issue. We saw that in the last featured match where this deck was not having the best time against Nibiru. Let's see whether it's coming in here again.
This is a heavy board breaker side deck, let me tell you. This is 13 cards for going second.
Yeah, but the thing is, something I also thought that might really be crucial in this matchup here is that Jake McGee actually, even though there are so many Kashtira decks running around, is still focusing on 9 Bystials in his main deck. That's a pretty high count. And in the matchup he's having right now, that's honestly not the best cards to have in your main deck, as we analyzed earlier on, because rather late in the combo they maybe want to Reborn Divino with Elf, but besides that, there's not that many light and darkness monsters, so the Bystials are not that great of an interruption. So I could see him siding them out here, but those answers will be given in a second as players are ready. So let's get into the action for game number 2 of our round 8 featured match.
Cards drawn, so we are ready to start game 2. Jake is not going to start this time. He has these beautiful Miracle Fusion sleeves on his side for his extra deck. I adore them. You might see some more of them this weekend. Little spoiler.
True, but let's see what Pierre is cooking up here. He is starting it off with first appearance.
It is the second appearance on stream.
That is absolutely true, but this is also the first time it will be sticking to the board, because last time there was an instant response by the Pelerino effect, but now we are actually immediately using Kashtira Telements.
That is really aggressive.
Absolutely, but I mean, we're getting rid of the Telements merely from our hand, but also we are going to be able to mill 2 cards, or rather 3 cards.
I'm calling now that he's going to mill Telement Crime.
Okay.
And he
accepted.
is going to...
Oh, there's Hafness. Wow. There's okay, we're keeping in the Magna moods apparently.
High risk, high reward. We have hit the name Telement Hafness, and now we are going to be able to summon a Kid Kalos.
Yep, that is definitely what's going to happen. And yes, we are using the Telements Kashtira from the field, and there is Kid Kalos, but I think the only real thing we can do here is either search out Hafness, which would then give you another shot of milling good cards, or just instantly going to instantly sending a fusion name to the graveyard to go into Roll Colors.
So deck saudável, joga os dois turnos, né?
Thing that I really like about playing Telements, your opponent thinks it's his turn, but no, you are going to start off with your monsters.
Indeed, so there's Roll Colors sitting pretty there now. So even though Pierre just started off with 1 card, he's now facing an interruption already. Very obvious being on the field there, Telements Roll Colors. So Pierre maybe now has to reconstruct the combo route he was about to play, because there is now an interruption, but he starts it off with Libromancer Fire, and once again he drew into the Misty Girl, which once again will be read by Jake.
And it is a 1-off in his deck, by the way. So this is kind of unlikely.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's too happy about that, because this card doesn't really advance you in your combo.
Yeah, I do agree. So we are activating Fire, revealing the Misty Girl to special summon itself, of course. And Jake probably just considers to negate this with Rokalos here, I would assume.
I mean, that would be an easy interruption.
Yeah,
But I mean, if you don't,
it just snowballs, right? We saw that earlier. Just that one fire is going to get you into so many things, and therefore it's quite a bit of a risk to just let that go through here. But maybe Jake knows the deck, knows where like a choke point of the combo is that he really wants to interrupt, and therefore he just lets it go through here.
so maybe he thinks that he wants to negate the effect of Geek Boy, because you can actually also emergency teleport out the Geek Boy, then activate the effect. So the deck really heavily wants to get this Geek Boy out to get this Spell and Trap Surge.
Yeah, but he's not even going for Geek Boy. He first of all searches out for Libromancer Agent.
I mean, he has the best spell already. He used the first appearance.
Yep, that is true. So, Agent now being added to the hand. Quick explanation from Pierre, but seems like everything is fine there.
So, Agent on summon adds back a Libromancer card from the graveyard, which is currently impossible.
Because there are none, you're absolutely right.
Exactly, Sabadaço.
O de cima é o Charlaments, o padrãozão aí que tá topando. O de baixo é um Libromancer Mikanko. Libromancer é deck de ritual, Mikanko também.
Just negate a monster on the field, and there's a perfect card to negate right now, as there is a Telemans Rokalos sitting on the field.
You basically have to negate this with Wool Colors, and a Shiren is discarded for it.
Oh, that means we could just go for another fusion summon, and that's absolutely what we're doing. We're using the Magna Mood with our Shiren to go into Muddragon here.
And now the Wool Colors is untargetable for the moment, because the Muddragon of the Swarm is a water type.
That is
water
true.
attribute.
So, what is happening now for Pierre? I think
Ah, mas é tier 0 por causa disso, Gosto. Você espera toda a mesa ver pelo menos alguém usando isso, tá ligado? É até milagroso, é porque eu acho que também eles não... É um deck meio de waifinho. Não é exatamente um deck de waifu, mas tem um pouquinho de waifu no deck. Ah lá, essa mulherzinha que o cara revelou é uma delas. É uma Mikanko, é a Ohime, né? Isso.
Yeah, that is actually true. That could be an issue there. Let's see how he's going about it, though. He is using Ohime here, first of all, in his hand. And, of course, he is going to add one Mikanko card from his deck to his hand. And then he will be discarding one card afterwards. So he's adding the Great Mikanko Ceremony. And he might as well just discard it as well, because it has a graveyard effect. But no, we are getting rid of that Misty Girl. It has done enough now in those two games.
O que ele ativou? Ah, não, ele não ativou nada. Ele só deu Ohime mesmo. Ele deu o efeito de revelar da Ohime e poder buscar. Aí ele descarta uma da mão. Aí ele descartou a Misty Girl.
And yeah, we are activating the ceremony, specialing out the Ohime. Using, yeah, looks like he wants to use the effect of Ohime as well.
I think he first has to activate the effect of Ceremony in the graveyard.
Yeah, he's already trying to grab it.
Cerimônia dos Mikanko. Botou Ohime em campo, que é a magia de ritual deles, né? É meio que um ritual forçado, não tem custo nenhum. Inclusive, Libromancer Mikanko tem altas probabilidades de ser um top tier no próximo formato sem Tiarla, porque ele tem bastante potência. É meta, Ghost. Você que não gosta de meta.
I can see that
A não ser quando você joga, né? É meta. Baniu. Jogou a outra no grave. Jogou a Reflection no grave.
So the Reflection Rondo is sent to the GY, but I think that this Mud Dragon of the Swamp is really doing a lot of work here.
Yep, I do agree. So we are
Efeito da mulherzinha, da Orime, puxou de volta a Reflection, roubou o Carlos.
So you can only equip it to an opponent's monster. I think just equipping an equip spell is not really targeting.
Then this is still really strong.
And yeah, you just take control of it. Actually, I do think that absolutely works. So that Mud Dragon is not really hindering here, and he now has a T-Elements rule colors on his field.
Then this is a lot better than I thought.
Yeah, it definitely is.
But it makes me question why he did not go for Water Arabesque. Because in that scenario, he could have equipped it to a monster and then send it back to the extra deck, special summon out a Hare, and then get another one that in this situation could be the Reflection Rondo to take over a monster, so he would out both cards and have the option to have more in the graveyard.
Yeah, you're right. That's a pretty interesting decision. So he points towards the Rukalos, so Reflection Rondo is equipping the Rukalos here, and what is he doing from here on? Because he has not even gone into his extra deck in this turn yet, and we know that this deck is capable of link summoning a whole bunch. Also, he's playing like, we were surprised about seeing Dynamondo in his extra deck, which is a new addition to the extra deck, because you need 2 monsters, including original monsters for it, and if you read up on Dynamondo, that effect is actually quite crazy. Yeah, it's really, really good. I knew that there was amazing ritual support.
Pode, mas é uma bosta. É muito pouco a coisa que ele tem pra poder rodar puro. É mais fácil misturar ele com outro ritual. Por exemplo, você pode fazer ele com Megalith. Você pode fazer ele com um monte de coisa.
That fire was in the graveyard so that the Libromancer agent could actually add something back. We are linking up even more. Do we go for Isolde here? Yes, we do.
Caralho, o cara subiu pra Isolda mesmo.
And now it makes sense that he went for the Codebreaker because that's actually a warrior. So he needed another warrior for the Isolde, and that's working out perfectly because I think we're just about to combo off now as well.
The only thing that I ask myself is, could you not just take the field spell, the first appearance, and then send it with Magician's Souls later to get an extra door? Or do you just want to keep the... I'm sorry, I forgot the name. Keep the first appearance in hand for follow-up.
Yeah,
I think it's better follow-up than fire.
Both options are viable, but for now he's just summoning out the Renault, and something really interesting I noticed is he's running double Infernoble Knight Renault. And we saw the last Mikanko Infernoble, no, it's not even Infernoble, but there is an Infernoble Knight Renault in there. The last Mikanko Libromancer player playing only one of this, but playing 2 of this actually means if you hard draw one of them, you still have one more in the deck to special summon out with your Isolde. So
Renault ele só colocou pelo combo, né?
And there maybe now is the reason why he wasn't able to special summon out the Hare, because he may have had that Hare in his hand all the time.
That explains everything, and now we are going to see the next Mikanko spell, which is Mikanko Fire Dance, which reborns a monster from your graveyard and attaches to it. You have the option to special summon one for your opponent as well, but you don't.
Dança de fogo dos Mikanko. Botou o bichinho ali.
Special summoning out the Renault as he's controlling a fire warrior.
I mean, there are some applications for summoning an opposing monster, because you can summon out like an effect Veiler in attack position if your opponent only has big monsters and then attack over it to go for the necessary damage.
Yeah, that sometimes can come up. Also, there are like very niche and neat interactions that some of the, for example, Nini, he's also playing Nini, the Mirror Mikanko, and that from time to time can actually do damage in other ways, because, it actually says it cannot be destroyed by battle, and your opponent takes any battle damage that you would have taken. So you can just actually reborn a very strong monster from your opponent
as well,
and then just attack into it, and so it could be a lot of damage for your opponent that way.
There's going to always be a way to deal damage.
Yeah. Do you know what that card reminds me of?
You bet.
No, I was just thinking about the Recital Stalling, because Recital Stalling also makes your opponent have battle damage that you would get as well. So they are similar in that aspect, and they also both have 0 attacks, so they are kind of comparable in that. But of course, the one monster is an extra deck Exceed monster.
Ah, mas tem lugares que fazem. Eu tava comentando aqui numa live, o Rick que tava aí, que é mais assíduo, que gosta de acompanhar mais a fundo, ele tava comentando também. Esse tipo de campeonato tem. Só que não é oficial.
There already is Mud Dragon being face up on the field, and Mud Dragon already means he can just go battle phase, run over the Herald. But let's not forget, that's actually quite okay for us, because we're going to get Ohima back to our hand and end phase, and therefore our opponent running over Herald of Arclight in battle phase means we're going to have another turn.
Also, Ohime will stop.
Ah, entendi.
Oh, that as well, you're right.
Ohime can just take away.
Por isso que os caras usam Illusion of Chaos, pra poder buscar Magician Souls.
Looks like that is about what Pierre could do here. It's not looking as impressive as some of the Christia and boards that deck is also capable to produce, but he's not running Christia, so he has to take a different approach.
So we're setting one more card. Another option would have been the Libromancer Doombroker plus a trap card, the Intervention.
Yeah, it is Intervention indeed.
But we did not have access to that just here because of the rule clause.
True, so.
Mano, o cara do Mikanko Libromancer jogou agora, hein? Ele deu o normal do Magician Souls. Runic nem deve ser irritante. Então, o Runic não tem muito espaço aí, né? Diferente do Master Duel, que tem muita coisa nojenta pra ajudar ele a jogar. Aqui no TCG é difícil ele clicar. Tem pouco espaço. Lá no Master Duel faz sentido. A Mascarena aí.
But there now is IP Mascarena, which in his opponent's turn now gives you the option to go into Appaloosa with the soldier that's already on the field.
And
é com Mascarena dá pra acessar umas coisas pesadas mesmo.
That is really cool.
That is actually true, yeah.
To go for Rondo and just take one monster and immediately link it away.
Yeah, there's so many neat interactions the deck has, and the best part about it is that your opponents most likely don't
have
any of those interactions, because the Mikanko engine is so new and people have not discovered it enough.
Yeah.
And the chances that Jake actually exactly knows what all those Mikanko interactions are is pretty low, and therefore I think Pierre might have won a couple of games today.
Não, mas o Runic não é torto. A diferença é que de fato o Runic ele não tem força no TCG, porque o TCG já avançou demais. E não tem muita coisa. Tipo, como eu digo, o Master Duel tem muita carta estúpida que ajuda o Runic mais do que no TCG. Aí fica complicado, tá ligado? Ixi, já meteu um Avramax, o cara saiu fora. Ah, mas ô, essa aí o Libromancer Mikanko jogou sozinho. Mano, ele fez tudo, tá ligado? O cara roubou, fez. Clicou, o deck clicou. A parte Mikanko clicou muito mais que a Libromancer. Libromancer foi só pra abrir o jogo, mas clicou pra caralho. O Avramax.
Let's see what the going first options for Jake McGee are now. And you were really impressed with the side deck, featuring so many board breaker going second cards, and with so many of them, there's honestly not that many room, or not that much room to play any going first cards. And if you look at it, is there even a single one?
I mean, honestly, it's half a library, which can't be too good against Libromancers. Oh god, this is nice. Too many books versus the Libromancers.
Yeah. But yeah, like the going first options are really limited. I mean, you could potentially side in Book of Lunar Eclipse, because just booking 2 monsters on your opponent's turn does not feel too bad when you already established the board. So that is something you could have, because maybe you really want to get rid of all those Bestials in your main deck. We saw that he kept the Magna Moods, but overall, I don't think those Bestials are too amazing versus the Libromancer deck.
That is true, but maybe they are going first at least better than the book cards.
Yeah,
I mean, they can
definitely
be
something
an
he has
absolute
to.
blowout for your opponent if you set a Book of Eclipse.
Yeah.
I mean, you will give them so many draws in the end phase, but if you manage to flip 3 monsters face down, it's going to be really hard to play around that, even though you can still tribute them as a material for ritual summon.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% like Book of Lunar Eclipse in that situation more than Book of Eclipse, because
less
Book
draws.
of Lunar Eclipse doesn't give your opponent draws when at the end of a turn. Yeah, I don't think you gotta go with Book of Eclipse. I like Bestias more than Book of Eclipse, for sure, I do agree. But Lunar Eclipse, I can see that. Maybe that is coming in.
Nibiru is also a really good card going in for a start.
Yes, I do like that as well. But the one thing that Jake has to think about here is your real desired endboard going to be Baguska Pass once again? I mean, he had more stuff than that, but do you really just want to summon out a monster that makes half of your endboard unable to do stuff? I don't really see the point of it.
I don't think that's going to be his plan, but we will soon find it out as we are going to shift over to the game. Guys, be ready for Game 3 of the final featured match of Day 1 of YCS Lyon.
Esse é o jogo final. Esse é o jogo final de hoje. Beleza. Bom, agora eu acho que o Charla amassa. Se o Charla tem que abrir muito mal, ou o cara vai ter que abrir muito bem com a mão pra parar o Charla agora. Mas, tipo, muito bem mesmo.
Or he can just take a slower approach to all of that. He doesn't need to rush with activating the effect of Telemans Kashtira. So
that is true. That was
Vamos ver.
a bold play, but he got rewarded for it.
Yeah, and
I mean, he lost the game after that, but
yeah, but it looked good. He at least hit a card to fusion summon, so that was kind of nice. So looking at the side deck of Pierre Kazum, there are a lot more going second cards coming in for game 3 now as well. He has
Bagulho.
side in Artifact Ansea. Book of Eclipse is also a card he's side decking.
O que? Per Shuffle? Galera faz assim pra garantir que tá bem baralhado. Adivinha? Eu fazia isso e brincava do mesmo jeito. Fazia exatamente o que nem o cara fez, brincava do mesmo jeito. Não sei nem porque eu tento o jogo de RNG, tá ligado?
It's exciting to see what Pierre can do with his deck going second, because we know that it can put out big combo boards, but
we're starting things off here
Ixi.
with Caldo discarding the Kelback.
That is ideal.
That searches us a Mudora, and that will also enable our Kelback in the graveyard to make both players mill 5 cards here. So that's
O cara já vai milar carta pra burro.
what the mills are.
So we have Telemans Kashtira.
Deu muito mil bom não, hein?
Cards and Scream, which will search for a trap card, which is good.
Yeah,
because you want those. But there is not really a play so far. Let's see what else Jake can put out.
We're again going for the Telemans Crime as we did in game number 1. What else are we milling though? Salik will definitely give us another monster.
Boa.
Now we can search for Shiren to discard the Mudora, and then you already have one of your Teleman cards in play.
Yeah, and you theoretically also already have Baguska on board, because you are then left with 2 level 4 monsters.
Never
but
change a running system.
Depending on the mills we're getting there, we might as well be able to do more, and there is even Agido in the hand. We're resolving Mudora, discarding Agido.
Porra, o cara tinha todos os Ichizo na mão, aí é de fuder. Ô, mano, o cara tinha todos, velho. Não, isso aqui ainda é... Isso aqui é classificatória ainda. As finais é amanhã. Mas aqui é uma das últimas partidas classificatórias do dia. Saudades do tempo que tu colocava uma carta numa DC, virava pra baixo, passava o turno. Você tá falando de 2005, irmão. Você tá falando de Yu-Gi-Oh! Earlyzera. Ainda assim, Yu-Gi-Oh! Não era bem só isso. Mas eu entendo.
That is true. By the way, do you know what I would have liked?
Go ahead, what is it?
You have seen Lava Golem.
Yep.
In game 1. Gather resources.
Caralho, do nada, mano.
Somehow just end on one monster. Just
Ah, não, levar a partida é sim, tá 1 a 1.
if that is possible.
You did like the Baguska Pass now.
Just
Tá 1 a 1, tá 1 a 1.
get Lava Golem over it, it, so there is maybe a card that your opponent can't use, and then in the turn after that, you OTK, so you don't invest all your resources into your board that can get broken with the Lava Golem or other cards like Evenly Matched, which are popular against the deck.
Isso aí é o Reinhardt?
Do you know what I dislike about
Tá
that?
parecendo Reinhardt.
Enemy controller is a pretty good card versus just Baguska.
Oh, fair enough.
Synchro? Nossa senhora, Synchro ainda é velho pra burro.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
So we are going for
É, o Reinhardt
with
mesmo.
the kit colors, and also the special summoned Rhinoheart will send another monster to the graveyard, probably just triggering another name to fusion summon here.
Yeah, Merly and Havnet are still open. Chiron was the only one that was used so far, so we are going to see the last two fusion summons of the turn happening.
Ah não, era só uma...
Using Hafnis and
Era uma Kit Kalos. É porque...
fusions is just certainly going to be rule colors. There goes Hafnis, and yep, there's the kit colors. So that could also be Dracostopelia, but I'm quite certain we are just going for rule colors, as that also
Rule
gives
Kalos.
us more ways to fusion summon on our opponent's turn later on.
And it is kind of a better interruption than Dragostopelia in most of these situations, especially when you're playing against those ritual decks. You can stop the ritual summon.
Mano, o cara abriu com tudo que ele precisava.
So, the second fusion summon, and also, as you said, the last fusion summon of the turn is happening here. Probably going to be Garura? Yeah. just
Black
Garura
Rose.
again. So,
Hoje em dia tem um arquetipo focado neles.
the one we did in game one. Just going to be Elf again, but the thing is, this time we don't have Merlin in the graveyard, so Elf is not even that great.
And how do you make Elf here?
Oh, that's... yeah, okay, we would have to take the extra step of summoning Dark. I mean, look, we are just going for the Goose Guy again, and are we just passing on that Garura on the field? Oh, okay, we just have normal summon Merly. That actually is
I wanted to
Elfland.
see Merly in defense position, by the way.
Yeah, it should have gone to the defense position, but we just skipped that part really quickly. We are drawing a card with Garura, so... apart from that one Rhinoheart that's also chilling there on the field, the end board is exactly the same. We're special summoning back the Merly.
I mean, it is another card that you can just send away for
Wow,
we're
we're setting four cards, but that leaves us with no cards in hand. So, Batileman's Crime we set there is not going
Caralho,
to
setou 4 ainda. Olha esse field, velho. Ah, o cara não passa mais.
Maybe I would have not summoned the Merly.
Yeah, true.
Because this could very well be a lightning storm.
Gladiator Beast. Gladiator Beast era o meta da época. Fazia fusão de contato, ele bate e troca. Bate, troca, faz fusão na Battle. Normal. Gladiator Beast era o meta na época. Do Synchros.
I mean, Crime can't be activated at this point, and it doesn't even have a target if it gets destroyed. There's only Medora banished.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite surprised by Jake just setting all of the 4 cards there, because you are giving your opponent the information now. Pierre knows. Okay, yeah,
Na época era forte.
Can't use it. So that is definitely an advantage he has here. If he just kept, for example, just keep the crime in hand.
Mas você falar que Fada era nada quebrado é brincadeira, hein? Fada foi meta essa época, irmão. Tu poderia não ter montado uma build meta. Mas o Fada era meta, cara. Você falar nada quebrado é engraçado. Fada não ganhou o Mundial à toa, velho. E foi nerfado depois. Libromancer Fire.
Not going to activate the effect on summon though.
Oh, and we're instantly linking in a way, so we have a link, one monster here that can be summoned, and it's Lingurevo.
Não só pela gente. Ele tinha meio que, entre aspas, um combo sustentável, que ele sempre tinha recurso. Sem contar o campo, que não deixava ele levar dano de batalha. A negate dele lá, que era de graça. Era só ter um Fada. Que era basicamente uma sola em você paga a vida. Você só precisava ter um Fada. Essas coisas aí que deixou o Fada ridículo. Tá ligado?
There might as well already be a ritual spell in the graveyard that you could potentially add back. No, there isn't though. In that particular instant, there isn't. And also, if there would have been, maybe Jake would have just chained the shuffler there.
Não, mas é porque do jeito que você falou, até parece que Fada não valia nada. Fada foi meta, mano. Fada ganhou Mundial nesse formato, inclusive. Tipo, Fada era fraco, saca? Não era fraco, velho. A sua build poderia ser mais frágil, mas Fada era forte pra burro essa época aí.
same looking, but this is definitely water arrogance.
Usually, you could negate this card with roll colors. In this scenario, you can't because you have the Baguska.
Porque aí, nesse caso, o preconceito contra a fada poderia ser uma parada local, tá ligado?
Your roll colors is strong, but there's Baguska just shutting it down.
There is a card in hand, by the way.
Oh, wait, is it? Oh, you're right. How did he have another card in hand?
We have a little bit of a bigger screen than you guys, so we can actually see that there is one more card in hand.
Ooh.
So, Crime might be...
Probably
really
is
strong
live,
right
to be
now.
honest. Probably Crime is still live. So, he's double reading the water...
Ah, mas aí é coisa besta.
He betted us because...
Aí tu tá usando uma argumentação de gente besta. Aí eu nem coloco em questão, tá ligado? É tipo eu jogar de arpia e você falar que eu sou viado porque eu jogo de arpia, tá ligado? Tem nada a ver uma coisa com a outra. Aí eu nem coloco como argumento.
And then not search because Baguska is on the field.
You're right. True.
Yes.
That is a problem.
It is.
That is a problem indeed. So maybe that's what he's thinking. Also, that means that Jake drew into the Heartbeat with the effect of Garura, because Heartbeat earlier on was milled and then being shuffled back into the deck, and therefore that was absolutely his Garura draw in this instance.
So we have the Dragostapelia.
Eu acho que acabou pro Libromancer Mikanko ali, velho. Não tem muito mais o que ele fazer, não.
And now we are seeing triple tactic talents, and this card could actually be a bit of a blowout here.
Ah, não, mas mesmo assim, é o que eu falei, você vai levar por consideração, fudeu, tá ligado? Até mesmo como molecada, se for levar assim, fudeu, tá ligado? Ninguém joga com nada, saca?
That is pretty insane. Yet another discard, so there was two monsters left in his opening hand. Oh.
And it is another triple tactic talents. This card, when negated, can just be used again because it says this card can only be activated once per turn and not.
É, justamente.
Yeah, so he's already tackling.
Não, mas é o que eu falei pra você, mano. Isso aí é uma parada muito local. Vou ser sincero, eu jogava Yu-Gi-Oh! Quando eu era um piá de merda. Não tinha isso não, cara. Era uma parada muito local de onde você jogava, de onde você mora, cara. Sério mesmo. Nunca vi, tá ligado? Yu-Gi-Oh! Geralmente era muito mais o contrário. Os marmanjos queriam montar deck das gostosas, deck das personagens female, tá ligado? Ainda mais fada, mano. Fada era um deck de anjo, tá ligado? Era uns anjos, umas paradas diferenciadas, tá ligado? Tipo, tem nada a ver uma coisa com a outra, você entendeu? O povo daí que era idiota mesmo, mano. Desculpe dizer. Mas você jogava no meio de um bonde babuíno. Essa era a questão. Não é uma parada que reflete o jogo. Era onde você jogava.
Inclusive, se você olhar os anjos antigos, os anjos eram mais sexy possível.
Era. Mano, o único meio anjo que não é anjo, é mago, que é meio trap, é Veiler. Que a galera ficava naquela do Veiler, tá ligado? É a única, assim, que eu me lembro. Que parece um anjo. Só que é mago, né? Tipo, não é fada, mas que lembra, assim, vagamente, tá ligado? É o único, assim. Ah, mas esse Zeus vai ser negado.
Inclusive, caso vocês não saibam também, Veiler é um cara.
Pointing towards the Dragostapelia, and of course Jake does not want to waste any time on that because there's only 4 more minutes left on the round.
Vai ser negado, vai ser negado.
Damage, yeah, but there is no enemy controller. No enemy controller, that's rough.
Falei, olha lá, o normalmente quando os caras fazem Dragostapelia, é pra negar Zeus mesmo. Aí dá, hein? Aí dá, hein? Não. Ele deu um bichinho que arranca.
But there is still the same issue.
What's the issue?
The issue is that Dragostapelia is now gone, but Rule Colors is there and Lingaribo is in attack position.
Yeah, true. So, I mean, in the long run, that's a pretty good thing to have here, but he also gets to reborn something with Kurikara Divinconate in the end phase. So
Ah, professor, é coisa besta.
Like,
Ah, então não, eu sabia que tinha, mas é que eu já tinha imaginado que tinha, mas é o que eu falei, é uma parada muito mais local, tá ligado? Não reflete o cenário assim do jogo por um geral.
Inclusive, esse deck aí que tá. Todo deck os caras estavam usando Tiarla, só que não ia, mano. Eu não ia.
É quase sereia. É quase sereia. Não, mas eu falei a verdade, porra. Eu falei a verdade, pô. Pro cara mandar uma dessa aí é full babuíno, tá ligado? Não é possível. Nossa, pior que isso aqui é uma hand trap muito situacional e o cara conseguiu meter ela, né, velho? O cara meteu ainda ela mesmo, filho. Deu sorte. Ela é muito específica, essa hand trap aí. Lembra mesmo. Sim. Ela é uma hand trap muito específica. Ela só pode ser Special Summon, tributando todos os monstros face-up no campo que ativaram efeitos no turno, só na zona do oponente. E ela ganha 1500 de ataque para cada monstro que ela tributou para fazer Special. Durante a end phase, você dá alvo no monstro do cemitério do oponente e faz Special pro seu lado do campo. No caso, como o dragão do cara era o único bicho que tinha ativado efeito, ela tributou o dragão e entrou com 1500. Tá ligado? Só que ela não tinha bicho que ela podia trigar pra trazer de volta. Aí ela ficou lá com 1500. E agora o Zeus pode dar o bagulho, tá ligado? Obrigado, sub, mano. E aí o Zeus pode dar o efeito, entendeu?
Because when you run over it, it's damage step. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He just did not activate Zeus. Probably not, yeah. Probably not. Now we are, I think, probably still in battle phase. Tribute the Merly away. We can just go for another big fusion. There is a Rhinoheart on the field, which means that Kaleidoheart...
Foda é que o cara acha que vai ficar cozinhando ali do Charla pra ganhar no tempo.
When you're looking at his face, he's not really liking the situation he's in right now, because Jake looks like he's in the driver's seat here a lot more. Also looking focused, looking
vai pra quem?
confident about this game here.
Yeah, we can just go for
Kaleidoheart de novo. Não, de novo não, ele não tinha feito nesse duelo um Kaleido ainda.
That is true indeed. So that means we have Kaleidoheart and Rule Colors on the field together now, which is honestly quite strong because Rule Colors can also trigger the Kaleidoheart, so it's just a
Arrancou o Zeus por causa do efeito, né? Negou ele também. Mandou a Sulik ali, né?
Can just summon itself back and then send a Telement card from your deck to the graveyard, which will immediately trigger, and also the Kaleidoheart effect can chain block it, so you can't even be ashed or...
Ah, ele mostrou a Mikanko lá, que se revela. A Ohime.
Ohime will be searching out another Mikanko card, then sending one card to the graveyard. What is it going to be? Are we just going for Great Ceremony?
I think Ceremony is out, so we are going for the Arabesque, and then the Kaleidoheart is going to be sent to the extra deck again. Rule Colors can always negate that.
Descartou. Vai dar a magia que traz ela de graça. Ah não, vai roubar primeiro. Ele vai dar aqui e rouba. Twin Twister.
Taking away that water Arabesque, and I think Pierre is down to a singular card in his hand. Can he do something with it?
Aí fodeu. Twin Twister quebrou o cara. Ah, agora já era. Gastou todos os recursos, mano. GG. Acabou, acabou, acabou. Nossa! Tá. Isso foi bom, isso foi bom, isso foi bom.
Jake was like, okay, yeah, in the end for us, I might
Isso
as
foi,
well just use Sulik to
isso
get
foi
some
bom pra
value
caralho,
by
mas tudo bem.
Kaleido Hard, but he's not getting any value now as that Kolpa
Agora não vai puxar nada.
Kara and Rukolas both are on 3k attack. That's kind of funny.
That's true. Now we are going to prevent this Kaleido Heart from being banished by activating Kaldo, the Sacred Protector, shuffling it back to the extra deck, not really shuffling it to the extra deck, but sending it back to the extra deck and shuffling Heartbeat and Kashtira Tillemans to the deck.
Yeah, I would have been a bit surprised if he goes for the Heartbeat, because let's be honest, Heartbeat is not really a top deck you want to have there, because drawing Heartbeat in that situation.
Ele deu efeito para recuperar a carta, mas ele perdeu. Passou para modo de defesa.
Defense position, and I gotta say, Kurikara does only gain attack points, and therefore.
Então, eu quero falar, o Charla vai ganhar no tempo. O Charla segurou mais. O Charla ganha muita vantagem em partida que vai pro tempo. Já era, acabou. Charla ganhou. Tempo lá, já era. Charla wins.
Jake McGee is the winner of our round 8 and our final feature match of the day, defeating the Mikanko Libromancer deck of Pierre Kazum.
Ah, mas o Mikanko não tinha muita jeito de voltar, ele tava sem mão, cara. O Mikanko tava tipo quase sem nada na mão, tá ligado? Quase sem nada na mão, velho.
So we talked a lot today. I don't think we have to talk a lot more. So goodbye from the commentator side. See you tomorrow with more featured matches. And now Ed will also give you a short goodbye to end this beautiful day of YCS coverage.
Eu acho que amanhã tem mais 3 rounds.
What a long slogged round. It's quite nice to have you guys just to my right over here. I can give you guys a wave and it makes everything quite nice. But that is going to be the end of our coverage of today. 8 rounds. We normally do 9, but we're going to be moving 9 to tomorrow as it's now gotten quite late. So after round 9, the first round that we're going to have tomorrow, we then get to cut to the top 256. We'll then have rounds 10, 11 and 12 of Swiss with those top cut players. Then we get into our top 64 cut.
Então é 11 rounds.
Already know, but to explain to those of you at home who don't know, 64, 32, 16, top 8, then top 4, and then the final. So that's basically how it's going to work tomorrow. So that's going to be 10 whole rounds of content that you guys are going to be seeing tomorrow. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be
É, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, final, 9, 10, 11, realmente.
There's plenty more tomorrow. We're going to be starting that at 9 AM local time here, which is in about 10 hours, just under 10 hours, so pretty good. We'll see you guys in 10 hours. I've been Ed Temple, your host. Looking forward to coming back tomorrow with all of our wonderful commentary team, Marcello, Alberto, Sebastian and Leonard. It's been great fun from all of us. We're looking forward to it. We'll see you guys soon. Take care.
É, se você sabe que você vai ter partidas que vai ser difícil vencer, tá ligado? E você ter o fator tempo pra levar em consideração, você vai levar ele. Você não vai ser idiota, tá ligado? Então você ter mecânicas que cozinham o jogo, tá ligado? E que te deixem vantagem, vão te dar mais chance de vencer, entendeu? E o Charla faz isso direto. Qualquer coisa que cai no cemitério gera uma fusão, gera interação. Direto o Charla tá jogando nos 2 turnos, né? Então ele consegue fazer isso muito bem. Até no tempo ele tem vantagem contra outros decks, se for pensar. Até quando vai pro tempo, assim. Tipo, não acabou a partida, vai decidir no tempo. Geralmente ele tem vantagem. E aí, boa noite. Ah, ele levou, mas ele ainda joga. Não. Tipo, não destruiu o deck, tá ligado? Ele é um deck que é muito autossuficiente. Pra matar ele, de fato, tem que ou bater em cima de todas as peças do deck, mas aí você realmente não utiliza ele total. Ou você bane todas as fusões. Só a Kit Kalos ser banida não para o deck. Desacelera pra caralho, mas não para. Ser banida não para. Ah, é, claro, não tá tier 0 mais, né? Que nem mostrou hoje. Toda partida que tinha tier limits, o tier limits ganhou. O tier limits não perdeu uma partida que foi mostrada em live hoje. Teve 8 matches, 6 jogou tier limits. As 6 o tier limits ganhou. Nenhuma perdeu. 6 rodadas com o tier limits jogando, as 6 ele ganhou. Nenhuma ele perdeu. Aí as que não teve ele foi uma mirror match de Kashira e Kashira versus o Ninja lá. Aí deu empate, né? Foi a única match que empatou hoje. O Ninja e o Kashira lá. Não, amanhã ainda tem as rodadas ainda. Amanhã é rodada 9, 10 e 11, porque a YCS tem gente pra caralho, né? Tem que ser 11 rodadas. Amanhã é 3 rodadas e o top 64. É o top 64 inteiro. Mas é certeza que o Tier Limits vai ganhar de novo. Só tô curioso pra ver o top, como é que vai ser, tá ligado? Distribuído antes da lista, né? Mas quem vai ganhar vai ser Tier Limits mesmo. Não tem nem dúvida. Não, 80% é muita coisa. Vai dar uns 60, 65, talvez. 80 é muita coisa. Uns 60, 65 deve dar. Principalmente porque a maioria que tá participando no campeonato já tá testando o deck pro próximo fim de semana. O cara já tá vindo com um deck pra bater no Charla pós-lista, tá ligado? Basicamente ele veio ali nem pra ganhar, mas pra testar o deck, entendeu? Se ele ganhar é lucro. Se ele topar é meio que lucro já. Porque eu vi bastante Mikanko Libromancer, que vai ser bastante usado agora. O Kashira, né, puro, que vai ser usado bem agora também, tá ligado? O que? Você tá falando a base visual dela? Acho que não. Não, o Gil perguntando se era Calliope a base da visual aí da. Viu? Não é. Eu imaginei que não fosse. É muito diferente. É bem diferente, na real. Sim. Ah, cabelo rosa, né? Que nem o cara falou, tá em alta, tá ligado? Fama. Pega aí.
Ai, não.
Vou jogar um pouquinho de mamaco antes do RPG. Deu tempo de assistir tudo. Eu imaginei que ia acabar perto das 8. Assisti todos os rounds praticamente. Porque o que eu não assisti em live eu já tava assistindo em off. Deixa eu abrir aqui. O que você tá falando que parece da hora? Load. A mulher. A... Ué, mas o que tem a ver uma coisa com a outra? Seria mais certo definir que seu histórico com mulher é ruim, né? Que você tem dedo podre pra caralho.